All right, everyone, welcome to tonight's Elections Daily stream. We are going over the entire midterm elections. It has been a year, 2 years in the waiting here. We have been waiting so long for this. We're extremely excited to bring this to you and excited to finally get to the end of the cycle, which has taken so much time, so long for everyone here. It's extremely exciting, and we're really thrilled to be a part of it. So essentially, what we're going to be going over here, of course, we have polls have closed in portions of Indiana and Kentucky. The problem is these portions are basically useless to most of us as analysts. We're going to, of course, be waiting for the data to come in, but we won't have anything for the most interesting first congressional district, the Indiana 1st Congressional District, until 7 o'clock Eastern Time. That means you basically got an hour here to work out, an hour here to figure out what's going on. And eventually the background, what we're seeing, what the exit polls are showing to a limited degree that they're showing. And yeah, so I'm just going to throw it here to the panel. Oh, actually, before I do that, Kraz will also be throughout the night live election maps on our Twitter account and here. We'll be tracking the election, tracking the swings as they come in. I know some of you probably came here maybe from the Guam tweet. If you did, welcome. But we do a lot of other stuff here as well. I'm really excited to bring it to you. So let's throw it to the panel here. What are we thinking is going on? Let's start with Joe. Obviously, our ratings indicate a favorable environment for Republicans, but what are we seeing on the ground so far?
Well, on the ground, I think it's fair to say it looks like what people expected. This looks to be another high turnout midterm election. That seems to be the key here. Once again, there's been a lot of ballyhooing about whether there'll be high turnout, whether there will not be high turnout. Right now, though, we're seeing high turnout. We're seeing it there. We're seeing it in key Democratic places across the Rust Belt. We're seeing good Democratic turnout in key places in Michigan, Wisconsin, and in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. But we're also seeing good Republican numbers in places like Clark County, Nevada. We're also seeing good places for Republican turnout in places, certain key House districts in Virginia. So it's a mixed bag so far in the turnout game, but we're seeing what we expected. That's high turnout. Turnout is up. Turnout is high. People are ready to come out and vote tonight. We're very excited to see how this goes on. We're excited to be here with you guys all night at 6 p.m. now. It'll probably be 2 a.m. when we get off tonight. So potentially 8 hours of election night coverage ready for you guys here. Jacob's a little bit scared by that, I know. But we're ready to go here. Very excited to see. Right now, still looking like a Republican-favored environment, but that high turnout capacity that we were expecting has definitely shown up.
All right, let's go ahead and throw it to the rest of the panel. Now, what do you guys think we're seeing so far? Obviously, for right now, the most concerning state for Democrats seems to be Nevada. The numbers there have not been very good so far, but comparatively, places like Pennsylvania or Michigan appear to be holding up somewhat better. What do you guys think about this, and what do you think is going on?
Well, I said this before we got on. I don't think it tells us a ton, right? I mean, Clark County, Nevada looks terrible for Democrats, right? But, if you take that seriously, it looks like Philadelphia is going to have high turnout. It looks like Detroit's going to have pretty robust turnout. I highly doubt, unless there's something specific going on in Nevada, that, there's a localized cratering of turnout only in Clark County, Nevada, or only in Reno, Nevada. So strikes me as maybe we're missing something. I don't know. So I'm not sure it tells us too much right now.
Yeah, I mean, and you also have to take into account, as far as Clark County goes, some of that turnout is going to look a little more skewed because the Culinary Union is telling people to vote via the drop box, I think, and those aren't being counted yet. That won't make up the entire gap, but that's a missing part of the picture.
For sure.
Yeah,
and but Nevada's really been the big story of this whole cycle. Nevada is just one of those key states. A lot of people agree if Republicans win Nevada, it probably means that Republicans are winning the United States Senate. So that's going to be really the key. Nevada, it's going to be late. Polls don't close in Nevada until 10 p.m. Eastern time, so it's going to be a while until we start seeing actual results out of there. Who knows if we're going to be on when those numbers are done. But here's the true fact, though, Nevada, really the key state to watch tonight. If Republicans win that Senate race, it's a pretty good sign, and that means they've likely won the United States Senate on the night. But, of course, to take away from the fact we have 4 incredibly key Senate races tonight, not only just Nevada, but Pennsylvania and Georgia on the East Coast, and along with Nevada on the West Coast. the race in Arizona as well. Those seem to really be the key 4 races that people are following tonight.
Definitely. Obviously, again, we're starting out a little bit early here. We do have time until this starts up. So let's go a little bit more into that turnout we're talking about in Arizona. What are we seeing in Arizona? Doesn't seem to be as bad for Democrats as Nevada, although nothing seems as bad for Democrats as Nevada. And I don't think anything looks much better for Democrats than somewhere like, say, Philadelphia, where they're getting, a place like Philadelphia or like Madison, Wisconsin, where they're apparently getting really strong turnout numbers. What are we kind of thinking is going on here? What are we seeing from these early returns before we kind of wait for these results to come in? And then we'll go into our ratings a little bit and explain what we're seeing, a couple of things we didn't expect right ahead of these. Because I know there's a couple races in hindsight we might have been willing to move if we had known some of this stuff was going on.
I think it really depends on what you're kind of looking for here, Eric. It's interesting really to see here in Arizona, I think specifically, there's been a lot of chatter in Arizona from day one after 2020 to now about the integrity of the integrity of their elections in Arizona. And today's actions have not necessarily, I would say, brought in confidence from those individuals. Maricopa County specifically seemingly has had some issues with both ballots and machine count and machines being able to count the results tonight. Shouldn't be anything bad, but it's an interesting sign to see right now. But Republicans are obviously hoping to see a little bit higher evening turnout there in key places in Arizona than what they're seeing right now on Election Day. However, the turnout right now still looking half decent enough that I think we're certainly going to have a couple of close races tonight in Arizona. Certainly not doom metrics for them just yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also I want to mention real quick, since some of you are not familiar with our poll closing times, let's go ahead and show you. I've got my screen here ready to share with you what we're seeing here. These are the poll closing times for the United States. Notice here, by far the earliest closing times, we get rid of this ad here, are 6 o'clock. This is most of Indiana and portions of Kentucky. Then at 7 o'clock, we have Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Vermont closing. Of these, Georgia and actually even Florida, keep in mind, Florida will not actually have full results coming in until 8, although we'll probably know what's going on for the most part in Florida well before that. But the only state of importance here really at 7 o'clock would be Georgia, which has a competitive Senate race, I should say, not so much a competitive gubernatorial race at this point. We'll also be interested to see Virginia. This is one of those early bellwether states, Virginia's 2nd district, Virginia's 7th district as well, both of which are going to be pretty important seats for the fight in control of Congress. The 2nd we have rated leans Republican, a pickup from the Democrats. In the 7th, we have a Democratic hold, leans Democratic. Democrats, Abigail Spanberger holding off a spirited challenge from Leslie Vega in our projection. But again, we're waiting for the results to come in. We don't know what's going to come in until that data. 7:30, North Carolina, West Virginia, Ohio close. North Carolina is going to be a weird one to follow. There are 3 counties in North Carolina which will not be reporting their results until later in the night. They're waiting an hour for results to come in because of issues on their polling places. These are in Columbus, Robeson, and Wilson counties. These are not important bellwether counties for the state by any means. Robeson and Columbus are very, very Republican counties at this point. Wilson will be interesting because this has a competitive state Senate race, or competitive state House race, a competitive, I believe, state Senate race, and a competitive congressional race. So Wilson will be kind of interesting to watch, but the rest of the state should be having data coming in fairly quickly. After that, 8 o'clock, we have most of the east coast of the United States going in. Arkansas comes in at 8:30, New York, and then a bunch of the remainder of the plains, New York, some of the Mountain West states come in. And then later in the night, we have additional ones coming in from across the country, California, Oregon, Washington, and then additional results at midnight from Alaska and Hawaii. That is the state of where these races are going to be coming when we start calling them for you. I do want to mention that Decision Desk has already projected 5 winners. 5 Republicans and 1 Democrat, but these are in seats that we knew were going to happen. These are in safe districts across Kentucky and Indiana. None of these seats were competitive. This is exactly what we thought was going on, but I did figure I'd mention them because these are the first races, first House races that have been called tonight for either party. So again, let's go into this again. Let's talk about Florida a little bit. Florida is seeing some really interesting stuff going on. It's looking like an outlier by far. It's hard to look at this for Democrats, though, and find any real signs of positivity. And this could actually stretch into some additional districts if it gets absolutely worse, if the bottom absolutely drops out. But at minimum, it seems like Democrats are having a very, very rough time in Florida. What's going on in the state? I know we didn't have either of the statewide races competitive, so this is no surprise. But we did expect a few House races to be marginally competitive in the state.
Yeah, so Florida has just been an absolute bloodbath for Democrats so far based on the early vote. I believe that in 2018, Democrats at this point in time, they were leading in the early vote by about 70,000 votes in Miami-Dade. In 2020, it was about 90,000 votes. Going into Election Day, Republicans were leading in Miami-Dade County by about 10,000 votes, and it's only grown since then. So assuming that we see the same pattern across the country where the early vote skews more Democratic and the in-person vote is more Republican, it's hard to imagine this getting any better for Democrats in Florida. And like Kraz mentioned earlier, we have some states where the turnout looks good for Republicans, some states where it looks a little better for Democrats. Here in Florida, there's really no denying that Democrats are going to have a pretty rough night. And here at Elections Daily, we've had the governor's race and the Senate race here. It's safe Republican pretty much the entire cycle. So it's looking like that's going to be a pretty solid prediction. So good job, boys. We did it.
But I do want to throw it to Kraz.
It's hard to find any good news for Democrats here.
Yeah, I do want to throw it to Kraz because Kraz has some very good points to make regarding that early vote, in-person voting split. We do expect there to be some reversion within these two trends to some degree. And Kraz will explain why.
Yeah, I expect there to be some reversion. I think there's a lot of complicated statistics here, but back in 2020, early vote was very Democratic. Election day was very Republican, and election day in most states was typically a pretty small percentage of the vote. What we're kind of expecting now is there to be some reversion, right? Where a lot of voters were worried about COVID switched to election day when they did vote election day in 2020. And then, some voters who voted on election day in 2020 to show that they were loyal to President Trump may switch back to voting early like they did in previous years. So what this ends up actually meaning is that it's possible that in some states, both the early vote and the election day vote could both get more Democratic, and Democrats could do worse overall. It's one of those funny statistical anomalies where if a bunch of Democratic voters switch to election day, or a bunch of kind of lean Democratic voters switch to election day, it might make both batches more Democratic, but election day might make up a much larger percentage of the vote. So we expect election day vote to be a much larger batch this time around.
Yep. And that's an important thing to mention. One other thing I do want to note is that what we're looking at in Florida is so bad that the DeSantis mandate may actually have backfired to some degree. St. Pete Polls has put this out on Twitter. Obviously, Republicans shored up a lot of districts in redistricting. In particular, in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, there is a genuine chance that with the current voting conditions, if these goes the way we're looking at, Republicans could have won all three districts in the area instead of the two. Right now, Democrats would not even held the third, I believe the 15th district, Kathy Castor seat. Again, if these results are as bad as they're looking, at least on paper, DeSantis would be winning some districts that he is not going to win under this new map. At the same time, we are going to keep an eye on a couple. We don't see these as competitive. We've not rated these as competitive, but I want to see how close two of the seats in the coast, in Palm Beach and Broward counties go. The Ted Duce sheet, Biden plus 13. Again, numerically, we don't expect these to flip, but these could be closer than expected if we're seeing a truly catastrophic night for Democrats. But on the other hand, we do have some states where Democrats are overperforming their expectations, or at least overperforming with some college-educated voters, at least from what we're seeing. One of those is Philadelphia. It seems like Democrats are having pretty robust turnout in Philadelphia in general. And then, of course, Madison, Wisconsin. Democrats are apparently having a very, very good night there. But this is all conjecture. We really will not know what's happening until some of these results come in. So while we basically set up the stage here, let's go back and talk about our ratings a little bit. Right now at Elections Day, we predicted before the election a couple days ago, announced yesterday, that Republicans will win 51 Senate seats. Democrats will win 48, and Georgia will go to a runoff in all likelihood. And if it does not go to a runoff, it's probably going to be won by Walker. That is our hedged prediction of Georgia, which we put in our ratings. We predicted that Republicans would gain Nevada and that they would hold Pennsylvania, the other key swing state, that they would not gain Arizona, they would not gain New Hampshire, and that Georgia would be effectively the 52nd seat for the Republicans or the 49th for Democrats. In the House, we projected Democrats would win 199 seats, and Republicans would win 236 seats. Again, a lot of seats all over the country. And in the gubernatorial ratings, we predicted that Republicans would gain 2 states, Arizona and Nevada, and that Democrats would gain 2 states, Maryland and Massachusetts. Neither of the two are competitive. Those were entirely Republican candidate quality issues and just the end of Republican popular governors running in those states. Arizona and Nevada are genuine swing states, of course. We don't expect any of the major ones to result in a Democratic flip. Not a Georgia, not a Florida, not other states along that line. It would just be Democrats winning Maryland and Massachusetts. I think these ratings are pretty good. These are on the more favorable side for Republicans going in, and it seems like these ratings are still very viable. I'll be interested to see how Arizona goes. There was a lot of debate internally about Arizona, about where we're going to take that. We did not feel, and I think we still don't feel that given the entire state of this race, you could go in and say that Masters is favored. But it will be interesting to see how it goes. And of course, New Hampshire, again, a very weird state. We've had 5 votes in from Dixville Notch. They mean nothing. Do not look into them too much. We don't know how this state is going to go either. Go ahead and throw it to the panel here. Since we have people on who are not on Elections Weekly to discuss our ratings, in particular, Kraz and Jacob, feel free to kind of chime in some of your thoughts about them. We went over most of the key ratings changes and the ratings across the board, but just feel to throw in your thoughts about our ratings, about what went into them, about your deliberation on the process.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about Arizona first, since it's already on top of everybody's head. As the day started, Republicans in Arizona have expressed a little bit of confidence, nowhere near the amount of confidence that Florida Republicans have, but they're cautiously optimistic. And us going in, I don't think it's controversial for me to say that Arizona was probably the hardest Senate race for us to decide the winner. A lot of that has to do with Blake Masters and Carrie Lake, who is the gubernatorial nominee. It looks, and on our governor's ratings, we have Arizona governor as lean Republican, but the Senate is lean Democrat. And I went back and forth on this. We debated this a long time, and it's going to come down to the margin that Carrie Lake, assuming that she wins, which we believe she will, it comes down to the margin that she's going to win by. If she wins by 4 to 5, that's probably enough to carry Blake Masters over the edge. By 2, probably not. But this is a weird thing for people like us who pay attention to these candidates, their messages, and it's weird to imagine a Carrie Lake, Mark Kelly voter. I don't know. Maybe you guys know who that person is, but it's hard for me to imagine that person. So Arizona was definitely our hardest one. I wouldn't be totally surprised if we ended up missing that one. But judging by the polls that we had, the fundraising, we just couldn't justify Blake Masters as the winner, even though he definitely has been surging in these last few days. And it's honestly been pretty impressive. He's narrowed the gap tremendously against Mark Kelly. We don't know if it's going to be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the hardest race, I think, for me to call, maybe Georgia. I just think it's tough because, in a state like Georgia, the polls have been really close. It's not a state where Democrats have typically been overestimated in polls. The polls have been pretty reliable the last few cycles, so I don't think we'd be baking in a kind of polling error. And Walker has his own problems. We know Warnock has gotten Democratic voters out to the polls before, back in 2021. It was a tough call. But I think it'll go to a runoff. But still, a lot of conflicting signals there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say personally, I know we didn't talk too much about Georgia on the show. We didn't mention the reasoning behind it. I felt pretty conflicted by Georgia as well. Again, we have this race at likely Republican for governor. We expect Kemp to win, and we expect him to win by a fairly large margin by Georgia standards. Keep in mind, this is Georgia. Even a 5-point win, 6-point win would be pretty impressive for Republicans. An 8-point win would be comparable to, say, Mitt Romney's performance in Georgia. Even that would be very, very challenging. So even a big win there is still margin-wise pretty small. I would say that's one that I really found interesting, and I think we deliberated a lot on. One I think we spent an interesting amount of time on, though, at the end was Nevada. We spent a lot of time discussing Nevada, discussing those early voting numbers out of Clark County, what we thought the firewall would look like. I know some other outlets went with John Ralston's advice on this one. And again, the votes have not been counted in Nevada. I do not want to call this race before it has even happened. John Ralston posted an article arguing that Democrats would win the Senate race. They would gain most of the statewide offices, win the Senate race, hold their 3 House districts. Since then, Ralston has been kind of sending a 3-alarm fire out for Democrats, for lack of a better term. In particular, he's even said recently that he is potentially hacking into the website's database to retroactively change his article's ratings as a joke. Crystal Ball, a couple other outlets did go that same direction with Ralston, and that's normally a good pick. We chose not to change our rating at the last minute. I think we stuck with our guns on this one. And I don't want to call a race before it's happened, but the early indications in the state are not very good. So the amount of time we spent discussing Nevada relative to what it's likely going to look like, we're probably a bit more inflated compared to somewhere like a New Hampshire or in Arizona even. We spent a lot of time about Nevada just in particular, which I found interesting.
Well, like you said, it's almost never a bad bet to take Ralston's advice. But, I mean, this time it just seemed to be the right call to go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned them, because there are few people, and probably nobody else in Nevada politics, that I respect more than John Ralston and his analysis on the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But when it came to his final rating here and his prediction for the winner, beforehand he laid out 6 scenarios, and 5 out of 6 of those scenarios led to an Adam Laxalt victory. And then he released his prediction, which was basically, I think Catherine Cortez Masto is going to win because Adam Laxalt sucks and I hate him, without having anything to do with any of the numbers that we had already seen. So it was confusing to me, because he himself put out all of these scenarios that showed that Laxalt would be the likely winner. And then it seemed like he was ignoring his own advice. So I think it was the right call for us not to jump on the Ralston bandwagon. But that being said, if Catherine Cortez Masto does win, then it's going to be pretty hard for me to go against Ralston in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if Ralston's right this time, all right, count me as a believer next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if he's right, if his gut is... Oh, what is it, Joe?
We do have an important ballot question tonight in Kentucky. Not a lot of important congressional races, not an important Senate race, but there is an important ballot question tonight. It is ballot question number 2, constitutional amendment number 2. It is saying that it would add an amendment that there is no right to abortion or to fund any abortion in the state of Kentucky. Right now, it is 3 very rural precincts that are out: Laurel, Knox, and Knott County. All 3 of those are at about a 2-to-1 margin, voting yes to ban abortion in the state of Kentucky. So far, probably maybe a slight underperformance from the Trump numbers in those seats. In those counties, would have to check. But otherwise, right now, good early start there for those who would like to ban abortion in the state of Kentucky. A good start for them in that regard. That's a key referendum or amendment we're going to be seeing across multiple states tonight. Whether or not to ban abortion, there'll be some who will be on the right to preserve the right to an abortion. There'll be a couple of very, very key ballot initiatives that we'll be tracking tonight as well.
Mm-hmm. One thing I do want to clarify real quick is that this bill would not ban abortion per se. What it would do is say that the Kentucky Constitution provides no right to an abortion or right to fund abortions. Effectively, what that means is it's removing the judicial sphere of influence here. It's removing the judicial sphere from removing any abortion ban the Kentucky legislature might pass. This would not ban abortion on its face, but it would allow the legislature to do so, and it would prevent the courts from stepping in and saying you could not do that because, again, Roe v. Wade was overturned. There's no federal right to an abortion. This just says there's no state right to an abortion either. That's the rough equivalent here.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic of these ballot amendments, there's also about 5-6 states that are going to vote on whether they'll legalize marijuana tonight. And a lot of them are red states. And that'll be very interesting to watch, because in 2020, every single state that had a ballot amendment that involved some form of drug legalization passed, every single one. So it'll be interesting tonight looking at how deep red states like Missouri and Arkansas react to these ballot amendments, because it's not just medicinal there. They're voting the full slate, full recreational. So it'll be very interesting to see how many straight ticket Republican, Trump supporting, pot smoking Americans there are.
I do have some election results to go over first, because we do have some statewide results coming in from places like Indiana and Kentucky. Indiana, we have been following a couple races in Indiana, not the Senate race. The Senate race is not competitive. Todd Young is not going to win this one by 70 to 28 margin. That is what he's leading right now. What we are looking at is the Secretary of State race in Indiana. This is one where the Republican nominee is very, very flawed, and Democrats were hoping to pick it off. In our ratings, which were done by Zach Solomon, this was placed at likely Republican out of an abundance of caution. Right now, Morales is only underperforming Todd Young by Todd Young's winning again 70 to 27. Morales is winning 65 to 31. A 6-point underperformance would not be enough to flip the state. Again,
wait, no, Eric, you got that mixed up. He's up 70-28, but Morales is 65-31.
Right. Yep.
That's more like a
regardless. Yeah.
That's more like a like 6 plus 3 plus something. That's more like a 9 or 10 point underperformance.
Yes, but a 10-point underperformance in all likelihood would not be enough to flip this. Although, again, if we assume Todd Young's winning something like 62% of the vote, 65% of the vote, that could be. That being said, he is underperforming Todd Young, so we're going to keep an eye on this race. But this is probably not the margin you would need to actually flip the state, at least from what I would guess, just off of this. But this is one we're following. Again, Diego Morales has had a bunch of fairly substantial scandals, including, among other things, being fired from the Secretary of State's office, being a Stop the Steal person, and also potentially committing a felony by voting in the wrong precinct. So, yes, again, this is Indiana. This is a very red state. He's about as bad as a candidate as you can get in a very red state.
When you get fired from the office, so you decide, okay, I want to run the office.
What type of energy is that?
I see someone in the question asking about the Indiana 1st Congressional District. This is a very competitive race that we're watching tonight, but we do want to remind folks, polls do not close in that part of Indiana until 7 p.m. Those are seats that are technically in the central time zone, that part of Gary and that northwestern corridor of Indiana. Those are in the central time zone. That means that in our time here, they do not close until 7 p.m. Eastern time here on our side. This is, though, we've seen this in Indiana before. Indiana relatively counts pretty quickly. So on that Secretary of State's race, we should see results pretty quickly coming in tonight.
Yeah, and it's worth noting there's been barely any polls out of Indiana. 1, because Indiana is not a competitive state, and 2, because the state of Indiana has effectively banned polling. So there's a number of reasons why we've not seen anything, even though this race could be potentially competitive. They make it very, very difficult to legally conduct a poll.
I'm sorry, what?
They have rules in place against robocalling and telemarketing, and they basically make it very, very difficult to actually poll. Again, they haven't banned it on speech grounds. They just have rules that make it very, very difficult to poll. That's why there were not a lot of polls in 2018, for example, in a very competitive Senate race that did see Republicans flip that state. We did not see a ton of polls from it. It's just not an easy state to poll, not for any geographic reason, but because of other reasons here.
I gotta say, my pet peeve is when states like Indiana, they keep dropping results from counties, but they don't tell us what results they are, and B, none of them are fully reporting. It's like a bunch of counties with like 30% in. Like that does nothing for me. That does nothing for me.
Yep.
I can't do any analysis with that. We can drop more results. Give me a fully reporting county, just one.
I do want to talk about Indiana's first for a little bit, since we got a question about it. That race is one that is near to me. I've been following that one for a long time. I think one of my first articles for Elections Daily was on this race. And this is a district that Obama won by 24 points in 2012. And then 8 years later, Biden only won it by a little over than 8 points. And if you were of the belief that educational polarization is continuing to happen, the non-college educated are drifting towards Republicans, then this on paper should be a key seat for Republicans to target. and they got a great candidate in Jennifer Ruth Green, who has out fundraised the incumbent Frank Mrvan, and also the big population center of Gary, Indiana, which has been the Democratic stronghold for this district for the longest time, has continuously lost population as the years go on. So depending on how many voters they lost between last cycle and now, that could be a decision maker.
Yeah, and for context here on Gary is genuinely, like, as far as cities go, it's one of the biggest examples of industrial decline in the United States. This is a city that at its peak in 1960 census had 178,000 people. It is now down to 69,000 people. That is a tragic decline in population, and it's had an impact on the economy of the city of Gary and an impact on the region. But it's also been showing in voting trends and in places like this. It's not just the educational polarization here. It's also the fact that this center is declining in population, and among Black voters that are still there, they're not voting like it was in 2012. It's a bunch of specific issues that make a place like this more competitive, certainly right now. But in 8 years, it's very easy to see this as a district wherein by the end of the cycle, by the time the next redistricting comes around, it's very possible to see this as a district where Republicans have a pretty firm grip on if these trends continue to hold. I do want to mention real quick, though, before we get back into anything, exit poll from Georgia. I do not want to talk about exit polls. I am talking about this one because I think it's funny. 2 questions from NBC. Does candidate show good judgment? Warnock, 33% yes, 64% no. Warnock, 51% yes, 46% no. Is candidate
Wait, you said
too extreme?
Warnock twice.
No, sorry, Walker, 33%.
Oh, okay.
People think Warnock exercises better judgment than Walker. Is candidate too extreme? Only Warnock, 44%. Only Walker, 39%. Neither 9%, both 5%. In other words, as someone in the comments on the tweet said, voters think Walker expresses bad judgment, but also that Raphael Warnock is a radical liberal. I find this very funny. That's the only reason I'm spreading this.
That's a good one.
Kelly Loeffler's message worked just 2 years too late.
It's rising from the grave.
That honestly, though, that 64% number is really bad for Walker.
It's very bad. It's very not good.
You're telling wait, gentlemen, you're telling me that the people do not trust a guy who has been caught lying about paying for someone's abortion 3 times in this whole campaign and refusing to admit to it. You're telling me that people do not trust that man?
Don't forget the sheriff.
I thought you were just going to say everything.
Don't forget the sheriff badge. The sheriff badge is pretty good too.
The sheriff badge was great.
The sheriff's badge is just the name at this point, I think. I don't know if that's really meaningful for anything. It's just funny.
Well, I don't know. I think going on a debate stage and showing off the equivalent of a toy sheriff's badge is not the epitome of good judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, let's talk about this race a little bit. It's been very nasty, and the big revelation was that Herschel Walker secretly paid some women from his past life to get abortions, and he claims to be pro-life. And then he also had all these scandals about his mental health problems where he's threatened to kill people before. So he's had some bumps in the road towards this journey to Election Day. And what was really interesting was his response when all this abortion stuff started coming out. He released a TV ad where he basically is a direct to camera with this, somber music playing in the background. And he doesn't mention the scandal exactly. He just has a vague, I was lost, but now I'm found. I was saved by the grace of God. And now I'm here to, take what I learned from that experience and move conservative values in the Senate. And honestly, I think it might be working. I don't know if this strategy could work in any other swing state, but with Georgia, where a lot of it just depends on the base turnout, framing this as a I was lost, but now I'm saved framework is probably a great reason for why so many evangelicals love Herschel Walker. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I just think, evangelicals like Herschel Walker because they're mostly Republicans. I mean, I think like obviously, I mean, like, yeah, like, I mean, what are they going to do? Vote for the Democrat? Like, you know, like they don't really have a choice in this one. I do think probably some of those voters are the voters who are saying they think Warnock is extreme, but you know, Walker has exercised poor judgment. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a substantial portion of religious evangelicals there. I mean, what else is Walker going to say though? Right. I mean, he's going to say, what's he going to say? Like, I have no regrets. Like I'd pay for it again. I don't, you know, like, I mean, he's
No, what he says is, I'm still doing it.
yeah, I'm still doing it. Yeah. I mean, like he's got to say,
maybe what he says is that this time I have learned to pay for it in cash and not buy a check.
Yeah, my Venmo page is no longer public, guys.
Yeah, like again, if you're pro tip for everyone. First one is, if I were a campaign consultant, I would have two pieces of advice. One, delete all your tweets. I don't care what they are, delete all of them beforehand. Get rid of them. They're all gone. The second one, if you're gonna do something that undercuts your public message or is potentially illegal, not saying this is illegal, but it undercuts his message, do not record it. Do not keep a receipt of it. Do not let anyone else keep a receipt of it. Do not make it public, and certainly do not put it in Venmo.
Don't send a greeting card confessional.
I suspect in the next 20 years, at some point, we will have a Gen X politician who gets involved in a scandal because their Venmo is public. I am not making this up. I think this will happen.
This happened to Matt Gaetz.
Didn't this already happen to like both Matt Gaetz and Madison Cawthorn?
Yeah,
yes.
This happened to Matt Gaetz.
Yes.
Because he was Venmoing. He was accused of sleeping with underage prostitutes, and then he had a Venmo to an underage something. He had like a Venmo
to a guy who was connected to the selling of the
yeah.
Which is
terrible. Madison Cawthorns were just bizarre.
Weren't Cawthorns like thousands of dollars over Venmo to like his cousin who, you know, there were some questionable videos of him with? Wasn't that the whole thing?
Yeah, Cawthorn was.
That was a dark time. That was an underrated bad time for American politics, right there.
That Madison Cawthorn is gone. He cannot hurt you anymore. He's gone.
Madison Cawthorn will be back. Remember, he said Dark MAGA will rise again.
I forgot about the Dark MAGAs.
Everyone forgets about the Dark MAGAs.
The Dark MAGA.
It's like Guam Mania. You'd never expect it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of, let's just mention Guam real quick because I'm sure some of you read it. Yes, Guam, their delegate race has flipped for the first time since 1990. Apparently, there was a scandal with the previous delegate who retired to run for governor and then was caught in some sort of fairly major scandal. As a result, even though Democrats won the gubernatorial race in Guam by 11 percentage points and gained a seat in the legislature, the 15-member unicameral legislature, they did flip the delegate office by 5 percentage points. This means Republicans now have 3 delegates to Congress, assuming that not assuming, because American Samoa's Republican is uncontested. They have delegates now in American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and Guam. Democrats have them in D.C., Northern Mariana Islands, and U.S. Virgin Islands. What do delegates do? They do basically everything except vote. They can vote in committees. If Democrats control Congress, they can vote in the committee of the whole. I'll be interested to see if Republicans get rid of that again if they do take back the House like we expect. In the past, Republicans have very much disliked that rule because it allows Democrats to inflate numbers on competitive votes, is what they argue. So if they have like 5 delegates and Republicans have 1, it makes a vote that's, say, decided by 3 votes, a vote that's decided instead by 7 votes. Republicans have removed them for that reason. However, with them now having an even number of delegates, I'd be interested to see if they get rid of it this time because, frankly, they have no reason to other than just not liking delegates for some reason, which would seem increasingly unlikely.
Question. Why allow them to do everything but vote? That seems like an odd distinction. We're going to let them vote in a committee, but not when it comes to the floor?
Because the Constitution says only representatives from the states can vote, and these are not states.
Sure, but why let them do... I think they should be able to do the other things. I think they should get statehood, but...
I would agree. Again, you'd need a constitutional amendment for that. That's what it would require.
It's just a weird line to it's a weird thing to let them do 90% of it.
Yeah. Well, again, there's less than 3.5 million Americans living in a territory. The vast majority of those live in Puerto Rico. The vast majority of the rest live in Guam. Puerto Rico is an entirely different culture with their own political culture and situation over there. Guam is on the other side of the ocean. It is closer to Japan than Hawaii is, for reference here. It's legitimately Japanese people will go to Guam instead of Hawaii because it's half of the trip. It is on the other. It is very, very far away from the United States. So as far as things go, whether or not 180,000 people in Guam can vote in congressional races is not anyone's concern. What they can do, though, is they can vote in committees, they can introduce bills, debate, franking privileges, all that sort of stuff. They just can't vote on the floor. They can vote in the committee of the whole right now, but also, on the other hand, if their vote decides a vote in the committee of the whole, they redo the vote. Again, this has been literally a pointless fight from Democrats and Republicans over the last 3 decades. Democrats say they can vote in the committee of the whole, but your vote doesn't matter if it actually means anything. Republicans are like, no, you cannot vote in the committee of the whole because you make Democratic votes look bigger. It makes no sense. I don't know why this is a debate, but this has been a thing since the 90s. Every time Congress flips, it flips. In theory, yes, Guam in theory should support statehood. I know there's been some discussion about it on presidential debate stages. 180,000 people is a bit small. I've made the case if you combine them with the Northern Mariana Islands, which is part of the same island chain, that would put it at about 250,000 people. That would, one, make the state more Republican and make Republicans more amenable to voting for Guam statehood. But it would also, 250,000 is a lot better than 180,000. When you consider the fact that Democrats already argue the Senate is skewed towards smaller states, again, you would need votes from the population. It's pretty far removed. The main use to the United States is basically as a military base. The economy in Guam is essentially tourism and the military. There are reasons why it's not been the case. Puerto Rico, that's an entirely different story. Guam is on the verge of what you consider large enough to be a state. It just depends on how you look at it. Yeah, American Samoa does not want to be a state. American Samoa is weird. I'm going to stop the territories right here because I can talk all day about territories. American Samoans are not citizens. They are nationals. They do not have the same rights as citizens, but they can travel in the United States. On the face of it, this may sound terrible. They are not citizens. On the other hand, what this means is the federal government can't come in and say, you can no longer apply your land laws. American Samoa has communal land laws that are very, very restrictive to foreigners, which are pretty patently unconstitutional and against federal law in a lot of respects. But since they're not citizens, it's not a big deal. If they became citizens, if they pursued statehood, those laws would go away. And that'd be a pretty substantial culture shock for a lot of the islands. Again, that's all I will say about it. American Samoa does not really want statehood. That is a whole different thing. But yeah, we got 15 minutes left, almost 17 minutes until 7 o'clock. Polls will close in a lot of states, including Indiana, including Kentucky. We'll get the first of our real competitive races here. Again, if you want to look at our big map over here of these races, go ahead and show you right over here. The timer. Indiana, Kentucky will close, along with Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Vermont. Only part of Florida, of course. The part of Florida that's the panhandle, you'll notice, basically adjacent to Alabama, the part of Florida that should be Alabama, closes at 8 o'clock time. Now, on the one hand, this is normally a problem for Florida. In the past, people have called Florida too early while the panhandle is still voting. We can fairly safely say that the panhandle will not have any say in the influence of this election. We do not think panhandle votes will be deciding this election here. So the results will probably be much of a foregone conclusion to a degree when that happens. The other states, though, do have some important races. Even Vermont. Vermont has a Republican governor running for re-election in a safe Republican race. We want to see how that race goes. And there's also the Vermont lieutenant governor race, which we think could be reasonably competitive within the realm of 10 to 15 points. David Zuckerman, who got utterly demolished by Phil Scott in 2020. We're talking a 70 to 27 defeat, I'm pretty sure. He only won a handful of towns, and there's literally hundreds of them in Vermont. So that's pretty bad. He's running for lieutenant governor again against a Republican. He underperformed last time. And in 2020, Republicans actually got within, I believe, 6 points of retaining that office from Phil Scott, or rather flipping that office. So even Vermont has an interesting race to look at here. But we're just kind of waiting right now until we see what's going on.
Yeah, Kentucky's dropping its early in person, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, but again, you have to wait because because the split in voting methods makes it so you can't actually analyze when the county drops. It's early in person. So like, fantastic. I guess we're just all going to sit around and wait for
Hooray
these
for partisan
Actually,
voting methods.
actually,
Truly
we
the
have
sign
time.
of a healthy democracy, everyone.
What?
God
Do
bless
we
the
want to
United States of
reveal?
America.
Do we want to start revealing our live mapping, what our live mapping is going to look like, and when you get started on that? Because we do have some time. We have 15 minutes until these are closing. Do you want to? Because we have advertised this. So CRAS throughout the night will be live mapping elections. We have swing results that we can easily go through. No other outlet is doing this as far as we know. We're pretty excited about it on the whole. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. We got to wait for results.
We'll wait a little bit
yes.
to reveal it. Yeah, so we'll wait a little bit. But we are going to do some live mapping with some swing results. We're really excited about it. We were doing this in 2020 before we got banned from Twitter, and then I was posting them on my account. But it'll be great. I think it's a really easy, quick way to see how the elections are shaking out. And of course, we're hoping that you can just look at our feed and you'll get maps, live maps. You won't have to click on a race on the New York Times or navigate to it. We'll be doing Senate and governor along with Schiff. So we're really excited about that.
Yeah, and again, this is something that's going to differentiate us from other election forecasters, election result shows that you may see going around. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Another thing I want to go over here before we get started. Obviously, we got some of these states coming up. We got some interesting elections. What are some races we're going to be really paying attention to, aside from Indiana one? What are some specific races we should be looking at a congressional level or at a statewide level from these new states that are opening up?
There's three major, well, two, you could argue 2, 3, depends on who you're talking to, but there's at least 2 major races in Virginia that we expect to be quick and we expect to be big tonight. The 2 big ones, of course, the 2nd District based around Virginia Beach and Southeast Virginia, and the 7th District, which takes in Northern Virginia suburbs, exurbs, and some parts then of the Piedmont area, which is basically central Virginia. This is going to be an interesting race in the 2nd District. We have that rated as leans Republican. It's hard for us to see Elaine Luria coming out with a victory here. There's a lot of reasons for it. I'll give you guys the quick rundown right now. The big deal is because of redistricting. If you look at Elaine Luria's victories in 2018 and 2020, her margin of victory across the district was basically decided by the margin of victory in Virginia Beach. With the new district, Virginia Beach no longer controls the district-wide margin. The district lost blue parts of Norfolk, of Hampton City, as well as the deep blue College City of Williamsburg. That adds up to about nearly I would say almost 20,000 vote loss there for Democrats from the 2020 elections right there. 19 to 20,000 votes right now for Luria. Instead, while they also lost deep red Pocosin County and relatively red county of York County, the only parts from the old district that stayed in are the 2 Eastern Shore counties, Accomack and Northampton, along with Virginia Beach. This district now goes to the west. It takes in the more white, the more Republican parts of South Chesapeake City, while the more northern half goes into the necessary 3rd District, which needs to be at least near 50% African American, as cited by the courts. And it also goes into Suffolk, Isle of Wight, Franklin City, and then takes in parts of Southampton. This was the big deal. It dropped this from a nearly Biden plus 6 seat. It was about Biden plus 5.8. It's now only a Biden plus 2. It's going to be really interesting to see. Luria to win would basically have to match Biden and Virginia Beach, because the news coming out of Accomack and Suffolk, in that part of Chesapeake and Isle of Wight, does not seem to be particularly good news for her. So again, the fact of the matter is she can't just rely on a winning Virginia Beach anymore. She loses some pretty reliable deep blue voters, highly educated white voters in Hampton, Norfolk, and Williamsburg. Suffolk County is the other kind of Democratic area here, but those voters are not necessarily as solid as the ones would be in Hampton and Norfolk, in the parts that were in that district. So it's Luria really did lose a whole lot more than I think people gave it credit to in the redistricting period. Then to the 7th District, this is basically the tale of 2 areas. You have the deep blue part of Prince William County, eastern Prince William County, that runs a good lot of the district. It's almost a half of the district in terms of population. And then you get down to the only other real deep blue part of this district, though, is Fredericksburg City, relatively small. It's less than 30,000 people, independent city in between Stafford and Spotsylvania counties. Stafford and Spotsylvania are going to be real two here. If Leslie Vega can come close to matching Glenn Youngkin, she doesn't have to totally match Youngkin, but if she can beat Donald Trump's margins in 2020 in those two counties and come close to the Glenn Youngkin's margins, that probably means that Leslie Vega has won that seat. We will have been wrong. We think, though, that Abigail Spanberger will hang on in this race, albeit narrowly. I still think Spanberger probably has by about a point and a half. But this is going to be a tight race. Republicans are confident, from what I've heard on the ground. The Republicans are growing in confidence in both seats and are growing in confidence that the 10th district is going to be a close night here as well. In Northern Virginia, this Loudoun County-based seat, that's also massive swings. From the presidential race to the gubernatorial race. I do want to point out, though, that seat was still not won by Glenn Youngkin. We rate that as likely Democratic. Even to the Republicans I've talked to, it's very unlikely for them to see that Hung Cao, the Republican candidate there, comes out on top, but they do think that 10th district could be in for a closer than expected margin than maybe what we were going into tonight thinking it would be.
I mean,
I'm absolutely dying at all these counties reporting 25% of their vote. It's just like it's breaking me in half. Been sitting here for an hour and like,
yeah, if Virginia 10 is going even marginally more Republican than I think expected, Democrats should really be worried. That's a Biden plus 20 seat. You don't want to see that going anywhere close to competitive.
Yeah. It'll be a substantial problem. Well, let's just put it that way.
I do want to point out this is still extremely early, and we just had a big Democrat vote dump in the state of Kentucky. But right now, the abortion referendum is actually doing about 20 points better than Charles Booker, the Democratic candidate. So it looks like there's a lot of, or at least a decent amount of pro-life or voters who voted for Rand Paul and voted for a Republican ticket, but who were voting against this amendment to ban abortion. So that's pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, doing 20 points better than Booker does not make a majority at all. Yeah, that's not great for them.
yeah, but that's borderline. I mean, like that's like close though. Like yeah, that's kind of uncertain how that'll come out, especially if the overperformance, like it's 20% right now, but it's super early. There's a question about like maybe it'll be, maybe it will get even bigger. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're really just kind of running on this right now, folks. It's 7 minutes until polls close in Virginia, Georgia, Florida, most of Florida, South Carolina, Vermont, and of course the final poll closing in Kentucky and Indiana. I'm going to want to pass it over to my good friend Dylan here. Dylan, Georgia. That's been a story throughout this whole race. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts here on Georgia? What are some kind of key benchmark counties that people should be looking for here in Georgia to tell them how these races are going?
So, I mean, I'm not great with the counties like you guys are, but I tend to think that, look, I've heard a lot of people saying, Walker might get over the 50% line. I don't see it. I think this is very clearly a runoff. And I expect Warnock to do reasonably well. The black turnout was pretty good in the early vote, like 29%. That's, I think, in the realm of competitiveness, unless you believe those polls showing Walker getting 22% of the black vote. But if you don't, 30% black turnout seems to lead to a pretty competitive race, and I don't think Walker gets over 50% with that kind of turnout.
Weird question. Does anyone know what the turnout in the city of Milwaukee was in 2018 off the top of their head? Just kidding.
Why would I know
It was
that off the top?
just
Off the
kidding. I
top
found
of
it
our
at 70.
heads.
Off the top of
Just
our
kidding.
head, sir.
I found it at
Congrats.
74%. I'm only asking because I saw a tweet where apparently the Milwaukee city, it's a city, Milwaukee city election office said turnout looking about 2018, 70 to 75%. And they're gonna finish their counting by 10 to 11 p.m. tonight.
Hooray! No 3 p.m. Milwaukee ballot. No 3 a.m.
They've already processed over half their mail ballots.
Ballot. Done. That's good.
Yeah. So
there's a story here from last in 2020, folks. I had to go to Kraz's apartment in College Park because George Mason's local Wi-Fi is pretty bad. So it would have been pretty impossible for me to stream that night. And me, Kraz, and his buddy were up at around 3 a.m. continually refreshing the New York Times as to wait and see where the Milwaukee ballot jump had come on here. And as we expected, it was pretty heavily Democratic. And
I remember that was super. It was like super intense because we heard first there was a batch of votes in Milwaukee, and we're like, I think all of us were like, oh, not enough to get Biden over the edge. Oh yeah, well, what's up, Eric?
Just want to mention real quick, apparently the Republican Party, Ronna McDaniel has announced on Twitter, Republican RNC has joined a coalition to file a motion to extend poll hours in Maricopa County. They're arguing that and they want to expand it because of the issue the voting locations have been having. Obviously, we don't know what this is going on. I will say it's unusual for Republicans to be arguing for the polls to stay open longer, but there have been a lot of issues going on in Maricopa County, so it makes sense that they would do this. I just figured I'd mention that because I did see this on Twitter. Fairly important news here that could impact our ability to discuss the Arizona results if those polls do actually have this motion to extend and it goes through faster. This could impact our ability to analyze this race when Arizona polls close. I do want to mention one other thing, which is that if we look again, we talked about the Indiana statewide races. Todd Young currently leads Tom McDermott, the Democrat, by 15.5 points. This is according to the New York Times. There's been some issues with DDHQ loading the data. He's leading by about 15.5 percentage points. Morales is only leading Destiny Wells by about 8 percentage points. So it is a smaller margin. At this point, that's not enough to flip the race, but it's enough to put that in that 10-point margin that would justify our likely rating that we had for this race. Again, from Zach Sullivan, who handles our Secretary of State, Attorney General stuff. He wrote an article about this race. If you want to go back at it, it's on our website. Very easy to find. It's one of our most recent articles. But yeah, other than that, we have about 2 minutes left now until we have these additional polls closing. These polls will be closing across some of the East Coast and some of the other states along that region. We've got Vermont, Kentucky, and Indiana finalizing their polls closing. We've got Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. Granted, most of these do not necessarily have what we consider competitive races, but they will be interesting to see, particularly for the margins, and there are some races that are worth following in all of these states for the most part.
Here we go, I guess. This, folks, is where the night really starts. This is where the night really starts, where it's really going to get fun here. Buckle up. Here we go. It's time for election night 2022 to really kick up.
Yep. It has been one wild cycle. I feel like we have seen so many unconventional candidates, unconventional messages, strategies, and it's all finally here. It kind of feels surreal.
My heart is going at like a mile a minute. This is far too much of a nerd to not be.
Yeah, I was gonna say y'all are nerds.
What's that? What was that? I didn't even hear Dylan. What was that, Dylan?
I said I was gonna say y'all are nerds.
This is the political Super Bowl.
Hooray!
No,
I like both. I love the political Super Bowl and the actual Super Bowl. You know.
Yeah, well, the actual Super Bowl is not like you're not sitting around waiting for
Exactly. You actually get to see it happen. You know, and also my team hasn't played in it since I was like 10. So, you know.
All righty. Polls have closed. It has hit 7 o'clock. Polls have closed in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and most of Florida. As you can see with our ticker across the bottom.
Dylan, Eric.
So when are we going to get? Wait, let's do a prop bet. When are we going to get the first Florida results? Number one, and number two, is will Ron DeSantis and/or Marco Rubio be leading in the initial ballot drop for Miami-Dade?
I believe Joe has a projection here.
We do have a projection here in the United States Senate. Decision Desk HQ has now projected, unsurprisingly, that Rand Paul has won re-election to the United States Senate in Kentucky. Very unsurprising result. Charles Booker, a candidate who garnered a lot of online hype, no sir, no see. And as well, in another incredibly unsurprising result, Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene has won re-election.
I'm sorry. Did DDHQ...
the nearly $20 million burned by the Marcus Flowers campaign have all gone to naught.
Are you sure it's not a mistake? Are you sure?
Yeah. I appreciate DDHQ calling. I appreciate DDHQ calling the grifters races first.
Yes, in Vermont, DDHQ has now called it for Peter Welch. Unsurprisingly, Peter Welch will replace Patrick Leahy, unsurprisingly. And in South Carolina, an early call, but an expected call. Tim Scott has won re-election to the United States Senate. Tim Scott, a candidate, a senator who says this will be his last go-round in the United States Senate, but someone who will be highly rumored, not just potentially for vice president in 2024, but if he is passed over this cycle, who will be expected to run for president in 2028 if Republicans have an open ballot seat. That's what I've got so far, gentlemen. That's what I've got.
Yep.
One thing that is depressing for Democrats and Republicans is that Marcus Flowers, running in this Trump plus 50 whatever district, has raised more money than our competitive Senate nominee in Arizona. So that's just a stab in the heart for both parties.
And the fact that he's competitive just shows how the environment is.
Yep, there you go. Yeah. Also, that being said, we also have our Republican Senate nominee in Washington has raised more than Blake Masters in the toss-up state of Arizona. So I guess when you are given a super PAC with $20 million, it kind of hinders your fundraising abilities a little bit.
Shocker.
We are now waiting for this is very interesting, folks. I know we've talked about the exit polls. We don't want to give them too much grant, but according to CNN, a CNN exit poll shows Herschel Walker with 51% of the vote, Raphael Warnock with 48% of the vote, according to a CNN exit poll of Georgia, as those polls have closed down in the state. Remember, polls have now closed in the key states of Virginia, Georgia, and about 90% of the state of Florida. Those are the three states we will be heavily watching right now. But otherwise, here we go, folks. It is off and running.
How accurate was their exit polling in 2021, I guess?
I don't remember, Dylan.
No idea.
That was a long time ago for me. It was a much different time. I was in a different apartment. I think I had a different tie on. I had a nicer suit. I have a newer suit now. I have this nice new black suit. It's very nice. It fits me a lot better. I like it a lot. But I can't say I remember, Dylan, because I think I was out and about that day with all
exit polls are just tough. They're not like I guess you'd rather be up than behind, but frankly, early exit polls especially are just they have to reweight them. They have to it takes weeks or even months before you have a good exit poll.
Yeah.
We are still, of course, waiting for those first results to come in from a lot of these key states here. We're, of course, waiting for those first results to drop. We'll see in Virginia specifically. We'll see whether it's the early vote or if it's the in-person vote that we start seeing the drop first.
When do we get our first drops from Florida, Florida mail drops? Oh, we have a drop from Richmond County.
Drop from Georgia.
Yep, Richmond County, Georgia, which has Augusta. This is the mail-in vote for sure.
Yep.
No, it's too much to be the mail-in. Maybe it's early. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a portion of it. It's 75-25 Warnock. It's some kind of early vote. I don't think it's the full early vote because I think it's too little of the vote to be the full early vote, but it's some kind of early vote.
And it does show Herschel Walker, as expected, running slightly behind Brian Kemp by about 2.5 points. So we'll just continue to see how large of a gap there ends up being between the Kemp and the Herschel numbers.
That will be a key story throughout the night. That is for sure.
Yep, according to the CNN exit poll, or no, this is a different exit poll.
Oh, apparently, or the Miami-Dade may have dropped.
Oh God. Oh boy.
Ron DeSantis.
Democrats, you're going to want to take a seat.
Ron DeSantis is up by 8 points in the early drop in Miami-Dade, along with Marco Rubio. Both candidates are currently up in Miami-Dade.
Keep on being you, Florida. Keep on being you.
Yeah, and currently still, I see somebody in the chat asking, currently still no results from our competitive congressional districts in Indiana or Virginia. But
I have not seen anything in Virginia yet, no.
And we will update you as soon as we see something.
Yeah, All
right. In fairness, according to something someone sent me, the mail-in votes in Miami-Dade are only partially reported. So this will narrow a little bit, but there's no election day in this. So, like,
yeah, I mean, I don't see a lot of good news here if you're a Democrat.
Wow. Well, we were shocked by Miami-Dade in 2020. We are shocked again in 2022.
Also, back to Georgia, CNN really needs to fix its layout for their old exit polls because I'm getting every bit of information from their exit poll except the top line, which is all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to point out Ron DeSantis is only outrunning Marco Rubio and Dade in the early vote by about a point. There was some talk late that maybe DeSantis would outperform Rubio by a decent enough margin. I'm not with that early drop right now. Not necessarily really seeing that in these results.
And again, we kept this into account when we moved Florida from both Florida races to safe Republican. We did, most outlets did not do that immediately, but we are one of those who did. Yeah, it's a very marginal overperformance for Demings compared to Christ. It's not substantial at all.
I honestly thought it would be more.
Yeah. Can you believe it, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I feel like that's the difference between this year and last year is that this year we can believe this a little bit more than the big drops that we had last year. I think that might be
I think 2018 and 2020 scarred us.
I think it scarred you. I was just laughing all the time, sir. I wasn't scarred. I was just laughing on the floor, really.
See, 2020 both scarred me and made me laugh. 2018 was just like, what is this?
Yeah, it's substantial. I mean, about the best news you can get here is that Chris is in fact winning Alachua County by a very large margin. That's basically it. Pinellas County in particular, 62% of the vote in, according to CNN. He's up by about 2%. Not great. Not great at all. This is very not good.
Are Florida Democrats going to fire everybody yet?
I thought they already fired everyone.
Again,
Yeah,
I mean, like
again, more.
I mean,
They're just going to
just,
rehire them and fire them again. Like,
Fire them harder. It obviously didn't take.
All right, we may have some additional results coming in. I'm going to take a look here at Georgia, see if we've got anything from the state of Georgia.
Wait, Eric, question. When do North Carolina results start coming in?
7:30, but again, 8:30 will be the time they come in for those 3 counties that I was talking about.
So just with the other, like we'll get like a Mecklenburg County early vote drop like right after.
Yes, we'll get early vote drop basically everywhere at 7:30 pretty much, or around 7:30. Because North Carolina is very good at running elections. Not to brag or anything, we do a pretty good job.
Another big one. Rubio wins the early vote drop in Duval County as well.
Oh, wow.
Boy. Oof. Yeah. Fulton County. All right. We have Fulton County early results according to CNN Politics. These are the 63% of the voters. So, and they're estimating Abrams up 71-28 over Kemp in Fulton County. For comparison here, and I'm going to try to find the Senate race. I believe this is an underperformance of about 4% from Raphael Warnock, if I'm reading this data correctly. Yeah, in Fulton County. So in Fulton County, which is a home to Atlanta, Raphael Warnock is ahead 75-23. For that same comparison, again, this is just for Fulton County. Again, switching back over here because CNN's website is a bit unfortunate. This lead is much smaller for Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams is leading Fulton County with only 71.2% of the vote to 28.4% for Brian Kemp. So Brian Kemp is pretty substantially outperforming. Brian Kemp is outperforming Herschel Walker in Fulton County. Long and short.
I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised by that. The gap's what, 4%?
Mm-hmm.
More?
Either I'm seeing 4%. I'm seeing some saying 7%. I'm hearing variable things so far.
I mean, if it's a 4% gap, okay, Walker might be over the line. If it's a 7% gap, I don't see Walker getting over the line.
This is just for Fulton County, though. Keep in mind, Fulton is basically Brian Kemp bread and butter. Again, Fulton has a lot of North Fulton, which used to be very Republican. Brian Kemp is expected to perform much better in these areas. Wealthy, white, suburban voters than Herschel Walker would be expected to perform in those areas.
Yeah, and I was about to say something, but it's in the group chat, so.
Mm-hmm.
So I also want to point out that with that early vote drop in Miami-Dade, the Times are saying that there is 78% reported in the 27th district in Florida. This is one where some Democrats were hopeful that Annette Taddeo was putting it on the board. Maria Elvira Salazar is up 12 points, 56-44 right now, with 78% of the vote in right there. Estimated 78% of the vote according to the Times. That's just the early drop in Miami-Dade. So that kind of tells you how that stuff's going right now in Miami-Dade here for these guys. It is not a party. It is not a party in Florida, at least. At the very least, in Florida, a wed rave is hitting, and it is hitting true.
There's also no Florida Democratic Party either.
Yeah.
It's also looking true, like, sir, but I still want to point it out.
Yeah, again, just looking at it here, Broward County, Charlie Crist is up 62-37 in the early vote here. But again, that's not great for Broward County in particular.
I was going to say
the numbers are pretty
really underwhelming.
Yeah, a lot of problems here. This is
Ladies
not
and
looking very
gentlemen,
good.
I have some. Excuse me, I hate to interrupt here, but we have some election day results from Virginia 7th Congressional District. Some election day results from Culpeper and Orange County here. Thanks to our friends at Virginia Public Access Project, one of the leading providers of Virginia data. We're only using them for Virginia. It's the only time I will encourage people to go outside of the usual Times DDHQ that we do here. VPAP is very, very accurate with their results. Right now, early votes coming in. It's election day vote right now, but Vega up 67-30 to 32 in this first drop in Orange. He's up 73-26 in the first drop in Culpeper. over Abigail Spanberger. We still have not seen anything yet from the 2nd district, but the 10th district does interestingly have, it's quite literally one precinct from Fauquier County, though. Hung Cal, unsurprisingly, winning the election day vote there by a pretty wide margin. That was it. There you go. I figured that was fun to talk about. I'm looking at the times to see if the 2nd is reporting anything on the times, and I'm not seeing it.
Ooh, we're getting even more data in. Oh boy, 67% of the vote in Hillsborough County. Ron DeSantis is up by about a point over Charlie Crist in Hillsborough County. 67% of the vote in there. Yeah, Duval County, DeSantis is up 4% with 58% of votes in. Again, Volusia County. Party. Yeah. Nothing in from Seminole County, nothing in from Orange County, nothing in from Osceola County. Osceola is an interesting one to look at. I've been hearing some noise coming out of it. This is a county that Republicans used to win before 2008 fairly often. It has a high Hispanic population. This is one that could be on the radar for being a little bit closer than expected, but we don't expect the House there to be competitive. The House candidate Republicans have here is terrible against Darren Soto, and Darren Soto has a pretty firm lock on that seat. So we don't expect anything competitive at that level, but we would not be surprised if Osceola is pretty close.
Yeah, I'll also note, we're getting some preliminary results in Georgia. And in the early vote, Raphael Warnock is outrunning Stacey Abrams by by 8 points. Yeah.
Oh,
almost 8
God.
points. So that's actually kind of significant. I mean, yeah, because he's doing 3.6 points better than Abrams, and Walker is doing 4.6. Yeah, that's 8.2%. That's huge.
That's
so
brutal.
Walker better hope that Kemp was being underestimated, because if he's underrunning Kemp by 8.5%, that might be tough.
That's rough,
yeah,
buddy.
You don't underrun Kemp by 8.2% and get over 50% unless the polls were really off.
Yeah, or unless Kemp is winning by a much larger margin than any of us expected.
Right, which is what I mean when I say the polls were really off.
Yeah. Also, again, I want to clarify for people, it will look like Al Lawson is ahead in the congressional district until the panhandle drops. Do not send us messages about this. Al Lawson is not going to win. He's going to win the portion that's in the Eastern time zone by a pretty large margin, because that's Tallahassee. And then he's going to lose because the rest of the district votes for Republicans like it's Stalinist Russia. It's going to be basically it's going to be an immediate change in ratings there, or immediate change on the map. So do not think that the Tallahassee results are actually meaningful of anything here. It's a substantial problem. Al Lawson will not be winning this race. I just wanted to clarify this because I know there's someone somewhere who may be wondering why Al Lawson is winning this district right now.
Well, and it is a little confusing, to be fair to them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
we've got early results in from Orange County. This is very bad for Charlie Crist. Orange County, 65% of the votes in. Charlie Crist is ahead by 13%.
That
home to Orlando.
Deming's up by 17, which is her home county. So
yeah, it's her home county. This is a heavily Democratic county. Charlie Crist should not be winning this thing in early vote by 13 percentage points. He should be winning by much more. Another side, I do want to see how Palm Beach is going to show up. Palm Beach is one I've been wanting to look at. Red Palm Beach has kind of been a wet dream for Republicans since 2020. Looking at these numbers, it's somewhat possible. I am doubtful that it happens, but these numbers are very brutal. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it for Democrats. These results are very, very, very brutal, especially in places like Miami-Dade County.
But we also have, granted, limited results out of New Hampshire showing Maggie Hassan up big.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to point out that we've gotten our first results in Virginia's 2nd district. This is only 2% of the vote in the Virginia Beach area, but the first results in, Jen Kiggins is leading by 21 points over incumbent Democrat Elaine Loria.
Yeah, VPAP is not showing whether that's election day or early vote yet. So once I get that, I'll let you guys know on that. But I am not seeing whether or not that's election day or early vote. That'll be important. If that's early vote, that's certainly not a bad first drop though, there for Miss Kiggins by any means. Maybe.
Yeah, but again, I
don't
want to mention this again for people who are waiting for results on our website. DDHQ's API is having some issues right now. Their tracker is not working very well, so you'll probably want to go to, for the time being, somewhere like a New York Times, CNN, VPAP for your results from some of these states. We're waiting to kind of see if they can fix it. We also can't bring you any live maps until this is fixed. So we're basically just waiting on their end. This is out of our control. It's unfortunate, but you will probably have to look for the time being to some of those other websites. New York Times in particular, they do a really good job. There are worse places to follow an election at. They generally know what they are doing, and they do things pretty well. That would be my personal recommendation if you wanted to look at another website. Oh, we have more votes in from Pinellas County. 72% of the vote in. Ron DeSantis is up by 1% in Pinellas over Charlie Crist. He's still up also in Hillsborough County by about 0.8%, 67% of the votes in. Pretty brutal.
An absolute rout.
Yeah. Again, we expected this. This is a race that we had listed as safe. I will note that as of right now, Demings is overperforming DeSantis. She is currently winning Pinellas and Hillsborough counties, whereas Crist is losing them. But this is a very, very bad performance so far. Osceola early results in. Not good news if you're a Democrat. 65% of the votes in. Val Demings is up by 5 in Osceola County. And Ron DeSantis is actually up by 1%. Ron DeSantis is up in Osceola County, 65% of the votes in.
Fire everybody in the Florida Democratic Party. All of them.
Yeah, again, Osceola County. This is not a county. If you're Democrats, you should be losing. This is a pretty Democratic county. This is a rapidly growing county. It's got a lot of Hispanic voters. If you look at the last few elections, let's go back here. Quickly check Wikipedia for this. This is a county that Joe Biden won by 14 percentage points. This is not a county that Charlie Crist should be losing. This is not a county that Val Demings should be close in. It's a very, very rough situation. And I will mention there will be people on Twitter who do call Florida. As a policy, no major news outlet is going to call the state of Florida until 8 o'clock. Polls have not closed. 2000 basically taught everyone, do not call a race until the polls close. Doesn't matter if it's close. Doesn't matter if it's not close. The race will not be called. These races will not be called by a single major forecaster or news outlet until the polls have closed in all of the state. At that moment, they will immediately call it for DeSantis and for Rubio in all likelihood. But people will wait until then. This is pretty well established policy for all election forecasters.
Yeah.
Yep, DDHQ is also talking about that Jen Kiggins lead now. They have Kiggins up these early results in VA2, 20%. We don't know what these are coming from, but they are reporting this data. I'm going to go back to Georgia here because Georgia is the more interesting of the bunch right now. Is there anything out of South Carolina, actually? That's probably nothing interesting, but I do want to see how that Governor Martin is going to be for Henry McMaster. Oh, yeah, right now, scattering of results across the state. Raphael Warnock's up 65-33 over Walker. Stacey Abrams is only up 62-38 over Kemp with that same batch of votes. That's a substantial underperformance for Stacey Abrams. Let's go ahead and talk about that, actually, since we have some free time here. Why is Stacey Abrams performing so poorly? This is someone who had a rising star in the Democratic Party, nearly flipped the state in 2018, someone Democrats universally attribute with flipping the state in 2020, and someone who was seen apparently as a vice presidential contender or even a future presidential candidate. This is someone who went on Star Trek as the president of Earth, as a cameo. This is someone who they had sky-high hopes for, and it's looking like she's underperforming by a substantial margin here. Why is this the case? What changed from 2018 to 2022 with the same candidates in the same election?
Well, to put it clear, I think it's obviously Stacey Abrams has lost some of the shine that she had in 2018, but I believe that most of this is due to Brian Kemp. You know, he's done a great job governing Georgia. It seems like he gets overwhelming approval from Republicans. I mean, he had this brutal primary challenge against David Perdue, and he ended up winning by over 50 points. And obviously, everybody knows Trump was against Kemp in that primary, and it hasn't been the biggest fan of the governor for his actions over the 2020 election. But that probably actually helped Brian Kemp, because now in the general election, what is Stacey Abrams going to attack him on? He's obviously not a Trump cultist or a MAGA extremist or whatever term you like to use. And he has just really stayed on message. He's been very consistent with his time on the campaign trail. And Stacey Abrams, honestly, has just lost the shine. She might have been a great candidate during a blue wave year like 2018, but now that Brian Kemp is the incumbent and it's a red-leaning year, it's really hard to recreate that magic.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Brian Kemp's position of strength helps him, but I really think this is a story of Abrams just not running a good campaign. I think up until her debate performance, where she talked about the sheriffs, I kind of forgot she was running a campaign. And that's not good. I mean, look, whether you like Warnock or not, he's running a campaign. He's very clearly out there. Stacey Abrams just hasn't been. She started her campaign saying that Georgia was the worst state in the country. And hey, maybe you believe that, but you don't say that if you're running to represent the state.
And you don't say something that's so facially ridiculously untrue. I think most people would agree Georgia is not, in fact, the worst state to live in the country. This attack works better, Florida, oddly enough, in Oklahoma. It works in Oklahoma. Like Joey Hoffmeister's used it. It's a pretty good attack. Oklahoma is falling behind in a lot of metrics. It's an attack that works. Georgia, you can say a lot of things about Georgia. A state people don't want to live in is not one of them. People are flocking to Georgia.
Yeah, and I do think there were things to attack Brian Kemp on, but Stacey Abrams just doesn't seem to have done that. And I think that's the story here. I think she's just her heart wasn't in it this time.
Yeah, and what was that moment during their debate where Brian Kemp asked her why she didn't have the endorsement of any sheriff in the state? And she said something like, "Oh, sheriffs don't endorse me because I don't want to throw black people in prison like they do." Like, what kind of response is that?
Look, again, maybe you believe that, and maybe that's a fair belief, but you still don't say it.
No, it's not something you should say. It's certainly not something you should say. I do want to mention these early returns in South Carolina. Henry McMaster is only underrunning Tim Scott. Tim Scott's at about 65% of the vote. McMaster's about 63% of the vote. This race is not looking to be any more competitive than the Senate race here. A bit of a flip from Florida, where the governor is outperforming the senator, of course.
Well, I mean, I think Joe Cunningham was a slightly more credible candidate. I don't even know who's running against Tim Scott, frankly.
So Crystal Matthews, who faced a pretty major scandal early on in the campaign, she basically got disowned by the Democratic Party for saying she didn't want to represent white voters, which is not great.
Again, something you just don't say.
Yeah, let me look up the exact quotes. I don't want to misquote her, but what she said was like genuinely seen as like. So she got caught on video recording. She said, "My district is slightly Republican. It's heavily white. I'm no stranger to white people. I'm from a white town. And let me tell you one thing: you ought to know what you're dealing with. You got to treat them like shit. Like." Not something you say to your constituents. This basically got a vocal condemnation from the Democratic Party, understandably so. Not that this race is going to be competitive anyway. It is one of two in the country, I think, where both of the candidates are black, along with Georgia. Where both of the statewide candidates are Senate candidates. But yeah, she's not a good candidate. Very, very bad candidate, in fact. In a less polarized environment, she's probably losing a lot more votes than she would be normally. This is like Alvin Green levels of nonsense.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Joe Cunningham, who I think would largely be considered at least non-controversial, is only outrunning her by about 2%. Not great.
Folks, it is 7:30 p.m. Polls have closed in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. So 2 interesting states we're watching right there right now. North Carolina and Ohio, each with 2 key Senate races we're watching in the race between Ted Budd and Cherry Beasley in North Carolina, and the race between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance in Ohio. 2 key races excuse me, folks. 2 key races we're watching there tonight.
Yeah, and one side I will recommend to you.
I was
one
just
side I will
going to say
recommend real quick.
we also have a few congressional races in Ohio and North Carolina worth watching. North Carolina's 13th. I believe it's a Biden 1+2 district.
It is.
Bo Hines versus state senator, I believe, Wiley Nichols. And then the 3 in Ohio, Ohio's 1st, 9th, and 13th. All Biden won districts except for the 9th, which was redrawn to be about Trump +3. And the Republican there has had a few problems, but we still had that one in our N rating as lean R. I believe we had all 3 as lean R in Ohio and that North Carolina one. So those are 4 races that we will definitely be watching throughout the night.
And one thing I want to mention again, Joe recommended VPAP. I'm going to take the unusual step of recommending you follow an official state elections website. North Carolina State Board of Election, their election results come in. They are awesome, incredible resource. They split them up by in-person, by mail, by early vote. Incredible website. We have a great Board of Elections in the state that does their job very, very well. Go to the North Carolina State Board of Elections website if you want to see North Carolina results.
Yeah, they're great. I was able to find, like, before I went to go vote today, I was able to find sample ballots, look at my polling place. Like, it was easy, like, great Board of Elections, which is kind of funny because the governor's party gets a majority on the Board of Elections in every county. And so you would think that the State Board of Elections would be such a partisan slap fight, but it's actually not. It's
not.
A great Board of Elections.
Like, and for an example here, like, again, we had a race decided by under 1,000 votes in 2020, the Supreme Court Chief Justice race. There was an attempt by the Chief Justice, Cherry Beasley, to cherry pick ballots as to which ones she wanted to review that had been rejected absentee ballots. Not only did the State Board of Elections reject this, every single county board of elections in the state, which she appealed in, also rejected it. And those are also all 3-2 Democratic boards. Not to say the Democrats haven't done anything with the board that would be unusual, or Republicans, but by and large, North Carolina is a very, very well administered state election-wise, and you can find a lot of good stuff on that website. They do a very, very good job with reporting.
I do want to point out, this is interesting to me. There is a ballot amendment in the state of Vermont to prohibit slavery in the state constitution. And it currently 13% of voters have voted against that amendment. So.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, God. Voters.
Okay, so look, to be fair, there are some voters who will just, on principle, vote against any amendment. Hear me out. You could put a ballot initiative on the ballot saying the sky is blue, and like 20% of voters would vote against it. I'm not even making this up.
I'm looking for that drill tweet. You do not, under any circumstances, have to hand it to them, Eric.
No, I'm not saying you have to hand it to them. What I am saying,
Miller makes a good point there.
What I am saying is there are voters who will vote against any ballot initiative placed before them. Even something as non-controversial as banning slavery. You would think this would get like 99% of the vote.
Look, I know a voter who writes in on his ballot Jean-Luc Picard and Luke Skywalker every single election. I don't think they would vote that way on the slavery ballot.
But yeah, we're just waiting for additional results to come in. New York Times. Oh
so
boy,
it
this
looks
is
like
brutal.
even in Herschel Walker's home district, Kemp is outrunning him.
These Florida numbers, man, this is a bloodbath. I gotta go show you this. This is insane, and we should probably tweet this out. Right now, according to New York Times, Val Demings is up 13 points in Orange County, 92% of the vote in. That's not great. That's within the realm of normality. What's not within the realm of normality is that as of right now, with that same vote total, Charlie Crist is ahead of Ron DeSantis by 7 percentage points in Orange County. Again, is outright winning Osceola County, is outright winning Seminole County. Demings is winning Osceola County. She's losing Seminole County. There's nothing positive here if you're a Democrat. There's absolutely nothing. Oh,
Once again, fire everybody.
We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fully reporting county in the United States of America tonight.
Hooray!
Congratulations to Davies County, Indiana, one of the most heavily Republican in the state, to be the very first one reporting greater than 95% of its expected vote, according to the New York Times. Todd Young is winning it 82-15. It is casting about 7,000 votes. For comparison, so Todd Young is winning it by 67%. For comparison, in 2020, Trump won this district or this county by 62 points. So that means that Todd Young's doing about 5 points better than Trump in this heavily Republican county. And it cast about, let me see, about 12,000 votes, a little under. So it's running at about, give or take 60-ish% of its 2020.
Eric, I'm going to hate to interrupt you, Kraz, here, but I think it's Eric's time here because I believe a set of early numbers has dropped out of North Carolina.
Yep, we have early votes dropping. Yeah, we have early votes dropping in North Carolina right now. There's been about 18% of ballots cast have been reported, 1.3 million votes. Of those early votes, which I'm going to check just to make sure what type of vote these are, not all counties are reporting. Counties that are reporting, these are absentee one-stop and absentee by mail from the ones that are reporting. This includes Mecklenburg and Wake. Sherry Beasley is up in this batch of early votes by about 19 points, 58.7 to 39.6. This is in, again, with these early votes. This is a good chunk of the state. This is Mecklenburg County, for example, Cabarrus County, Wake County, Orange, Chapel Hill. Basically all the major urban counties except for Forsyth and Guilford counties are having these results in. To go over some of the other districts here, the first district, Don Davis is ahead over Sandy Smith by about 20 percentage or 19 percentage points, I should say. 18 in this first district. And in the 13th district with these early votes, Wiley Nichols up by about 29 percentage points with these early votes, again, because of the Wake County portion. Worth noting, again, with these early results, I'm going to check to see where these are coming from. This is basically, Jeff Jackson is with these Mecklenburg results is up by about 4 points more than Wiley Nickel right now. This is just pure urban results. No surprise.
Sorry.
Go right ahead.
I was gonna say New York Times is just dumping. It's just dumping. Apparently, it's about half the total early vote, so about 1.1 million of the 2.1 or 2.2 million early votes. And I assume this is some combination of mail and early in person. Although
it is. It looks to be more. It's not from all states. A lot of states have not reported any, or not from all counties, I should say. Not all counties have reported their votes in so far. So I'm trying to find a result here. It's pretty difficult with the way I have my iPad up over here. It looks to be absentee by mail and absentee one stop. Some absentee by mail and also absentee one stop. There's not. I don't know what percentage of this is in the counties. It looks like a very large chunk in these urban counties, though. Like this is almost 200,000 votes in Mecklenburg County so far. That's a lot of votes. Wake County, this is over 250,000 votes in Wake County. So I'd imagine this is pretty heavily skewing. That's where a lot of this is coming from, is what I would guess. I'm just going to have this kept open on the side on that Senate race because this is certainly one we want to follow. We have this rated as likely Republican. Oh, we got additional early. Let me see what the state Supreme Court races are. These are the other ones. These are the other ones that are worth watching, the judicial races here. 2 Supreme Court races up. Republicans need to flip one of them to take back the Supreme Court. If they do this, pretty much everything the Democrats have done in the last 2 months in the state of North Carolina is going to be overturned. Right now, Lucy Inman up 17 points and Sam Ervin up 19 points. That's pretty bad if you compare this to the Beasley numbers. Real quick, I'm going to go back to Beasley here. Like I said, with these totals, this is from a bunch of different areas reporting in the state. And Beasley is ahead in this batch of votes, 58-39. So some of these are underperforming Beasley, basically, which is not a good sign if you want to hold on to these, because, again, we expect Bud to win. We expect him to win by a decent margin. And if you're underperforming him, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I will say just an update on Herschel Walker. He's running behind Kemp by 4.5 points by percentage, and now like well over 8% by margin, which like I don't know, we can pass this around, but like I just don't think that's what he would want to see if he is hoping to win this without a runoff. Do we think Kemp gets 54.5% of the vote? Maybe that's like maybe, right? That's like really like that'd be like
that's his ceiling.
That'd be like a 10% win. So like
it's worth noting this is all early vote as well. 99%.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying the under running is like like that's the thing he has to worry about.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think a 10-point win is like the top of Brian Kemp's ceiling. I can't see that being his final margin. So no, I don't think Walker avoids a runoff here based on this.
Still no votes out of Indiana's 1st district right now, and Virginia's 2nd with 16% of the vote. And it looks like Jen Kiggins is up by 13%. I still believe that that's only Virginia Beach reporting, which was supposed to be.
We've got some of Accomack in now, according to it's one precinct in Accomack. Kiggins winning that unsurprisingly 76-24 right now. So unsurprisingly right there. There's still, I would want to point out, there's still no early vote in from Virginia Beach quite yet, it looks like. But
okay, DDHQ appears to be updating their website now, Chris. If you want to check that, their big map appears to be working correctly at this point. Yes, it's working very well. All right. All right, so again, you can go back to our website now, electionsdaily.com. I'll go ahead and post this link again here in the chat just for you guys. We have all the election results hosted live on the website, including big board maps featuring the House, Senate, gubernatorial races, Attorney General, Secretary of State. All of that stuff is being reported right now on our website. The Senate races, the congressional races appear to be reporting correctly now, which is a very, very good sign. And this should also apply to our individual pages for some of these, the Senate, gubernatorial, all that sort of stuff.
Good news.
Alrighty.
So I just want to. I know we're not, but I just want to point out in Florida and Duval, Ron DeSantis is currently up by 11 points.
Wow.
And Marco Rubio is winning in Osceola County now. He's up now.
I mean, how many times do I have to say fire everybody in the Florida Democratic Party?
Yeah, it kind of seems like what's got to be done, doesn't it?
I mean, if they don't, we should just triage the state, frankly.
Dylan is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not going to ask the state party to be a serious political party, why should they get any investment?
So we are getting some results out of Ohio, it looks like, folks. We're getting some results out of Ohio here. Obviously, this is mostly, it looks like, urban vote right now. I'm checking these now. Yes, it's Columbus, Franklin County in Columbus. Unsurprisingly, Mike DeWine currently outrunning J.D. Vance by about 11 points. Mainly that's because DeWine is only losing Franklin County 64-36, while DeWine is losing it 74 to 26, and he's also losing Stark County while DeWine is winning Stark County.
Yeah, I will say I don't think this is enough for Ryan in very early returns, but like the fact that Ryan is up 38 right now and Whaley is only up 17, like should probably make Vance at least like a tiny bit nervous, right? Like that's a 21-point underperformance right now. Like that should make him at least like a tiny bit nervous.
That assumes Vance cares, honestly.
Okay, well, like, okay, sure, but I'm just saying
we're gonna go there already, man.
A 21% underperformance is like pretty substantial. So like, I mean, that's not like I'm a bad candidate. That's like I'm catastrophically bad. Like,
Okay,
Wait,
Palm
the
Beach.
Populous
Palm
are
Beach County
bad?
results. Palm Beach County results in 77% of the vote in. Charlie Crist is up by 3 points in Palm Beach County.
Just going to repeat what I said earlier, and that's it.
Very, 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 very bad news for Democrats in that area.
And what's the largest margin that a Republican has won Florida's governor's seat in the last several years? Jeb Bush?
Like Jeb.
Or like 12?
Yeah, Jeb. Yeah.
Think it's likely that DeSantis beats that tonight, maybe?
We'll see.
Seems like
I don't
it
want
to me.
to. I don't want to give any predictions, but like it's not looking good for. It's not looking good at all for Florida Democrats. There's really not much more that can be said about it.
What a surprise. Truly.
Florida 9. What district is the 9th congressional district?
That's the Soto seat. He's
Yeah,
only up
Soto
by 8.
is up by. Yeah, he's up by 8 with 86% of the vote in.
How much is in the 10th?
That's the
That
super
was-
safety. That was the super safety seat they made.
Oh, was that? Because when I checked last night, it was only, or when I checked earlier, Google said it was D+10.
Nah, that might have been the old seat, not this one.
It probably was the old one.
So I would call
Google
him
is-
down.
Google is really bad at distinguishing between old lines and new lines.
Yes, that they are. Yeah, also worth noting, St. Lucie County. This is previously like a pretty swingy county. DeSantis is up by 17 in St. Lucie. Rubio's up by 13 in St. Lucie. The margin in orange is again 13 points for Rubio, right, or 13 points for Demings, and DeSantis or Chris is only up by 8 points.
DeSantis is winning by 13, and none of the panhandles in. God, that's a disaster.
Yeah, this is beyond
That's
a
a
disaster.
rout.
Let's look at some of the numbers here. Again, you had Soto up 8. Frost is only up 20 in that super safe Dem seat. Kathy Castor is up by 16 percentage points in the 14th district. That's the super safe Dem seat that we were talking about. Frankel is up by 18 in the 22nd district. 23rd district, Democrats up by about 13 percentage points. Yeah, Wasserman Schultz is up by 18. Salazar is up by 13. Jimenez is up by 26. Diaz-Ballard is up by 42. Like Anna Paulina Luna is only up by 9 percentage points. She's the worst performing Republican right now in the state of Florida. She's only up by that amount. Yeah, I'm going to go check the State Board of Elections website again here for North Carolina. We don't really know when they're going to be pumping out additional results. We do know, of course, those 3 counties that we talked about, Wilson, Columbus, and Robeson counties are not going to be posting results until 8:30 because their polls have remained open. So do keep that in mind. We won't be getting actual full results potentially from the state, or at least from all counties until 8:30, which is not for another 40 minutes or so. Oh yeah, we got additional results in. It looks like a bunch of new. Yeah, they've added additional. Very limited election day. They've added absentee and vote by mail. Beasley is up by 15 percentage points right now over Bud. There's a lot of the state that's not reported anything yet. So again, keep that in mind. This is all early vote, which is expected to skew pretty heavily Democratic here.
I just want to be clear how much of a disaster JD Vance looks like right now. He's underrunning Mike DeWine by 22 points on margin.
Good Lord.
That's like not, I mean, again, I said this before, like it's very early. So like, don't read too much into this. Like this might be like a lot of like educated Dems who are willing to cross over for DeWine. So it's not dispositive, but like, that's pretty terrible. Like that's pretty terrible.
It's almost like Republicans were
catastrophic.
justified. It's almost like Republicans were spending money in this race for a good reason.
Oh, Eric, I don't think anybody was ever doubting that they had good reason to spend.
Here's my only thing. 22% underperformance is probably not fatal for Vance. I think it would make him sweat. What I think I would be more concerned about is, okay, if Vance is underperforming this bad from being a crappy candidate, what is Oz doing in Pennsylvania in a state where he doesn't have, 20 points of wiggle room or 10 points of wiggle room if you're looking at fundamentals?
I think if you're looking at, I think the difference in Pennsylvania, I mean, look, I love Fetterman. I think he's a better candidate than Ryan, but Ryan ran the better campaign here. I think it's pretty
Sure. I'm just saying, right? Like, I think if you're, I don't think Republicans want to be seeing their crappy Senate candidates,
I would push and argue that Oz is not as bad as Vance.
Okay,
no, I would agree. I actually think Blake
actively,
Masters is a
gone out
better
and
comparison. I think Blake Masters is honestly a better comparison here.
Or, I mean, also, right, Herschel Walker is running 8 points behind Brian Kemp. And in a racially polarized state like Georgia, the fact that Walker's running 8 points behind Brian Kemp, that's not good. That's not like a good, that's pretty damning. So we'll see how this goes, but this is pretty bad results so far.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a Republican Senate candidate quality did in fact matter sort of thing.
Oh, who could have guessed that?
And it looks like, according to VPAP, Wexton has taken the lead.
Yes, that is correct. Jennifer Wexton back in the lead now in the 10th district, unsurprisingly.
But Luria and Spanberger both still down. I don't know Virginia at all, so I don't know if those results should be making Democrats sweat yet.
I saw a tweet that said Spanberger's outrunning Biden's margin in Culpeper with 95%.
In how much of the vote in there?
94.
I would hold up on that.
I'll hold up. I'll go. You know what? I'll mute
Because
myself.
I'm looking at VPAP, and it's about even, but with two relatively red precincts still.
What was Biden's margin in Culpeper?
It was Trump plus 19, so it's Vega plus 20 right now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And
so running
I would also point out all the early vote is in.
So I have a question. Does Virginia report, like when a precinct reports, is it reporting everything?
I believe it should be everything.
Right. Like all the precincts report all their stuff right away.
Yeah, I believe in Virginia it should be everything. Aha! Prince William is starting to report.
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah. More additional really bad news.
35 in that part of Prince William.
Are we about to make the Florida Democrats' day worse, Eric?
Go right ahead. What's going on? No, that's not it.
Okay. You said bad news, and I just assumed.
No, it's bad news for North Carolina Democrats. Like I mentioned, Beasley's lead is back down to about 12% right now. Now, she's not going to win. We don't think she's going to win. That being said, it's even worse for the judicial candidates right here. Lucy Inman is only up by about 11 points, and so is Sam Ervin IV. They are again running behind Beasley. It's tracking pretty close. There's not the split ticket voting you would want if you're going to be going on the side of the Democratic candidates there. So it's not looking very good for the chances of those two holding on to their seats.
Yeah, we're still, of course, watching. This is the fun part about actual election night, and we're following a whole lot here. It's not like primary nights where we had just states that we could kind of just keep the numbers up and see how it do.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't really have that option this year. So interesting enough to see what's going on here.
Man, I miss primary night.
We had a good time with those primary nights, I thought we had a good time.
Yes,
Very good time. All right, we got some additional projections, and one projection from Decision Desk. This is not a seat we're surprised by. Laura Lee wins the 15th District of Florida. Again, that's a safe Republican seat. We're not surprised by this at all, but it is a projection that they have made, and I figured I would report it. Also, polls close in a bunch of new states in 6 minutes.
Oh boy.
So, yeah. Yeah, we're looking at polls closing just at 8 o'clock here. Polls closing in a number of highly interesting states. Most of Kansas, Pennsylvania, Maine, New Hampshire, Yeah, Michigan, some parts of the Dakotas, Illinois, New Jersey, even Rhode Island. So, and most of Texas, almost all of Texas. So, got some pretty good stuff coming in here for you shortly.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, looking at Indiana, right? Like in some of these fully reporting rural counties, Young is only slightly outrunning Trump or even running behind him by a point or two. And like, I don't know, like it's not a competitive race, but I feel like in a race where, you know, Democrats didn't invest anything, you'd probably want to see Young outperforming by at least a little bit more solidly. And I'm not totally seeing a clear pattern right now for him. And I think we can go, the problem is we don't have any fully reporting counties in Georgia, which I think would be a very good like barometer right now. The New York Times is about to launch their needle for Georgia. It's like up, but it's not filled in yet.
The needle. We need it.
The needle.
The needle returns just when we need it the most.
We need our own needle.
You have that in the budget?
Yeah, I don't know.
Try and make
the needle. The needle. Here's the thing. The needle is like unreal. The needle is like when it keys in on something, it has it. Like it's like it's so good. It's unbelievably good. Like I don't know how they do it. I think it's probably proprietary, but it's got to be some complicated analysis of voter files and who turned out early and like it's got to be unreal, right? Like it's so cool.
Yep, it has to be. It is a really good piece of technology. We are pro needle at Elections Daily.
Are we?
We don't mean drugs. We don't mean drugs. We're saying we're saying the New York Times.
Fair clarification there.
I just can't. I'm just surprised by how much Stacey Abrams is underperforming by. I think that honestly bodes. Look, there's obviously no comparison, but I don't think that bodes very well for Doug Mastriano.
No, definitely not.
You thought anything would have boded well for Doug Mastriano tonight, sir? Well, come on.
I did hear from some. I did hear from some populists. I did hear from some populists on Twitter that maybe Doug was making a comeback.
Yeah. I just ignored them, Dylan. I would recommend that.
Pro tip is just to not listen to those people.
Thing is, whenever I block one of them, there seems to be a new one.
You block Red Eagle politics, and then you get like Red Jaguar politics or something.
It's got to be like a stand for the most anonymous Republican congressman you've never heard of. Like it's got to be like God, wait, who's the guy that reps like Kentucky 1? Like
is that James Comer? Yeah, it is James Comer.
No, the other super anonymous. Like
only reason I knew that too is because I have the
Bowling Green area. Who's like the Bowling Green area guy? Like it's got to be like like Greg Stoob stand with the laser eyes and shit. Like that.
I have seen like Lloyd Smucker stand, which that's
Lloyd Smucker or like
I love Lloyd. I doubt you see this, but I want to let you. I love you, Lloyd.
Yeah, Bowling Green is a Brett Guthrie, by the way. If you wanted to,
I've got your sign up here, Lloyd. I've got your sign here for you. But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that.
Just to answer your curiosity, Kraz, the second district is Brett Guthrie, so it'd be Brett Guthrie stand.
I would bet 90% of people watching this stream have never heard of Brett Guthrie. And
I've never heard of Brett Guthrie.
Yeah, I bet 90% never heard of him. And this stream's audience is probably in the top like 99% of politically engaged people in the United States. And like no one's ever heard of Brett Guthrie.
We have expanded the amount of people who know who that is by like 100 times.
Yeah.
Viva.
But no, every time I block one of them, they keep showing up. And I think Twitter thinks that me blocking them is engagement. So they feed me more from the algorithm. And it's like, no, I'm blocking them. I want to see less of this.
Yeah, I saw Randy Weber stan. I'm waiting for Ken
Folks,
Calvert.
it's 8 o'clock. It is 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Polls have closed in the key states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and New Hampshire. Pennsylvania, the eyes of the world turn to you. We are watching the key Senate race of key Senate races. The race for the open seat between Mehmet Oz, the celebrity TV doctor turned Republican candidate, and John Fetterman, the current lieutenant governor of the state, who has turned a lot of heads for his unorthodox style of campaigning, but has also turned a lot of heads due to a stroke he suffered on the campaign, which turned this race upside down. Pennsylvania, the polls have closed in the Keystone State, but right now, our editor-in-chief, Eric Cunningham, I believe, has news out of North Carolina.
We have 4 ratings calls for you from Decision Desk HQ. We're going to tweet these out for you as well. Decision Desk has called, unsurprisingly, both Florida governor and Senate for Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio, respectively. They've called Alabama for Katie Boyd Britt, the Senate candidate there, and they've called the 13th district for Anna Paulina Luna. They've called the 13th district for her as well.
I believe then, would that make that the first Republican flip of the night, Mr. Cunningham? I believe that would
be the first Republican flip of the night. Mm-hmm. I believe it would indeed be the first flip of the night.
I know, obviously, we're very loyal to Decision Desk. But I just want to say something about New York Times in case some of our viewers are watching their site and are a little confused at times. I think there's something wrong with their shift maps in the Senate race because they have Ohio County, which Young is winning 76-22, so by 54 points, as shifting 9 points Republican from the 2020 election. But their own results, and I checked this on Wikipedia, had Trump winning it by 51. So that'd only be a 3-point shift. So I'm a little bit like, or maybe he won it by 52 actually. So that'll only be a 2-point shift. So there's some might be up with their shift. So I gotta check that a couple more times.
And it looks like we have our first results from the first.
Yes, I'm checking those right now. Indiana's first starting to report some numbers right now. I believe I would guess these numbers are coming in the terms of early vote, and I would guess they are coming from Gary, which as much as still small, is still deep blue. Only 19, excuse me, folks. My computer is being a little bit laggy tonight, so.
No, you're good.
Excuse me as I deal with this. But yes, only results coming in right now from Lake County, early vote from Gary. Frank Mervyn up 61-39 in that early vote. Surprising, and this, again, we've talked about the population decline in Gary. This would signal the fact this is only 19% of the vote of the total district, and 30% is in right now in Lake County. Rough start. I would say that kind of shows how things have changed. In this seat in Northwest Virginia, Northwest Indiana, the fact that those results only make up about 30% of Lake County, only makes about 19% of total results in the district. That's something that you wouldn't have seen a while ago.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to mention real quick, the Senate race in North Carolina has again tightened. It's down to Sherry Beasley's up 9 percentage points. About one ballots. What's reporting here is it looks like 24% of ballots cast is what they're indicating. Or no, actually, that's a different thing entirely. So we've got about no counties fully reporting. This is almost essentially all absentee one stop and early vote. That's just, again, a little update in North Carolina. Things going about as we thought they would.
Yeah. Where did I just see we had early vote in Texas, if we want to talk about that.
It sounds like we do have early vote in Texas. We also have early vote in Allegheny County. John Fetterman is winning by 108,000 votes in the early vote there in Allegheny. Not a surprise, but there it is.
And Summerlee is winning with 55,000 votes to 18,000 votes. Good for her.
Wait, so I know everyone's going to wonder this. Fetterman winning 84-15 in Allegheny, so that's plus 69. Shapiro winning by 77, so that's
also nice.
Wow,
88-11.
Wow,
whoa,
holy cow.
That's a pretty brutal drop for Mastriano. 88-11.
I
Good.
know
So
we
how
can't.
much of that
I know
was-
we
what
can't
was it? It was-
call.
So okay, that's interesting though. That's interesting. That means that we don't. The, people wanted to see if Fetterman was going to because of his ties to Western Pennsylvania was going to match. That was kind of the hope for Pennsylvania Democrats. Not really happening.
But
Mhm.
be careful. Just because Shapiro is overperforming by 8 in Allegheny does not mean that will.
Oh no. I'm speaking about Allegheny specifically here.
No. I know. I'm saying, like, I'm trying to say that Shapiro might be overperforming Fetterman by a lot more than 8 in other parts of the state. Does that make sense? So Allegheny still could be the place where they're running closest together.
That's
just because
quite
they're not,
possible. Yeah.
And it looks like Mike Doyle's campaign of "Hi, I'm actually the Democrat" is not working.
Oh no. What's going on?
Wait, voters weren't fooled when they got in the booth and saw Mike Doyle, Republican Party.
I mean, look, I will grant that the polls made me go, wait, could the voters be that dumb? But
That's just mean to the voters at that point, quite honestly.
well, but the polling had Doyle down 4. I mean, Joe, you gotta give me that.
No, I'm not denying. I'm just saying that, you know, I feel like we were trashing on the voters so much. I felt like this year. I thought it was mean.
Well, regardless, it looks like that campaign failed. And as we talked about internally, once people saw Republican next to Mike Doyle's name, that did not translate.
Who was not fooled?
Who moved this to likely Dem again?
Think Cook.
Cook, I think Sabato even maybe? I'm not sure.
Sabato? Man.
Yeah, there were a lot of outlets that were moving it. Also, just as a mention here, it looks like the unthinkable has finally happened in Florida. Palm Beach County, traditional Democratic home, strong county. Ron DeSantis is ahead in Palm Beach County with 87% of the votes in.
Oh,
He's leading by a little under 1,000 votes right now in Palm Beach County.
Good job, Florida Democrat.
Hey, early vote from
A+.
Philly dropped. Early
Right
vote from
now.
Philly. Fetterman.
Hey, Kraz, go.
Sorry. So it's not all the early vote. It's not all the early vote. Just want to be clear because there's only 61,000 votes and there were more Philly mail-in votes than that. Fetterman wins the batch 92-6. That's a plus 55,000 vote margin. And Shapiro wins the batch 95-4. So that's a 5% overperformance.
Jesus.
Granted, it's kind of hard to overperform by like 8 or 9 when the other guy's already winning 92-6, but you know, it's still a very impressive performance.
92-6.
New York Times
though.
Needle. New York Times Needle has started. Needle open 69% Hassan in New Hampshire, 58% Walker in Georgia.
58% Walker?
Mm-hmm.
Does that include runoff?
That I'm not sure of.
Because if that doesn't include runoff, I just don't see that. Or if it does include runoff. If they're saying 58% chance of a Walker outright, I don't see that yet. But look, it's an AI. It's smarter than me.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at it here. I am pulling up the Needle website. Yes, right now, Georgia, they have 58% win probability, estimated final vote, Walker plus 1.5. So, yeah.
So, no, they don't include...
There's no way that includes a run. There's no way that includes a runoff. Like
Yeah,
Walker, Walker can't be 58% to avoid a runoff if he's only.
I'm guessing it's 58% that it's ahead.
That he's
That's
ahead.
probably what it
Yeah.
is.
And I buy that. I
totally
buy that. Yeah. I don't buy that there's a 58% chance that he wins outright.
Right. That would seem improbable.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about the Texas early vote?
I think we probably should.
So it looks like Greg Abbott is up 3% in the early vote in, Joe, correct me because I don't have the tweet up anymore, Tarrant County?
I think it was Tarrant County, yes.
I'm pretty sure it was Tarrant.
I'm going to check here.
Not good if you're Beto. Very not good.
Yeah, it's Tarrant. He's up in the Abbott's up in the early vote there. So
Yep,
he's
very
also up 13% in Denton already, Abbott. So goodbye, Beto. It was nice to know you. Good luck.
good luck
See
on
you
your
later.
next campaign.
I would say that's the more telling thing is that the fact that he's up 13% in Denton already with still like 70% of the vote with 30% of the vote still needed to be counted in Texas. I would say that's probably the more telling thing.
And it looks like in Ohio 9, Marcy Kaptur's outrunning Tim Ryan by 18 points.
Fulton County, which one is that? Is that oh no, that's not the name. The Lucas is what's it called?
Lucas is Toledo, sir.
Yeah, Lucas is Toledo.
And yes, Beto is going to get blown out. This is not going to be close. Will Beto outperform Charlie Crist? Probably.
Yeah.
Not the comparison you want to be looking for if you're him.
No, that's not the comparison you want at all.
I mean, if I were Beto, I'd want to be running equivalent with Stacey Abrams. I think losing by 8 or 9 would be respectable for Beto.
New York Times is a needle in North Carolina now, which their estimates range from Bud plus 16-ish or 17 down to Beasley plus like 12.
That tells us absolutely nothing.
They think Bud wins by 3. That's their estimate right now.
Okay.
Yeah. They're also thinking Oz wins by 2.02%. Again, this is all pretty early. North Carolina's pretty early. They're thinking Vance wins by 6.
Needle says Oz wins by 0.2.
Oh, I thought he said 2.2. Let's say
0.2. 0.2%.
Okay. I could see that.
Let's see what we got here.
Just
it looks like there's additional early votes in. And
no, go ahead.
No, I was just going to talk about. Yeah, go right ahead. You probably something more important.
I was just going to say more results out of Georgia. 31% of statewide votes in. Warnock's still up 55-43, with the Libertarian taking 2%. Honestly, if you told me the Libertarian was only going to be at 2%, I would have said somebody wins outright. That's just not the margin that I would think they would need.
See what we've got.
Yeah, sorry, folks. We're trying to look through these results right now and trying to make some talk for you guys here. As you got to understand, this is just a lot of information coming in right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very much a lot of information.
That's actually a good question. Any results from the Rio Grande Valley?
I don't believe so.
We only have one county that Nueces County has results, some results in so far.
Okay. Sorry, I've never navigated the New York Times website, so I'm still trying to figure it out.
It's okay.
Yeah, understandable. Actually, there is one random house race I want to check just to see how bad it is.
Is it the Marcus Flowers one? I would love
no.
to.
No, it's
Oh,
Matt
okay.
Gaetz, Rebecca Jones. Matt Gaetz, Rebecca Jones. Amazingly,
Oh,
Matt Gaetz is
okay.
going to win
Another
that race.
grifter. Another
Yeah.
grifter.
Matt
Cool.
Gaetz is shockingly ahead here.
Who could have seen this coming?
Flips are starting to come in for the Republican Party in Florida. The 7th district and the 4th district, the 15th and the 13th have all been called. I believe that's once Neil Dunn, Al Lawson race has not yet been called, but I believe once that one is done, is tracking very much well towards victory right now. I believe once that one is done, that will mean that Republicans will have flipped so far 4 congressional seats on the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe my math's correct there. Am I right there, Kraz? I think my math's correct.
I think that's
Good. All right.
Florida 9 is shockingly close right now. Darren Soto is only up 6 points with 80% of the vote in Florida's 9th district.
I mean, I think if we get that one wrong, that's fair enough. I don't think anybody expected the Florida fallout this much.
Yeah. Again, like Lois Frankel's up 14. Jared Moskowitz is up 11 in Florida 23. That was one of those that people were kind of looking at. But the Soto one, that's interesting. And Republicans do not have a good candidate in that district, in the 9th district. They picked the less electable candidate in that race.
So we're kind of looking at some of these key states here. Eric, I want to kind of get your opinions here on North Carolina, please, sir.
Yeah, I don't have really any huge ones so far because we're not seeing it. We're not seeing the actual full impact of voting yet. We basically have only absentee one-stop, absentee by mail, and a tiny little fraction of election day. Beasley is, as expected, winning the absentee by mail by a very large margin, is winning the absentee one-stop by a small margin, about 120,000 votes right now, and is losing election day. What small amount of election day there is, 2-1. Again, looking at I haven't looked at the legislative races in particular. Those are ones that are going to be really interesting. But the biggest thing in the state is the judicial races, and the Democrats are both running behind Beasley, which means that if Beasley loses, and this appears to be likely that she seems to be likely to lose, they're going to go down as well because they are running behind her. There is not cross-partisan voting there. These are 2 Democratic justices, which would turn the court from a 4-3 Democratic majority to a 5-2 Republican majority. A fairly substantial flip in power right there.
Ooh, an interesting House race that we're paying attention to. Rhode Island's 2nd congressional district, very, very small portion of the results in. Alan Fung up early there. And it's only like 500 votes, guys. Don't go too ooey on me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to try to figure out what town. Do we know what town this is from?
We have it looks like we have the first votes from Michigan. Let me see if I can find these. Okay, yeah, we have the first results in. Gretchen Whitmer up 75-24 over Tudor Dixon. The results are all out of Oakland County and Alger County, Muskegon, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last one. Washtenaw?
I wouldn't even try, sir. I wouldn't even try.
Washtenaw, thank you.
I do think we have. Sorry, I'm trying to see what's going on in. So Wexton, yeah, the Needle thinks Wexton's going to win. And what's the Needle say about 7?
I think it still got as a toss-up.
Toss-up.
Yeah.
That's going to all come down to Prince William turnout, quite honestly, at this point.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks like
additional
according
aptitude.
to sorry, looks like
Go right ahead.
according to VPAP, there's still 63% of the early vote left versus 25% of the election day vote. So
Yep.
it'll just come down to the early vote, it seems like.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to see the needle. I'm trying to follow needle, and like it's very, very complicated.
Yeah, they have a long list of things.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so interesting to start off here. Vega has basically no overperformance from President Trump from 2020 to 2022 here in Orange or Culpeper County in the 7th District. However, in King George on the eastern side, with all their votes apparently in, I am seeing about a 3% overperformance here. Actually, almost a 4%, excuse me, 4% hit here for Vega in King George with all their votes in.
Would that be
mainly because Republicans won the early voting in person here by a pretty wide total.
Would that be enough to?
I don't know. Again, this is really coming down here. We don't have any of the early votes in from Stafford, or we actually might have some in from Stafford here. Hold up. Okay, Okay, this is interesting. I did not know this. Okay, so almost all the early vote is reporting from, not only the mail is not reporting from Stafford yet. So we'll see how this changes when that comes in. I can't tell right now what it would be. We'll see how much. We'll see. I mean, there's only
there's no
it could.
There's no early vote in
Prince William yet. No, that's
Prince
not going to come for a while. That's not going to come for a while. Spots is the other one I'm watching. Stafford's going to be close. Trump lost to Stafford by, let me see, I think 3 points. I believe. I don't think. Biden won it by 3. I don't think Spanberger is going to reach that total. It's unless the mail-in vote is so overwhelming from her, but it's about a 4.5 point gap. There's only about 4,500. I actually know exactly 4,000 mail-in votes out there. So she would have to win those by such a wide. I don't think she's going to hit Biden numbers, but I don't see Vega hitting Youngkin numbers either. So this is very interesting right now in the 7th District, because from what I'm seeing right now is that she's not going to hit Youngkin numbers by any means, Ozzy Vega, but I think she's going to at least do better than Trump, and I don't know if Spanberger is going to hit Biden numbers in some of these key exurban counties. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
That's that. There's the Szymanski hot take for you guys. There you go. I know you guys. That's what you guys were all waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on. We need some energy here. Come on.
I've been looking at. I've been researching.
I'm trying to
races in my
it's
own
very tough to process what's going on, because you got to see you want to see overperformance, underperformance. Like the needle is more complicated than what I can keep track of, but I want to just be reporting what the needle is saying. Like that's doesn't seem fun.
And I'm just admiring how nice this website is. Like it's a very easy to use website.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I think.
Okay, I want to quick using VPAP here. VPAP is way ahead of the Times and NYT here in Virginia. VPAP. This was a county I wanted to see key problems here for Elaine Luria. There's about 3,000 mails that were received. Actually, just about 2,800 mails left received in Suffolk County. She could still win those by quite a lot, and I think there's still some favorable precincts left for her. But right now, she's not doing so hot in Suffolk City. This was a 17-point Biden county, a little bit more working class, a lot more African American than a lot of these some of the counties that she lost. So we'll see here. I can't say specifically how this is going to go. The mail is still left to go, and I don't know how some of these precincts have voted in previous elections. but I don't think she reaches that 17-point margin that Biden did. And that is what some of the early vote reporting there for Kiggins. So that's,
Yeah.
I guess that's that too, I guess. There you go. Boom.
So analyzing incomplete data a little bit too much, granted, but this does not seem like a catastrophic night for Democrats so far. At least at the moment. Luria seems like she could be competitive. Spanberger is competitive. Wexton, that race has already been. Has that race been called?
Not by actual sites yet. No.
It is
okay.
not.
Some analysts are calling it for Wexton, actually, but I would say it's, again, this is kind of what my prediction was straight through for her, was that she was probably going to have her closest race yet, but still win.
Wow.
And yes, Eric.
We got 70. I'm looking at Rhode Island's website. We got 70% of the vote in. Alan Fung holds a 2.5% lead. There's lots of Cranston outstanding here. I think Armin Thomas just caught on to this as well. Almost all of Providence is in. Providence, 73% of the vote is in. Only 61% of Cranston is in. Only 58% of Warwick is in. I think Fung is in a really good position right now. He is up 2.5% here. And like the big Democratic base of Providence, there's not that many votes left relative to the rest of the seat.
Yeah,
I think this is
that's good news. I think
I'm gonna go ahead and tweet this out just ahead of time.
I think our call was a good one.
Yeah, it's this is according to the State Board of Elections website for Rhode Island. I think he's in a really good spot right now. This looks like a really, really good pickup opportunity. He's at 49.8%. Magaziner is only at 47.3%.
I'm sorry.
I always forget how much there is to follow on election nights. Like I always think,
I know, right? Yeah,
I have a handle on it. I always think I'm going to have a handle on it every single year, and then every single time, it's like I lose track of major. Like I haven't checked the Michigan gubernatorial race yet. Like I don't even know. Like that's like an important race, and I haven't checked it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, just to put a cap on it, Charlie Crist has now lost his Senate race as a Republican, a Senate race as an independent, and 2 gubernatorial races as a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
This was the best we could do.
I think Fung is in an excellent position here.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sounds like it.
Again, this is with all of Bristol is in. Bristol went to sorry, I'm looking at the exact totals here. But like right now, you would expect Fung to be doing very, very well in Cranston. It's where he's mayor, and he's winning it by 12 right now. There's still a lot of precincts left out in there. Warwick, he's winning Warwick by 3. Obviously losing Providence by a very large amount, but that's split between the 2 districts. Democrats did a very, very poor job of dividing the seat up. I think Fung, I don't want to call anything for Fung, obviously, but he's in a really good position here.
Also, Bart in the chat, Charlie Crist will join the Forward Party and run in 2024. Please. Please. Really, Kat? Sorry, my cat has decided she wants to attack my pants.
Cats are great, though.
They are great. But, of course, she chooses this while I'm on camera to be the first time she does this.
I'm muted? No, I'm not. Okay.
Yeah, Kildee is up statewide. Kildee is up by 13 percentage points over Ashley Kloss.
I'm waiting for some like fully reporting results in North Carolina. We just don't have any yet.
We have one county that's completely in, as far as I can tell.
Which one?
I think Graham County, which shows basically Graham County is in the western portion of the state. It's got, according to the NCSBE, I'm going to reload the page just to be sure here. 3 counties have reported. Yeah, Graham, according to the NCSBE, they're saying 4 precincts reporting. So I don't know whatever's outstanding there. They have Bud plus 61. I'm going to try and quickly scan through here to see what other counties the website says are partially or fully reported.
Graham is Bud plus 61, and that was Trump plus 60. So
yeah,
not what Beasley
Scotland
needs.
County, yeah. Scotland and Jones also appear to be in. Scotland County is Bud plus 6. That's according to the SBE, and Jones County is Bud plus 25. Those are the 3 counties.
New York Times Needle has Florida 23 at a toss-up.
Oh boy!
Good God, that's the Darren Soto seat.
No, that's the no. That's the Paul.
No.
That's the old Ted Deutsch seat.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh God, are we going to regret not moving that?
Okay, honestly though, Eric, like nobody could have predicted that the bottom would fall this much. Like, yes, the bottom falling out for Florida Democrats, that was pretty predictable. I don't know that anybody thought it would fall out this much.
Guadalupe County numbers appear to be in. Texas 28. Garcia is up 64% of the vote in. She's running 6 points better than Trump did in the county.
And I don't see that overperformance that John CH is saying. It looks like Shapiro overperformed Fetterman by 4%, not the other way around.
In Philadelphia?
No, in Snyder County.
Snyder.
That's one of those.
Boy.
That's like a couple election day precincts in. That's nothing.
So Florida 23 update. Let's put this out real quick. New York Times has Moskowitz up 8% over Joe Budd, 78% of votes in the 23rd district. That's a lot of votes outstanding. In the neighboring 22nd district, this is Lois Frankel's seat. She's up by 10 points with 94% of the vote in. This looks like another one that's probably going to be within 10% of the vote if these trends continue.
I mean, Vance is down to plus 5.8 in the New York Times, which is like, he's probably going to win still, but like,
that's a substantial underperformance.
I mean, that's just like, God, how are you so bad?
Yeah, that's really, really bad.
Jesus, and then that,
that's
it's almost like he's a bad candidate who ran a bad campaign.
Okay, I know, but I thought he would get carried by. I mean, I thought he would carry to like an 8 or 10 point win by fundamentals, but he's just performing like shit. I mean, he just looks awful.
Yeah, he's bringing the fundamentals down with him.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Truly an accomplishment here.
Whereas Blake Masters might be carried by the fundamentals, it looks like JD Vance is carrying the fundamentals with him.
I mean, this does have to. I mean, like, if you're Republicans watching JD Vance underperform by this much, you have to be a little bit nervous about Masters, right?
Oh, absolutely.
By the way, it's 8:30. I just want to mention those counties in North Carolina that we're not able to report their votes are going to be able to report them now. So that is Columbus, Robeson, and Wilson counties.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, so nothing fully, except for Graham, I think might be like kind of fully reported-ish. In North Carolina. And funnily enough, like nothing fully reported in Georgia. I wonder if they take a little while to process their election day vote.
That's what I was thinking too.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm sorry. NBC exit poll from Pennsylvania. Has Oz lived in PA long enough to represent it effectively? 43% no, or 43% yes, 56% no. Is Fetterman healthy enough to represent PA effectively? 49% yes, 48% no.
That's very funny.
Like, look, it's sad, but it's also like voters. Come on, if
Yeah.
you don't like
Okay.
your
They're saying
candidate,
5 counties are now fully reported in North Carolina. Looks like where the others were added. I'm seeing that we're 5 are reported, but I don't actually see the website listing those counties as having full results in. So that may just be a glitch on the SBE's part. Only ones I see are Graham, Jones, and Scotland counties. Nothing from Wilson, Robertson, or Columbus yet.
also look, I know we said not to read too much into exit polls, but if I'm Oz, I don't like seeing 56% of voters saying I'm not able to represent the state effectively.
Probably not.
Especially when, unlike in Georgia exit polls, Warnock was also down in whether he was in whether he could effectively represent the state. Fetterman's not. It's a narrow 1 point favorable for him. Again, don't want to read too much into it, but that's not a great indicator if you're Oz.
Yeah, I mean, now we're kind of actually in a little bit of a holding pattern because we just don't have like fully reporting counties coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, we have some in Indiana if we wanted to go over those, but they're kind of telling and like not interesting, but like Jay County is Young plus 54. That was Trump plus 52. Randolph was also Trump plus 52, and now it's Young plus 55. I mean, it's not like incredible I mean, like Steuben in the northeast corner of the state is Young plus 46, and that was Trump plus 53.
Oh.
No, sorry, 43. Sorry, 42.
We have we have results from Bexar County. It looks like
They
are. Okay. Why is an X silent?
I don't know. I think
it's
Spanish.
Spanish.
It's Spanish, right? Yeah, it's Spanish, right?
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes much more sense. Cuellar is up in his district 57-43 over Cassie Garcia.
In Bayard County?
No.
Yeah, that's the
total.
total.
Let me check Bayard. Bayard's not in the. I'm very confused. Bayard.
Never mind. Sorry.
Not in the district, according to New York Times.
It definitely, most definitely is. In fact, a pretty substantial portion of it.
Oh, there it is. It's just grayed out. So they don't have results in, but they have results in from Webb. Cuellar up 72-28, and Guadalupe Garcia up 63-37.
One thing I also want to note for Florida, there are down ballot races in Florida. It's actually looking like Marco Rubio will be the worst performing Republican in Florida. Ashley Moody's winning 58-42 in the AG race. Agriculture Commissioner, Republicans winning 57-43. CFO, Republicans winning 57-43. In the Senate race, Rubio is only winning 56.5 to 42.4. So
only? Wow, that's not a great performance.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep seeing the NC website saying additional counties have fully reported, but I just don't. Okay, Alexander County apparently is completely in.
Okay.
Bud is won at 77.6% to 19.8%. That's my home county.
Plus 58.
Yeah, but plus 58.
And Trump won this county. Give me a second. He won it by 58.
Lenore County, completely in according to this. Bud wins it by 14.
%40 in Georgia, or 39% in Georgia. Warnock up 52.4 to 46.
Swain County, Bud's winning this. Swain County's totally in. Bud won at 60.5 to 35.6.
So that's a what, 25-point win?
Yeah, that's a 25-point win.
And Swain is over in
that's the native area. Cherokee. It has portion of the Cherokee portion here.
Oh, that's big. Trump only won it by 19.
Yeah, that's a pretty major overperformance. Lenore County is the other one. Usually this one's pretty close. This is Bud plus 14 in Lenore County. Wayne County. Where is Wayne County?
So far, it seems like there has been a red tsunami isolated to Florida.
Just in Florida. Well, but then I kind of wonder if the early vote numbers in Nevada are also instructive, and there's going to be a big red tsunami in Nevada. What's up?
Wayne County. So they're saying Wayne County's all the way in. This is a county Trump won 55 to 44.
Okay.
Bud is ahead 58 to 39. So that's a pretty major overperformance there.
That's pretty big.
That's
Where's
rural North
Wade?
Carolina. It's Eastern North Carolina. Black population's fairly substantial here. It has a house district nested inside it. That is.
Do we use? Sorry, we have a call not from DDHQ. Do we want to mention that?
What's the election for and who is calling it?
AP Florida 23.
Go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead for it.
Yeah, Jared Moskowitz. Race has been called for him, so
makes sense.
Republicans will not flip it.
We did not have a safety race go red.
Ooh.
Thank God.
Yeah, so it looks like Bud is doing substantially better in the eastern portion. Lenore County is only a Trump plus 4 county. Bud won it by 14, fully in, according to North Carolina Board of Elections website.
By the way, you know who I really don't want to be right now?
Who?
Lee Zeldin.
Oh,
because you're not seeing like tsunami numbers, and you're seeing like Democrats hold up okay in the House. I don't think he might lose by 15.
I think it would be very funny in a really sad way if the wave was isolated to like specific races.
Florida, and Nevada. That's it.
Florida, Nevada, New York governor.
Yeah, so it seems like Greene County. It seems like Bud is just doing substantially better in rural Eastern North Carolina than other people. Like Greene County, for example, this is another county that's apparently fully in. This is a county that like Lenore and Greene are basically a pair in the legislature. This is a 55 to 43 county. Bud is winning at 58 to 39. So these are again fairly. Lenore County. This is Greene County. Greene, Lenore, Wayne. He's substantially overperforming in that little triangle of counties.
Right.
And the race is now within 3 percentage points.
Yep. I want to see if the New York Times needle has changed. New York Times needle actually still thinks he's only 2.6% final, but I wonder if that's updated for that overperformance.
Yeah, if these are all like they're saying they're completely in, and these margins are much higher in these rural areas. I know, granted, they're fairly small populations, but like Wayne County is reasonably sized. Wayne County is pretty large.
So
it has a Transylvania, Washington County. Oh God, this is horrific for Democrats. This is absolutely horrific. Washington County. So Washington County, yet another one of those. I'll be looking at the first district right now. So Washington County, North Carolina. This is a county that I'm pretty sure is majority black. If it's not majority black, it's very close. This is fully in, like they're saying, this is 48% black. This county went to Biden by 10 percentage points.
Yeah.
According to the North Carolina Board of Elections, Sherry Beasley won it by 3 votes.
Oof.
That is a collapse. That is a collapse of the vote right there.
Where's Washington County?
Washington County is
yeah. So one point of disagreement with the State Board of Elections. The New York Times does have more votes out in these places than they say. Are there mail ballots outstanding in these places? Because
I have no idea.
Because the Board of Elections says fully reporting, in New York Times, for example, in Washington says 88% of the vote reporting. So like that only makes me kind of wonder.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't think it's consistent because like Democrats are overperforming in a few counties too. Like Bud is doing worse in Henderson and in Transylvania counties than Trump did. But maybe Vance County, Beasley plus 15 with not all the precincts, and like I don't know if the first will flip, but like Washington County being a 3-vote county is just horrifically bad. That there's no way to sugarcoat that. That is a horrendous performance.
So right now, Herschel Walker is underperforming Brian Kemp by about 4.5% ish. Sorry, math bad. Herschel Walker's at 47.8. Brian Kemp's at 52.3.
Ooh.
It gonna be close.
It's gonna be
It
close.
gonna be close.
Warnock
Who
and
could have predicted this? That
Warnock
judge
and
gonna be
Kemp.
close.
Warnock and Kemp are basically getting the same margins.
Good. Just
The same
another
vote
thing.
totals.
Just to go back to Florida real quick. Osceola County has 95% of the votes in. DeSantis is winning it by 7. He's winning Seminole County by 12. He's winning Palm Beach County by 3. He's winning Miami-Dade by 11%. St. Lucie County by 20. Hillsborough by 9. He's winning Pinellas County by 11. Duval by 11. Alachua County is within 17 percentage points right now. Broward is only within 21. Like, Jesus Christ, this is awful.
Fire everybody down to the coffee guy.
Orange County is within 7. Like, if you can figure out a way to get a live map, like, I don't know if the DDHQ data is up to thing, but like this is insane. This is like genuinely bonkers. Tallahassee
DDHQ data is on and on. I'm trying. Trust me, I'm trying.
I'm not asking you, like, but it's like DeSantis is not just winning. He is at 58% of the vote. Like, it is a bloodbath. It is a veritable bloodbath right now.
Yeah, that's bad. I would say this is probably going to be a wake-up call for Florida Democrats, but no, it probably won't.
I wonder. So Vega's up 6 now.
Oh, we have early votes in Kansas. From Johnson County.
Oh, what a surprise.
Laura Kelly, 64, Derek Schmidt, 35.
So that's Kelly. What? I'm seeing Kelly plus 19 on the Times right now.
I wasn't looking on the Times, but
I've got Kelly plus 19 on the Times right now. That's including Topeka and Wichita in, and right now she is significantly overperforming the Democrat in both of those locations right now. Pretty significant margins. So,
yeah, that's
good sign. Good start there, maybe for her. Don't know how good, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, she's a reasonably popular incumbent governor. In what seems to not be a red tsunami year, I think she's probably okay.
Just back to North Carolina.
Just to confirm this, it looks like we've had the first incumbent of the night go down. Neil Al Lawson has officially lost to Neil Dunn in the 2nd district. So no surprise, but it's happened.
No.
Yeah, this is brutal. By the way, brutal numbers here for the Supreme Court justices once again. Right now, Sherry Beasley is ahead right now in North Carolina by about 3 percentage points. In the Supreme Court races right now, Democrats are only Lucy Inman's ahead by about a percentage point, and Sam Ervin the 4th is actually only ahead by 1.7%.
So we have some New Jersey results. If you guys want to look there real quick.
Yeah, hit it.
Andy Kim is up 76-23 over Bob Healy with about 15% of the vote in. It's all from Burlington County, so that's not all that surprising. The Times Needle has it as a likely Kim. The one I find really funny is Tom Malinowski is currently up 29% over Tom Keene. It will obviously not stay that way, but it's just funny to see that Malinowski can put up a lead because he was running an abysmal campaign for the longest time, it looked like.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I understand, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like we're just waiting, and a lot of these states don't even have like full results in yet. Like there are some, they keep teasing us with like a 89% reporting, like 90% reporting. Like, shut up! Like, give me the full result.
So I want to point out something interesting that I'm seeing here in the 7th district of Virginia right now. What I'm seeing right now is that Vega is overperforming Trump by about 2 to 3 points in most counties. But interestingly, out of nowhere, Caroline County, this county to the east, Donald Trump only won this county by 4 points. Vega's winning it by 11 points right now. It's very interesting to see that.
Is there any early vote in there?
No, that's all the early votes in.
Oh wow!
All the early vote is in. Caroline is done. That's why I'm talking about it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was like mostly in.
BPAP is saying Caroline is done. All precincts are reporting. All early votes.
So what's Caroline? What's Caroline?
Caroline County in. No,
but what's the margin there?
It's Vega by about 12. Actually, it's about 13. It's Vega 56, Spanberger 30,
and it's the whole county.
What?
It's the whole county.
It's the whole county. That's what VPAP's saying. VPAP's saying it's done.
Well, that'd be a 9% overperformance for her, which is what she needs.
Yeah. And then in Spotsy, this is a county, Spotsylvania County. I'm going to check here. This is why I've got my phone here up with the Virginia 2020 numbers here. I got those numbers up here on the site. Spotsylvania County was one where Donald Trump really did not do a great job here. And this is probably a problem for her here. This is a real problem. So she's doing basically about the same as Trump. She's doing just a little bit better. She's up about 7.5 points. Trump only won it by about 6.5. So that's only a 1 point overperformance in Spotsy. That's not good enough for her there. That isn't good enough.
So VPAP. Sorry, can you just clear up something for me? Because when I pulled up that county, VPAP gave me a pop-up that said this map only displays the election day votes.
Yes. So in Virginia, the precincts only perform but if you look at the top there, they are counting the early vote.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure of.
Yes.
But I have a question. What was Virginia 7 in 2020? Like, what was its margin?
I believe it was a Biden plus like 7. Spanberger's definitely not going to reach that because she's going to lose Stafford County.
No. But they think
Biden won that by 3. She's probably going to lose Stafford again by about 1 to 2 points. So that would actually be about like a 5% improvement there. But I don't.
New York Times thinks Spanberger wins by 1.
Yeah, I'd put some good money on that.
Which is a substantial underperformance. They actually think Malinowski's race is already leaning R. They only even had that's
okay, but Malinowski was basically triaged.
Okay. But I just think there are some they have interesting races with the little Neil stuff.
Oof.
Where?
All right. Hertford County, North Carolina. First county, second county in the first district that's reported completely.
All right.
Joe Biden won this county by 34 percentage points. He won at 67% to 33%.
Okay.
Beasley is only winning at 62 to 33. That's a decline of about 5 to 6% right there. That's the first of these counties to be done in the first district. Aside from Washington County, which again I mentioned, Davis is overperforming Beasley for some reason in Washington County, but that's an abysmal. To put it simply, absolutely abysmal performance for Democrats.
You said this was
Dylan. Dylan seeing something. Dylan, would you?
Go ahead, Dylan.
Warnock has fallen below 50%, 49.9, Walker 48.3, Chase Oliver 1.7%, making up the difference between them. Yeah, this is going to a runoff.
Yeah, New York Times. Their needle's off now. Their needle's off, but it was only at Walker +1. It had gone down from +1.8 to +1 by the time it turned off.
Yeah, that's a runoff.
And so, that would almost certainly be a runoff, right?
I don't think there's a mathematical way to get a 1% victory for Walker with 1.7% going.
It looks like the needle's off everywhere. They've turned the needle off in general.
Davis has also only performed. Davis performed identically to Sherry Beasley, so this is actually a shift in the House race as well. We don't have a lot reporting from the wider areas of the first district, but this is one to keep an eye on. This is surprisingly the two counties that are completely in so far. Sorry, the 3 counties that are completely in are not showing the way Democrats would want them to show.
Well, Polk County, though, according to New York Times in North Carolina, Trump plus 26, Bud plus 17 with 95% in.
Which New York North NCSBE says Polk County is Bud plus 22.
Really?
Yeah.
God, we gotta get these estimates figured out because
and this is also within 2% of the vote now. This is also within 2% of the vote in North Carolina.
Right.
There may be outstanding. That could explain some of this, but like.
So it says they turned the needle off because of issues with projections in Louisiana. Guys, Republicans are going to win everything. What do you need to project? Republicans win. It's Louisiana.
Okay.
But yeah, I am not seeing a red tsunami.
So I'm going to look at the second district now here, still checking VPAP. Bad news in Northampton County for Elaine Luria here. She's only all the results are in, including early and election day precincts. Luria has only won it by about just under 5 points. Joe Biden won this county by 11 in 2020. So
what was this district?
This is the second district here, sir.
No. I mean, what was the margin in the district?
It was Biden plus 2. So
okay, so this is one you would expect to flip in a neutral year.
This is one we've expected to flip since the beginning. I think it's actually been lean R since the beginning. I'm not making any calls or projections or anything, but I am relatively confident in what was basically my saying in that.
Eric's got something. So the reason that Louisiana is having a needle issue is they accidentally coded Louisiana as being Democratic, which was inflating Democratic odds of holding the Senate.
Oh,
yeah, that would kind of be important.
That would do it, yeah.
Yeah, so they are fixing that Louisiana coding issue right here. That will move the Senate to Republican 51% probability.
Also, judge rules against RNC. Vote centers in Maricopa will close at 7 p.m.
Wow.
And yeah, okay, that makes. I was wondering how they could have Oz and Walker up and still have it at 50-50 odds.
Mm-hmm.
That would certainly
be why.
do it there.
Oz is back. When they turned it off, Oz was back to nothing. Oz plus 0.1.
Yeah, Oz plus 0.1. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
North Carolina has narrowed yet again. It's now within 1 percentage point. Beasley over Bud. Bud is winning the election day votes by over a 2-1 margin. So yeah, he's losing the absentee one stops by about 90,000 votes, but he's winning the election day by about 150. And there's a lot of election day left, of course. So this is the reason why North Carolina is kind of a blue mirage state. Beasley's not doing terribly, and so like there's areas she's doing better. The West is actually an interesting area where he's doing better for some reason. I'm going to go back and look at some other races because at this threshold, this is about is she from the West?
I thought she was.
I thought she was from the East. Yeah, this is bad. Oh yeah, and just I can already basically project Republicans are going to take the North Carolina Supreme Court. Why can I do this? Beasley is up by 1. Guess who's also up by 1? Richard Dietz over Lucy Inman. It's over. Republicans have taken the North Carolina Supreme Court. I'm going to project this boldly because Decision Desk is not going to do this. He is up by about 8,000 votes over Inman. Irvin's about to fall behind as well. Beasley's running the top of the ticket, it seems like, but they're just in a difficult position right now.
I mean, Beasley has not performed horrendously, it looks like.
She's not performed horrendously.
Not great, but not.
Yeah. The biggest issues for Democrats are out in the East, where they're having, again, those counties where you're seeing pretty major swings to Bud. Although, oddly enough, Don Davis is apparently winning Greene County, which would be a very good thing for him. That's a county that went to Bud by like 20 points. which, yeah, Vance County, that's 56 to 43. That doesn't seem great.
Was North Carolina 1 even competitive?
Yes, it's like a Biden plus 8, Biden plus 7 or 8 seat.
Yeah.
I thought that. Okay, I thought it was a lot less competitive than that.
No. Yeah. Oh, that's
Folks, it's 9
God.
p.m. The polls have closed in Arizona and Wisconsin, as well as some key races in New York and Colorado.
All right, time to
This is
see
a
if
dreadful.
my,
This is a dreadful performance for Don Davis. As this is the case in Vance County.
time to see
Biden
if
plus
I'm gonna
20.
make any
Biden
money.
plus Biden plus 20. Vance. Biden plus 20. Davis plus 13. That's a 7-point swing in Vance County.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
You keep that up, and it looks like Bud's about to take the lead too in the overall vote. Robeson County, oddly enough, our early vote seems to have gone for Beasley, but yeah, he's winning the election day vote now, 310,000 to 143 over Beasley. Yeah, pretty nearing a particular point for Democrats here.
Okay, that was a weird glitch. Well, no, check that again because I just refreshed. Swooped in the chat. I just refreshed. Warnock's up 49.2, 49.1. Oh, now it flips. Okay. Warnock down 49, 49.1. Down about 3,000 votes. I would like the needle back.
Nah.
Yeah. Walker has taken the lead, but I don't like this might be kind of a mirage-ish for him.
I was going to
because
say.
yeah, a bunch of really blood red North Georgia just dropped a ton of votes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're looking at so they don't know estimated votes remaining on New York Times, but if I had to guess, like if you can look at fully reported counties, I would bet that now they're disproportionately red.
Also, did anyone else just see the John Ralston tweet?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Long week ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
F.
You thought it was going to be over tonight? Well, you were wrong.
I think Seth Magaziner is in a good spot.
What?
I think Magaziner's in a good spot.
Oh. Yeah, it seemed like there's early vote or there's mail vote that's not yet been counted in the second.
Yeah, that's good for him. He needed that.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, these Supreme Court races are basically over. Both Republicans have taken the lead. Beasley's about to fall behind. What a month for the North Carolina Supreme Court, huh, Kraz?
Oh my God.
And yeah, this is definitely a red mirage because now Walker's up to 49.4. Walker.
I mean, like it's not mirage; they're real results. It's just like, he's up by 0.6, and now Kemp's up by 8.4. So he's still running behind Kemp by almost 8 full percentage points. Maybe this is where the race settles and Kemp wins by 8, but I don't know. I think
it would be odd considering how many deep blue counties still have votes left if the race settled at 8.
And Warnock goes back up after someone just drops a shitload of votes. I can't tell who. I think it was DeKalb.
51 points. Yeah. Wow.
God,
Iowa. So okay, Joe, have you talked about Isle of Wight County in Virginia too yet?
No. Why would you like me to go there, sir?
Higgins is overperforming Trump by Trump won this by about 18.5%. Higgins by 20.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I'm feeling very vindicated right now. I am feeling very vindicated on what I've been saying about this race, about these races in Virginia for a long time, about the last 2 weeks. I'm feeling quite vindicated right now. Not gonna lie. I am feeling very vindicated. This is a good thing. This is a good thing for me.
Well, Kiggins looks like she's in a good spot, better than Vega.
Well, yeah, and that's what I said it was going to happen. So
Yeah, I mean,
Vega was getting hammered on abortion when I was in DC.
yes, it was nonstop. It's going to be close though. I think this is probably going to be closer in the 7th than what I think Democrats maybe hoped for.
well, I mean,
I think the early vote in PWC should do it for her, but should do it for Spanberger unless like something weird happens. But
this is not a drill. Ted Budd has taken the lead in North Carolina. He now leads by about 0.2%, with less than half of precincts reporting. He's winning election day votes by almost 190,000 votes.
and it looks like in Indiana's first, I don't know if these are more results than what we had initially, but Mervan with 23% reporting is up 59 to 4. I don't remember.
I think we talked about that a little bit earlier.
That's where it's been for like the last hour.
Okay, I could not remember.
Hate to tell you, buddy, but
oh, hey,
that was about where we were at.
Yeah.
Okay. Democrats ain't holding the House. I never had any illusions of that.
Yeah, I mean, fully reporting counties in Indiana are like kind of mixed. You've got, here are the shifts. R plus 5, R plus 7, D plus 1, R plus 2, D plus 5, D plus 3, R plus 2.5, D plus 4, R plus 11, R plus 3, R plus 3, R plus 6, R plus 3, R plus 4, R plus 6, and R plus 4. It's like, man, I mean, and some of these I don't actually know if they're right, to be honest, perfectly honest.
Good. Good God here. DeSantis is now at 59 to 40.3 over Christ.
Oh,
Jesus.
that is just killing.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
Miami-Dade isn't just flipped Republican. It's Republican by double digits right now.
Jesus. I think Cone had an interesting
Alachua is within 15.
Ron DeSantis is not that popular.
Wait, I actually want to be clear. What was I going to say? Yeah, like the fact that the Florida Democrats are going to lose this race by this much is like actually insane. Nate Cohn tweeted before the needle went off that Democrats are about even with their expectations, but only because they're overperforming them in literally every state except for Florida and way underperforming them in Florida. Like there's just like, it's like Florida is like way an outlier.
Mm-hmm.
According to a guy from Inside Elections, Oconee County, Georgia, Walker's winning it by 34.5. In the runoff, Loeffler won it by 36.4. So Walker, at least in that district, is underperforming Loeffler by 2.
Wait, where are you looking? Oconee?
Yeah, Oconee County. 95%.
Yeah, but he's overperforming Trump by 3. So that's the only, like 2.5. So like that's the only thing.
Yeah, but Loeffler did lose the runoff.
That is true. This is true. This is correct. Just saying. It's a little bit mixed.
Yeah.
I do want to see, I kind of just want like another fully reporting county, to be honest. Like, I mean, there's one 95% Union County. Walker's up 61%, and Trump won blood red Union County by 63.5%. So that's a little bit of underperformance. Then also Rabin County, that was Trump plus 57.5, and it's Walker plus 53. So it looks like he's underrunning Trump in rural North Georgia, of all places, which is like, okay. Not sure.
I have theories, but I'm going to wait until the results are all in.
I like, I don't know where he's overrunning in Oconee, which is like an educated, most educated county in the state.
Most educated county in the state?
Yeah.
Most college educated?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's right outside Athens.
And it's
I have a couple.
It's Walker plus 36.
And it was Trump plus 33 or something
So
like
it's
that.
so it's like the one county that's defying the college-educated voters go to the left trend.
What's up? What's up?
Oh
What's
boy.
up? What happened?
Democrats, the rural Democrats are just imploding in North Carolina. Anson County, this is a Biden plus 5 county.
Yeah.
Bud is winning it by 6. This is a small county. This is one of the small rural counties that would be in a redrawn. Usually people draw that in with like the 9th congressional district going into Fayetteville, Robeson, and whatnot. But I would not have expected Anson to flip. This isn't in a district that's competitive, but it's pretty bad.
We have a call.
What's the call?
We do, Mr. Dillon.
From WPRI, the Rhode Island outlet. Seth Magaziner has won the Rhode Island 2nd congressional race.
What's the vote share right now?
I'm looking now. Sorry. Should have had that ready.
That mail vote is a killer there for fun.
Maricopa incoming, guys.
Maricopa, oh boy.
It's 51-46 for Magaziner right now.
Yeah. I wanted to mention, you know how I mentioned that the lieutenant governor race in Vermont can be more competitive than expected? Zuckerman's only winning it right now, 27% of the vote with 8. He's only winning that by 8% of the vote, which is, again, pretty interesting. This is on par with 2020.
Catastrophic. Zuckerman's catastrophically bad.
Well, no, this is on par with what Republicans did in 2020 when Zuckerman was not on the ballot. So this is actually not terrible for Zuckerman, given, it's his reputation, but yeah.
Given that he's an anti-vaxxer?
Yes.
I think, Dylan, don't be too hard on him. Progressive anti-vaxxers. The representation matters, Dylan. Okay, and
there are a lot of them.
There aren't a lot of progressive anti-vaxxers in politics these days.
No, we did just kick out Carolyn Maloney.
Yeah. I can't believe. Yeah, representation matters, Dylan. Unbelievable.
I know. I'm so sorry.
I will say. So Vance is going to win, I think. The needle's not up, so I can't tell you for sure. But here are some counties that, according to New York Times, are like 90 to 100% in. He's underrunning Trump by 11, 5. Wait, that's plus 44, and Trump won that by. Sorry, I'm checking Wyandotte County by 56. So like he's underrunning Trump by an average of like 7 or 8. Which like on paper would be enough to make this a toss-up race. But I think what's going to happen is he's going to like match Trump or overperform in a lot of suburbs. And so he's going to pull it off.
I think he will pull it off. But I don't know that I'm comfortable with that yet.
If I were him, I would be like at least a little bit nervous, right? Like,
yeah, I'd be sweating.
I'd be sweating a little bit. Like I would be like, do we have anything fully reporting from Pennsylvania yet? No, right?
No, I don't believe so.
No. I'm actually surprised at the Fung loss. I really thought, like, if it were a great night for Republicans, that would have flipped.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's one of those that, there is the problem with that race is that the Providence part is what did it almost certainly in that seat, but every public poll had Fung up or tied. Democratic internals had it even. Fung was generally the better candidate. There was only indication here that the seat wouldn't flip was that Biden plus 13, which is a good indication, but you can only predict with the data you have, and we didn't have any data to suggest that Magaziner would be in a really good spot there.
No,
I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
No, I'm not losing that one. I think the only thing, and I mentioned it while we were on the stream, is Fung had underperformed his polls before. That was the only thing that gave me pause. But,
Hochul in very early returns, about 600,000 votes in, is only underrunning Chuck Schumer's margin by about 5.5%.
What are these from?
Love to see it.
Damn proud we didn't buy that crap. Damn proud. Unless it's really close. Like, yeah.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
no, we're not going to fall. We didn't fall for South Carolina. We're not going to fall for this.
Ridiculous. Hearing crap all day today about 5-alarm fire for the Hochul campaign. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
shut up.
Like what? They're out of champagne. Like like
Every time we did a ratings update, there were people in the replies. It's a joke that you haven't moved New York from safety.
Now this feels like a waiting game. Has the Maricopa numbers hit yet?
Maricopa has not been incoming yet.
Okay.
Has anything from Arizona? No.
So there's a couple like weird things going on in the Walker Warnock race, in that like Walker is getting some good results, like vis-a-vis Trump, right? Like versus Trump's margin, but he's still running 8% behind Kemp. So like,
unless you think Kemp is going to win 58% of the vote, which honestly, I think if you think that at this point, you're huffing some hopium. This is going to a runoff.
Yeah, I think Spanberger has this. She's down. So VPAP just tweeted this 20 minutes ago. She's down 7,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
There's 26,000 early votes remaining in Prince William. And there's 18 Prince William election day precincts.
Yep.
And that's basically all there is. There's a little bit of rural vote left, but very little.
Yeah, so it seems like Spanberger's gonna come back.
I think she has it.
Yeah. It's good. Like I said, I think it's probably going to end up a bit narrower than I think she wanted it to be. But yeah, I think she's got this by about 2 to 3 points.
The fact the needle is not back is like a problem for me. Like I'm having like,
I know.
Where's the needle?
I'm like, I got the shakes. Like someone bring the fucking needle back.
Yeah.
Although, what I'll also say is Warnock is keeping his margin above 51%. Look, that's probably not going to stay, but maybe we were a little hasty saying Walker had the better chance of winning outright than Warnock. I think we might have been a little
Oliver
hasty.
is getting almost a full 2%. So like with Chase Oliver getting a full 2%, that basically means one candidate has to win by 2% to to avoid a runoff. Do I think either candidate does that? I don't think so, given what we're seeing right now.
We do have some
Well,
early results in Colorado. If you want to go over Colorado a little bit.
How much are Michael Bennett and Jared Polis winning by?
Bennett's winning by 23. Polis is winning by 28. So Odia is doing about 5% better than Heidi and all.
That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
But just to go back real quick, I do think it's more likely at this point, just looking at it, that Warnock wins by 2 than Walker wins by 2. That's my rough guess.
I don't know. There's a lot. I mean, okay, a lot of red places have reported. The problem for Warnock is that while there's a lot of vote outstanding in Metro Atlanta, like a lot, the problem is it's all election day vote. So it's only going to be like D plus like 10. Like it's not going to be big.
No, it's not going to be huge.
Granted, it could be a lot of votes though, but still, I mean, some of these rural counties are like 95% in. So like some of these votes are kind of exhausted, but like,
also,
yeah,
I'm sorry. I have to, the Arkansas Senate race. Wait, no. Okay. I saw a tweet and it's wrong. It must be using older results. The tweet said that the Arkansas Senate race is closer than the Florida Senate race, which in the early result was probably true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Garrett Archer, who's the Arizona data guru, says, based on the election day turnout today, probably safe to say statewide Democrats will need at least a 10-point advantage in the early vote to remain competitive. So that's what we should be watching for.
Did they not have that? I feel like they did.
Well, okay, so Biden had about a 6-point advantage. in the early vote, but it was like 90% of the overall vote. Like it was a lot more of the overall vote.
You want to know another state we didn't buy into that we're very happy we didn't buy into? Oklahoma. Yep, right now, Senator 1, Lankford is up 65.5 to 31 over Madison Horn. Markwayne Mullen is up 63.3 to 33.9 over Kendra Horn. And Kevin Stitt is up 56.5 to 40.8 over Hoffmeister.
That's actually wider than I thought it would be.
That's 46% of the vote in.
That's wider than I thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I wonder if anybody predicted that. Let's see. Let's think about this for a minute. Oh, Mandela Barnes up 70-30 in very limited amounts of mail votes being dropped. Very limited.
I would not be surprised if Barnes overperforms. I'd be very surprised if he won.
Well, if he overperforms, he'd come close to winning because Biden won the state by like 0.4. So
no, I mean overperforms the polling. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
So about half of the votes are in North Carolina, or half of the precincts are in North Carolina. Bud has now expanded his lead to 1.5% of the vote over Beasley. Again, he's winning the election day votes by a 2-to-1 margin at this point, a 221,000 vote gap there. I'm trying to see which counties have been all in. I know some of these are like horrendous. Yeah, some of these are. I'm going to need to do some math calculations on my own to figure out. I don't think North Carolina one's going to flip, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than people expected because the margins in here are just either depressed turnout or actual voters flipping. Like Warren County was a 62.2 to 36 Biden County, 60.5, 38.3 for Bud. Vance County's again, it looks to be all in. That's Beasley plus 11. Vance County was in 2020. Vance County was a Biden plus 20 county, so this is down 9 percentage points. So like these particular counties are just not looking very good for Beasley, and NC1 is within 1% of the vote right now. On the other, Democrats appear to have won Greene County. Don Davis is overperforming in Pitt County. He's doing better in Warren. He's doing basically on par with Biden. It's like it's not total gloom and doom, but I would be concerned long term as a Democrat if you're losing places like Greene, like Lenore, like Anson by these margins, especially Anson. I would have thought Anson could go Republican plus 1. Seeing it go Republican plus 5 is truly ridiculous. That's something I did not expect to see.
I'm sorry. I just want to take a moment. Can we just talk about Trafalgar?
Rip Trafalgar A rating.
Yeah. Flashback to Trafalgar saying the Vermont Senate race was within 4%.
I forgot that. Honestly, I did. I remember I hold that.
I wish I could.
Oh, too bad, buddy.
Yeah, Maggie Hassan looks like she's pretty favored. Joe, how are you feeling about Pennsylvania right now?
It's still so early, and we're just not counting like enough right now. The numbers have certainly started to decline. Still, like so much of this is like male leads that like I can't John what is it? John Fetterman is not winning Northampton 78-20.
Well, we got to get some fully reported counties in here. And if counties are able to drop decent amounts of mail, we should be able to get something fully reported from some places tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure we will. I mean,
we will.
We better. It's better.
Yeah, like Washington is still being won by Fetterman, and like Westmoreland, I can't tell a whole lot by this right now. Like I just can't. Like that's not possible for me to do. Plus, we're not going to even get Luzerne for another like hour probably because those polls stayed open until 10 there. So,
yep.
I can't tell you gonna do what you're gonna do here. I can't say what's not there for me. So
Mastriano's underrunning Oz by 8% still.
Okay, that's probably good news for Oz. Not gonna lie, there. That's
honestly.
that's actively good. If that continues, that is time is
Yeah,
only.
we don't know what that final margin is going to be. Like that could get dangerous, that race.
Times is showing it only by only Oz overperforming by 4, but that's still pretty good.
No. I mean by margin.
Oh yeah.
I don't give a shit about the vote percentage. It's all margin to me. Like
I mean, I don't know. A 4% over an 8% gap is probably good enough for Oz, unless Mastriano has cratered, which is not inconceivable.
I was gonna say that I would not underestimate that.
Yeah, no, not inconceivable at all. Also, a 62% of the vote, and Warnock sits at 50.8, and Herschel Walker sits at 47.4.
So I'm looking at these Virginia seats right now. I think it's pretty clear what we're seeing happening right now. Pretty clear in my eyes that Elaine Luria is going to lose re-election, while Jen Kiggins, while Abigail Spanberger is going to survive. Chesapeake City. This is an area that I checked on using the gloriousness of our Dave's redistricting app. I checked this. Donald Trump only won this part of Chesapeake County by 10 points. Kiggins is winning it by 14, and that's with all the early vote reporting in, and we still have some precincts to come in. 2 of those precincts are significantly Republican precincts in the south part of Chesapeake. So it's pretty. The fact that those early votes are now in. Big time. The big thing is that Kiggins won the early in person in Chesapeake. She lost the mail, of course, but she won the early in person. So that's a sign. I don't think anyone's called it yet, but that's a sign right there. But I mean, we don't have the around 54,000 in Virginia Beach yet. A lot of that's going to be in person. So that's not bad news at all for Kiggins if she's doing that well. She's probably only going to lose the in-person in Virginia Beach then pretty narrowly, I'd bet, or she could even win it, I'd say. So, yeah. There's a way this is going. And I think there's pretty clear signs in both of these districts where they're headed. So I wouldn't hope any more than I would hope. That's all I would say. I guess that's my comment to involved individuals right now. I guess that's my comment.
Yeah. By the way, Bud is now up by 2.5 points over Beasley. We're getting a lot more completed counties. NC1 is now within 7% of the vote, or 7.5%. Don Davis over Sandy Smith. So this is going to be really interesting. I don't know how. I think this is probably going to end up within 5 in the first district.
Is this an error?
Is what?
Where you're looking, Dylan?
In the group chat, Garland County, Arkansas has the Libertarian candidate with 68% of the vote.
Yeah, that's
definitely an error.
I would put pretty good money that's an error, buddy.
That looks like an error, but the Libertarian did get what, 30% of the vote last cycle in Arkansas?
I don't remember. That was a site because there was no Democrat on the ballot. That's why.
Oh, that's right. You're correct.
He was the de facto Democrat. He basically ran as a de facto.
God, Jared Paulus is crushing it. He's outrunning Michael Bennett by 14 points. No, wait, sorry, by 6, but still.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all to me.
You're gonna. I think you're gonna see a push for like Polis and Shapiro as
Yeah, I actually agree with Dylan on that. Actually,
presidential candidates,
yeah, it's not hard to see that happening.
especially if Biden, if those exit polls are right and 60% of voters don't want Biden to run again. You're going to see a push to coronate someone like
Big
Shapiro.
call from DDHQ, an expected call, but a big call. DDHQ is predicting that Brian Kemp has won re-election outright. There will be no runoff in the Georgia governor's race. Stacey Abrams fails in her comeback attempt. This is not surprising if you've been following along with this race from beginning to start. Brian Kemp was expected to pretty heavily outperform Herschel Walker in the Senate race tonight, but it is now unsurprising. Brian Kemp, the winner on the night here.
Yeah.
DDHQ has now called it for Brian Kemp. Outright, Brian Kemp will be continuing as governor of Georgia.
Now it's all about margin.
Now it's all about margin, indeed.
Let's see if
I'll get that sent out.
I really do need the needle back.
I really need the needle back. Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting in Pennsylvania for fully reporting because like these counties report at different speeds. They report different things first. Like I don't want to analyze anything in Pennsylvania before we get fully reporting counties.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, of course.
Feel
not.
that.
I don't want to touch it.
Fox News called Texas's gubernatorial race for Abbott.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, shocking.
Whitmer is just
Oh, the needle's back.
the needle's back.
Needle's
Let's go.
back. Toss up for Senate, 75%
Oh my
chance
God.
of House.
Okay, so here's the timed needle on the Virginia races. It is
Okay.
considering the second very likely R and the seventh likely Democratic. So
Okay, so the
one?
needle is down to Walker plus 0.7, which would not avoid. I think
And-
that's clear. That would not avoid a runoff, given that.
And in Pennsylvania, the needle's at plus 0.5 for Fetterman.
okay.
All right, what do we think needle is? Oh, it's up to likely R in North Carolina. Bud looking at a 5% win according to the New York Times.
Yeah. He's overperforming in the rural area so much. It's
He's doing so well out east. It's kind of incredible, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
like again, like
Go ahead.
go right ahead.
No, it wasn't an election comment, so go ahead.
He's winning Pasquotank by 5. That's a county that went for Biden. He's winning, he's pulling a really, really strong margins out in these areas. Pitt County is within 3. That's pretty impressive. Like he's doing really well where he needs to be doing really well.
You can just kind of feel the life came back to the stream just now.
Oh my God.
The
I needed that.
God bless the needle.
Especially Kraz and I.
God bless the needle. Holy
God
shit.
bless
We
the
can
needle.
tell
So the
things
needle,
now.
the needle thinks Ron Johnson's going to win by 5, but it's not clear to me whether that is an actual estimate based off votes because it shows it being stagnant the entire night, or whether it's their original estimate, like their original like Johnson's going to win by 5. I don't know if it's been updated for results yet.
Yeah.
Vance still. Oh yeah, it already dropped to 3.8. So
God, what a bad candidate.
Vance still hasn't pulled away according to the New York Times. He's sitting at plus 5 in the estimate.
Jesus.
What a garbage candidate.
God, if this had happened any other year, there would be 2 Democratic senators from Ohio.
Forecast for New York Times getting bullish on Hassan. They think she's up to 75% chance.
I mean, she's at plus 19 right now. That's going to come down, but
So God bless the needle.
God bless the needle.
God bless the needle. God
And
bless
if it's
the
like
needle.
if it's like what we're thinking, where that total for Walker is like the total lead, then that's not the 2% you'd need to avoid a runoff.
No, he's not winning. He's not winning outright. No shot. You don't get a 0.7% victory above 50% with an independent taking 1.8.
Be kind of funny if he did, though.
I don't know that it would be mathematically possible. So yes,
I don't think it is.
Gentlemen,
I'm just saying that would be funny.
Don Bacon is in for a tough race, according to the New York Times. They think he will win. They think he will win, but they think he's going to win in their very rough estimates by about 7,000 votes right now.
Wow.
So
about 3%.
So the Needle's projecting Republicans get 230 seats, Democrats get 205. That's an improvement from earlier. Honestly, that's not a bad performance by Democrats.
Yeah, so I don't know if the Needle
17 seats for Republicans.
Yeah, not bad.
We'll see what changes when we start getting out west more. We'll see how this goes.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like looking at these results, you've really got to be sweating if you're Drazen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I think that was a good play by us there.
Yeah, that last minute change we did was a good call.
Fuck yeah, we're smart. Yeah, I agree, guys.
Let's pat ourselves on the back more.
Yeah, we're good at what we do. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Oklahoma looks like Madison Horn might be about to fall under 30% in Oklahoma, to the surprise of no one. Hoffmeister is losing by 17.
Honestly, I'm surprised Hoffmeister is losing by 17. I thought she was going to lose by...
Yeah, that's actually a bit surprising to me. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
God, this Pennsylvania race is like knife's edge. Like, this is insane.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see... Okay, Kathy Hochul is winning 68% of the vote in New York right now.
God, energy for Zeldin. Have you seen New York City turnout? 5-alarm fire for Hochul.
5-alarm fire in Rochester.
Yeah. Oh, Congressman Joe Morrell is on a high alert in his Biden.
Okay, to be fair, there's nothing in from Rochester yet, to be fair. But yes, I agree.
Okay, valid, but come on.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is she's up 68.6 to 31.4. Zeldin's getting about 22% in Brooklyn, about 35% in Queens right now. We have no idea what these votes are, where they're coming from. 22% in the Bronx.
Yeah, this
What
is
is Manhattan
for Maria.
Manhattan is where's Manhattan? Where's New York? Yeah, Manhattan. Hochul's up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to say
16% for Zeldin Manhattan. So,
wait, sorry. What do you get? 16% in Manhattan?
16% in Manhattan?
Is that enough for him?
That's no.
Who are we talking about here?
Zeldin. 16% in Manhattan? No.
That's according to New York Times.
Yeah, but that's not enough.
No, that's not enough. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bud has really moved up in position as the votes have come in.
Yeah.
They were New York Times being too generous to Beasley. It's almost a 3-point lead now. Yeah, it's a 3-point lead now for Bud. Don Davis is only up 6.8% in the first district now. So this is one that Republicans could have probably put a much better fight up in if they had a better candidate. Looks like about most of the precincts, or 218 of 266 are in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is one Republicans definitely could have put up a better fight in with a better candidate.
So Maggie Hassan and Michael Bennett are up by the same margin right now.
In the Needle or overall?
Overall, which is more funny than instructive.
Yeah, New York
I
Times
think
New York Times is thinking that Hassan wins by 5 and Bennett wins by 10.
Yeah.
Are there any state races? Wait, where is the?
So it looks like Walker is just underperforming in North Georgia by a lot. In Union County is underperforming Loeffler by 4. We already talked about Oconee. Okay.
Not seeing many fully reported counties in Georgia. But Walker down to 0.6 on the Needle. I don't think Warnock really has a shot to win this outright.
No.
He'd have to win by like 1.5 or 2.
I was doing Hopium because I didn't have the Needle.
But like he could come out ahead before the runoff, to be honest.
I think that's very possible. We have two small Pennsylvania counties that are 95% reporting.
Oh, where? Which ones?
Forest and Elk.
Forest.
Oz plus 34 and Oz plus 37. That's an underperformance of Trump by 7 and 8.
Jesus.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Democrats' path to the Senate becomes infinitely easier if they actually flip Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they can lose Nevada at that. The Nevada wave is not nearly as bad if they do that.
If there's even a wave, like part of the problem, right, is like we think there is, and Florida we thought there was and there was, but like hasn't materialized in the same way in other states. So I don't know if like you could say it like.
And we have reason to believe it might not in Nevada, whereas we had really no reason to believe that in Florida.
Yep.
I honestly didn't think we were going to end up maybe having been too bullish on Democrat or too bullish for Republicans. I didn't think that was going to be the problem.
Definitely not.
I was curious.
Oh, sorry. Just wanted to mention Ohio 9, if you don't mind, really quick. 55% in, captors up 57.4 to 42.6.
Walker back to potentially winning outright in Georgia. They have him back up to 1.8 on the Needle.
Oh, that's pretty close. And the New York, the Needle has captor winning by 14.
Jesus.
Needle just gave a big jump to Herschel Walker, by the way.
Why?
Yeah, I just said that.
Walker's up to 1.8 on the Needle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. What came in for him?
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
Yeah. What just happened?
Oh, Paulding? Okay. I want to say there's a possibility this is an error because they have Walker winning Paulding County by 50% and 95% of the vote in.
That seems.
And that county was Trump plus 29. They have overperforming Trump by 21.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah,
that would seem questionable.
That might be an error because that was a big jump, and that might be an error.
Yeah,
it has it casting. I wonder if they've transmitted. I'm actually curious if they've maybe transmitted the gubernatorial results onto that county.
Let me check.
No, yeah, they have Kemp up 66-33, but Walker up 50. I think that might be it.
Yeah, Walker is not outperforming Kemp by that much.
By like 18% in Paulding County. Yeah,
No,
in the Atlanta
shot.
suburbs. They love Herschel Walker in the Atlanta suburbs.
I find that questionable.
Mm-hmm. One thing I do want to note here is there was a lot of talk about Charles Graham on Twitter. Charles Graham is not even winning Robeson County. He's losing it by 5. There's even an article today trying to tout, like yesterday, trying to tout him up. Beasley is losing Robeson by 19. Charles Graham's only losing it by 5. So I guess that's good for him, but he's still losing like the district by double digits. So not a lot to be thrilled by there if you're a.
Okay, but honestly though, like, was anybody?
It was Twitter, really. Twitter was the one that was
hyping him up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an error. Okay. Yeah, that's an error.
I'm pretty positive that's an error because now they have him up basically 0.7 and they have Kemp up 8, almost 8. They have him running under Kemp by 7, but yeah, that's got to be. And they have Paulding casting 89, like 90,000 votes. Yeah. Okay. I found out what it is. They have Paulding casting 90,000 votes in the Senate race, but casting 66,000 votes in the gubernatorial race.
Okay.
And I think
that's incredibly questionable.
Yeah. The mules, man, the mules. But no, I think that's the error. Okay.
Let's see. The Needle has Fetterman currently winning at the end by 0.7. So, good day for Pennsylvania Democrats.
And you know what's like, and I was going to check to see this. So in those counties where Fetterman's outrunning Trump or Biden, I should say by 7 and 8%, Shapiro is still outrunning him in those rural Western Pennsylvania counties. I mean, like Mastriano's like an embarrassment to the state party. In Elk County,
yes. Thank you for the reminder, Kraz.
In Elk County, Mastriano's winning by 24. That's a big margin. What did Trump win Elk County by, you ask?
47?
By 47% of the vote. That is unfucking believable. Like, in this day and age of polarization, that you can like underrun by that much, like that's like Christy Smith level bad. We're about to see Christy Smith in the 2 hours. Like, East Coast got their own version.
Joe, don't worry. In a few hours, you can dunk on Kraz and I for how terrible Christy Smith is in California.
Well, Christy Smith.
But there's no fun in that. You know, that's just, we knew that already.
Yeah, we all picked Christy Smith to go lean on.
Yeah.
Good job. Look at this. This is, I would say, though, this is okay. I'm okay with this for us so far. It's about a 5-point over.
Needle has Josh Riley up over Molinaro.
Okay, well, we called that. That would make us smart again.
We are smart. Yes.
One thing I do want to mention with New York here is interesting. I want to see how this flows out. Zeldin is not doing awful, and it's not near the threshold he needs. Right now, he's getting 36% of the vote in Queens and 27% in Brooklyn. Like, that's not bad, but that's not nearly enough you need to do to win.
No, but I mean, we had it at safety. None of us thought he was going to get close to the threshold.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go find some tweets, man. I need to find some.
Can we go on? Yeah, can we go on a vindication tour, please?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do?
So what's kind of interesting is that, at least in North Carolina, I don't know if it'll hold other states, we'll have to see, but in North Carolina, we're seeing a trend of racial depolarization. In the diverse parts of Eastern North Carolina, Bud is crushing it. He's doing way better than Trump. It looks like a red tsunami out in Eastern North Carolina. But look at Western North Carolina, where you've got not just Asheville, but some rural areas that have a little bit more educated Dems, a little bit more educated white population in some of those Western counties, North Carolina. Beasley's running ahead of Biden by 3, 4, 5 points in some cases. And so it's another trend of almost like racial depolarization, which is fascinating to me, that we saw in 2020 and has continued.
Mhm.
Okay, I was able to do it before. How do I pull up an individual House race on the New York Times? Like pull up the.
They have like a
county-
list.
There's a list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought I had it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Another strong performance for Fetterman in rural Pennsylvania. Wyoming County, Oz plus 28 was Trump plus 35.
Not great.
So we're seeing a trend of Oz underrunning Fetterman, or Oz underrunning Trump in the rurals by about 7%.
Mhm.
Unless Oz is doing fantastic in the suburbs,
Well, he could be. He could be.
he could be. He absolutely could be. But unless
He's certainly looking better in certain parts than Mastriano is, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but looking better than Mastriano isn't.
Well, it's quite literally a 10-point overperformance though right now. Like it's
And
kind of
that's-
crazy.
That's about
Like,
what he
like
would need.
Shapiro's up 18 and Fetterman's only up 8. Like what the hell, guys?
The rurals loving Fetterman memes were real.
Yeah, this is actually, you mentioned the racial depolarization in North Carolina. Republicans had better be thanking their lucky stars they got rid of Madison Cawthorn. Right now, almost all precincts reported in the 11th district. Chuck Edwards is winning by 9%, close to 10%. Cawthorn this could have been a lot more competitive if you had Cawthorn in there. Genuinely could have been. And I do think there's some sort of adjustment going on because Transylvania and Henderson, some of these other counties have been shifted to the right. So I think there's been some adjustment with mail-ins or something because some of these that said they were completed, the margins are a lot different now.
Somehow Buncombe got even more Democratic. Beasley's doing better than Biden by 4% in that county.
Watauga is within 4, though. That's the weird thing. Watauga is within 4 points. That's a county that went to Biden by, 9 points?
It's so I mean, youth turnout sucks. I think that's what that is there, right? Youth turnout's bad.
I want to point out Abigail Spanberger has now overtaken Yesley Vega.
Also, I'm sorry. How has the New York Times not caught that error in Paulding County? Yeah,
it's actually kind of hard to catch because Paulding is really Republican. I only caught it because I'm a total degenerate that's addicted to this stuff. And so when I saw Paulding, because I went to their shift map and it's like this ginormous red arrow, and I was like, I don't think that's right.
Okay,
but
fair.
It's actually kind of hard to catch when you're looking at the shift map because it is a really Republican county. It just shows up as being really Republican. So like it doesn't.
Fair, but I mean, that's contributing entirely to the chances that Walker wins outright. And even then, the needle has him up 1.8. Chase Oliver is at 1.9. So even still, it doesn't. Even with that Paulding error, I don't know that Walker would hit 50.
Yeah. Here's another race that people were touting for no reason: South Dakota.
People were touting South Dakota.
There was a time. There was a small time.
John Thune is winning 69-27. Kirsty Noem is winning 61-37. So like he's underperforming a little bit. She's certainly not going to be losing by less than Josh Shapiro is going to be winning. So her margin of victory is not going to be less than Josh Shapiro's. That's for sure. Dusty Johnson's about 78% of the vote. He's against the Libertarian. That would be why.
Allegheny is 55% reporting. Fetterman's up 68-30.
Big margin.
Wait, what is?
Allegheny. 55% in. Fetterman's up 68-30.
Yeah, but that's going to be no election day.
I think that's actually a lot of election day because we got most of the mail-ins already, and it was only 120,000.
Yeah, this is going to be all election day here from No Dylan. That's
yeah.
That's kind of the issue, I guess.
Bud Lead is now nearing 4%. This continues to go up over here. I need to check some of the legislative races, but this is North Carolina Republicans are having a very good night. Probably not one of the better states Republicans are looking at right now for sure.
Nebraska's second again with Bacon. Tony Vargas is currently up by about 1,300 votes with 66% in. He's up by 1%.
The Wisconsin gubernatorial race is going to be really, really close again because Evers is outrunning Barnes by 3.5, and the New York Times thinks Johnson wins by 3.7. So implied they think Mitchell's wins by 0.3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Very going to be extremely close.
Mandela Barnes is currently up 51.3 to 48.7.
Extremely close. This is going to be like...
Yeah.
It's going to be 2018 all over again.
Yep.
Woohoo. I'm surprised they don't have a needle for statewide races.
I'm going to tweet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tweet about from the account about this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Moskowitz is within 5 in that Florida 23. It's been called, but that's how you know the bottom fell out for Florida. I mean, there's a lot of ways to know, but like the bottom definitely fell out.
Yeah, the bottom fell out hard.
In an interesting key House race, the needle has moved the 13th district of North Carolina to leaning Republican. In an interesting look,
makes sense. Yeah, actually, Ashley Moody, DeSantis is winning 59 to 40, which is really, really good. Moody is winning 60.4 to 39.6. She's actually outrunning Ron DeSantis.
Wow.
Yeah, she's within 4 in Orange County. To give an idea of how bad it is. She's within 14 in Aleutian. Within 10 in Leon. Good God. Oh, Maricopa incoming, according to what's his name?
The needle.
No, 3 minutes, right?
Garrett Archer.
Yeah. And the needle currently estimates Fetterman wins by 1% at the end of the night. How are the marijuana ballot initiatives doing?
Oh, that's a good question.
There's so much stuff, dear Lord.
Okay, so I'm looking at a couple. Maryland, it's up 65-35. South Dakota, it's down 53-47. Arkansas down 58-42. Colorado, the decriminalization of psychedelics is up 55-44. God bless Colorado.
Yeah, if we link to our
yeah, that Paulding error is killing the needle.
Yeah, I think that's what's doing it.
Yeah, it's definitely off.
Oh my God. That
What?
Detroit Whitmer margin.
Oh God.
Jesus.
No, I'm sure it's bad.
97-3.
Yeah.
53,000 votes to 1,500 votes. Jesus. Hello again, Kat.
We keep seeing Walker adjusted up too. Now he's up to 1.9%.
Yeah, I wonder what it's going to be when they take away that.
Yeah, they got to do that at some point.
Yeah,
It'll probably
they gotta
shave.
catch that.
It'll probably shave a whole percentage point off his margin.
Yeah, this is going to a runoff. I mean, if Georgia runoff to decide control of the Senate once again. Pennsylvania, Nevada flip.
Don't even joke.
That would be chaos,
Don't even
wouldn't it?
joke.
Ooh,
Be another 6 weeks of content for us, though.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to start covering the presidential.
Okay, folks,
race
it's 10 p.m. Montana, Nevada, and Utah have all closed, and Idaho has. Wyoming technically already has, but well. So we're almost there, folks. We're getting there.
Okay,
We're
Maricopa
climbing
says
there.
this: the initial batch will be entirely early votes received by Friday, November 4th. So it does not include votes received Saturday, Monday, or today, and it does not include election day votes. Kelly should be up substantially. Some of the remaining votes batches will favor him, like some of the ones that arrived like Saturday and Monday probably still narrowly favor Kelly. But election day is going to be very red, and that's going to be the key.
There wasn't a lot of election day in Maricopa.
So there was probably less, I think, than the GOP would want to see. I'd have to look back at some of like Sam Almey's tweets because he was tracking it.
Hold on, I'll go back and check real quick.
I think he said that it was penultimate update. So I don't know what the final update was, but he only had 224,000 Maricopa voters, which is like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, so it looks like at the final update, the pure Republican advantage was 84,000 votes.
Yeah.
That's not great.
8 p.m. Maricopa drop. Katie Hobbs 58, Carrie Lake 42.
All right. Well, that keeps her in the running if Garrett Archer is right.
Oh, I think the Paulding error just got taken off because the margin is now 49.1 to 49 again.
Hadn't shown up for me.
It just flipped again. Literally just as I said that.
Has not showed up for me, but we will see.
So the needle is down to 1.2 percentage point win for Walker, which would mean a runoff.
Yeah.
Where is Paulding? There's so many red counties I can't find it.
It's exurb in Atlanta.
Wow. So Maricopa dropped 842,000 ballots undefined received by Friday. And I know from following Sam Almey that they had at least, including Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I think they added another almost 200K to that. I think there were probably over 1 million early votes.
Wow.
Okay, so Paulding is back down to Walker plus 24.
Okay.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
There you go. That's what it's supposed to be.
What does the needle say now? The needle has Walker winning by 1.2, which would be under the runoff threshold, I think.
It would be.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we apparently have gubernatorial results for the Maricopa batch, but nothing from the fucking Senate race.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
Cool.
But Garrett Archer said Democrats need to be within 10 to stay competitive. I think they remain competitive with this batch.
So CNN exit poll for the Arizona Senate race. Don't want to read too much into it. Kelly plus 1 with white voters, plus 17 with voters of color, plus 12 with women, plus minus 4 with men, plus 16 with independents. That sounds like game set match for if that exit poll were correct.
Kelly, according to OHPI, Kelly 59-39 in the first Maricopa drop. He's up 20 on Masters.
Oh.
And so he's outrunning Hobbs by 4, which is basically what the poll said. I mean, they basically said there'd be a 3 or 4 point difference.
Yeah. Yeah, Democrats are having a far better night than I expected.
Much better night.
Yeah, I was genuinely expecting a bloodbath. I thought our projections were far too generous by the end of the night, by like yesterday.
God, this gubernatorial race in Wisconsin is going to be unbelievably close. Like, Evers is now outrunning Barnes by 4.1%, which implies a 0.8% win for him, according to New York Times.
Oh boy.
It's going to be really close, like really close.
And the New York Times estimate in the House is down to 228 to 207.
Jesus.
That'd be a really good night for Democrats.
Yeah, honestly, they have to be thrilled with that result.
JD Vance has finally moved to likely R. He's going to win by 5, probably.
Woo! Good for him.
Good job, JD. Way to underperform.
Mazel tov,
Way to underperform and probably screw
JD.
Mazel tov, JD.
Well, you only underperformed the fundamentals by about 5. Congrats.
Yeah.
But Fetterman's up to plus 1.3 in their estimate.
Yeah, so Fetterman, yeah.
Fetterman has to be really, really happy about where he is.
I'm honestly impressed. And I think without the stroke, Fetterman would be in real, Fetterman would be.
You know the worst part of this?
I'm holding out on right now in Pennsylvania is that there is like most certainly like a massive bomb of Republican votes waiting in York, election day votes waiting in York County right now.
Yeah.
There's only 27% of the vote in. Fetterman's up by about 14,000 there right now. This is York's one of those counties that once it like hits, there is definitely a big bomb ready to be dropped right there.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, do we have any of the election day votes in from Philly? Because Philly was doing real well for Fetterman. Or Philly was turning out really in really high numbers. So.
Wow. Fetterman ahead in Lackawanna by 17% with 90% in.
So it looks like.
The worst part of this? Wait, can I tell you the worst part of this? If Fetterman wins, you know how many copycats there are going to be in the 2024 cycle in various races? It's going to be disastrous. It's going to be every large man is going to be running for Senate as a Democrat.
Look, I mean, honestly, big dude. This was a vibes race. This was unironically a vibes race. So yeah, 40% of the vote in Arizona. Mark Kelly up 56 to 41. The Needle has him up, has Kelly winning by 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at Georgia. Walker back to plus 0.5 in the New York Times estimate. So this is, I think I would feel comfortable saying I'm almost positive this is going to go to a runoff.
This is going to, no doubt.
We're getting more content, boys. More content.
More content. 6 more weeks of election coverage. Hooray! The content, the money, the payment.
Didn't they move the runoff earlier?
I still haven't received yet.
Didn't they move the runoff earlier?
What?
No, I
Didn't they
think
move
it's
the
only
runoff
6
earlier?
weeks.
Yeah,
think
so
it's-
that's why I said 6 weeks. Because it used to be in like July. It used to be in January. Now it's like middle of December, right before Christmas. So that's 6
Oh my
weeks.
God. Merry Christmas to us, right? Unreal.
Merry Christmas indeed. And I can do this from my home in Pennsylvania, where I'm going to be, comforts of my own home to cover the runoff. That'll be great.
Honestly, imagine if this were a Trump midterm.
Well, this would be very bad.
Disastrous.
Well, okay. New York Times has Hassan up to +6, but that can't be right because Trafalgar had her losing. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's wrong. Let's get a new estimate, Nate. I don't think that's right.
yeah, I mean, I think you need to check the needle. Trafalgar promised.
Okay, wait. I kind of want to look. What house races are we watching right now?
Honestly, I've been only looking at this.
I'm watching.
I'm sorry.
The
Yeah,
13th
same here.
has gotten quite tight in Ohio. Amelia Sykes is only up 8 now. The Times Needle still has as a toss-up. So that one's getting pretty increasingly tight. The 7th district in Michigan, the Times Needle now says is leaning Democratic. That's
Captor,
interesting.
yeah. Captor is set to win by 13 against Majewski.
Watching the 8th district in Colorado right now. We're waiting, I think, on more. We're definitely waiting on a lot more. Vote there.
Sorry, Pennsylvania 8. Matt Cartwright. The Needle has Matt Cartwright winning by 2.
Yeah, the needle has been low on Cartwright. The needle has been very low on Cartwright for whatever reason. The needle has become very low on Cartwright.
And then in the 7th, Wild is up 12 with 51% in. The Needle has her winning by 0.6.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of election day in yet, particularly in Lehigh. Not a whole lot of election day. So
yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at in PA. I just trust. I trust you on that one.
So I'm still waiting on these. Not great.
I want to see fully reported or almost fully reported suburbs. That's like my
that's kind of the
thing
goal.
in PA because we know Oz is underrunning in the rurals, but I don't think he's going to lose by 7 points. I don't think he's going to lose by 7 or 8 points. So he's got to be overperforming somewhere, right? And I think I want to see the suburbs.
I'm kind of looking at South Central actually a little bit for Oz. I don't know if Lancaster has had their their mail-ins put in yet, but he's already with 31% in. He's already up by 20, basically. That which would basically be the Trump margin, and there's still. I know the mail drop comes late in Lancaster, for whatever reason, but
can somebody find Ohio 1 on the?
Yes, Landsman is still up with 25% left. But
okay, I couldn't find
it. The Needle still has it as a toss-up, so
I couldn't find it for.
Hold off.
I was just curious.
Yeah, it's still kind of it's kind of stuck. It's like weirdly because of how it's drawn. It's like weirdly stuck in the back here. So yeah, I feel like I'm waiting on. I don't know. South Central kind of looks interesting to me right now. I'm really waiting to see these York election day drops because. There's been a lot of good feelings around the York election day turnout right now. There's been a lot of good feelings from people I know back home about that.
So what is actually different about Florida? I don't get that one. What is different about Florida?
I'm honestly, the Florida Democratic Party sucks.
Yeah, wait, can we appreciate this is a crazy fucking map. In Florida, Rubio is winning Duval, Seminole, Osceola, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade. That is nuts. Florida is going to be 14% right of where it was in 2020. And I'm tempted to say that the final results are not going to be nationwide 14% to the right of 2020. So what happened in Florida?
Oh, big projection from DDHQ.
Who?
Okay.
DDHQ projects that Josh Shapiro has won the gubernatorial race.
Oh my God! What a
Who-
surprise!
who
Great
could-
job, everyone! Great job! Well done! Well done!
Well, hey, if it makes you feel any better,
what did we think was going to happen? What did we think was going to happen here? I mean, Jesus!
if it makes you feel any better, Oz looks like he's underperforming too, so it's not just a Doug problem.
Huffington Post that we had, like, he was praying over a fucking sword or something. Like, they were carrying around this sword to Mastriano events, and they were praying over it, and that, like, he was going to come in and, like, stab through the establishment. And like, what the who knew that people would be turned off by this shit? Who, like, Christian nationalism is like fucking crazy already. But who fucking knew that people would be turned off by a campaign that went all in on that? Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed?
So the needle is.
Come on, what are we doing? What are we actually doing here when you are a state party and you cannot inform your voters about this guy? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, look, we knew this was going to happen. This has been happening. But what the fuck? I'm upset about this.
Like, and you're so Fetterman is at 58% in the election day vote in Allegheny.
That can't be right.
I would say hold off on that still.
I would say you're getting very.
There's a big drop coming there.
Yeah, no, that seemed like an error.
I think you're getting certain precincts probably. There are probably precincts where Fetterman did that well, but not the whole county. Not the county.
Oh yeah, no, that seemed like an error. Don't get me wrong. That seemed wrong.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go back to the needle here. What is the needle saying?
Needle in Arizona says Kelly plus 3.5.
And Fetterman plus 1.5.
Total candidate recruitment failure.
Yeah.
Who could have guessed? Who could have seen this coming?
Man,
certainly not me or Eric. Certainly not either of us, right, Eric? Certainly neither of us have seen that.
No, the populists were right, guys. The voters
who saw this coming? You saw this coming? You saw this coming? And Seltzer.
You know who else saw this coming? Resist libs, and I hate
No, and Seltzer. And it's kind of interesting. Like, I think this is an interesting conversation. Like, I think that if these results hold, like, Seltzer has now really gone on a limb from the conventional wisdom 2 cycles in a row. And it appears, at least to me, like she's going to be largely not,
vindicated.
Vindicated. And so my question is, like, one, what does she do that other pollsters just like don't, right? Why is she so much better? And my other question is, are pollsters getting different results and spiking them? Like that, I actually wonder if, like, some polls.
Yeah, that's a good. I actually would like to know that question.
Because the New York Times.
I would actually love to know that question.
New York Times released an R+4 generic ballot. It didn't line up with their other polls, but they released it anyway to say, like, hey, here's the result we got. And, like, I respected that a lot because I was like, you should release the results you get. And they got shit on for it. Like, they got, like, when their other results came out, they got shit on for it. They took a lot of heat for it. But, like, I think even though that poll probably wasn't right in the end, like, I think that was a good thing to do. I think you should release the results you get. And I wonder if pollsters are spiking polls that don't show what.
I tend to think, look, I don't know. I don't think they're spiking their results. Sorry, I just saw something in the chat. I don't think pollsters are spiking. I don't know what it is, because the polls just seem to be wrong in whatever direction. Like, there's no uniformity to it, because if there were uniformity, Mark Kelly would not be projected to be doing this well. Fetterman would be down quite a bit by now. So it just seems like the pollsters just don't know. Yeah, I got nothing.
So by the way, I think that what we're going to see this election, when all the dust settles, will be more not just racial depolarization, but more educational polarization. And I wonder if Dobbs and January 6th helped push that along. So to give an example, I just saw this, someone tweeted this out. with most of the votes in, Jared Polis is winning Douglas County by 3%. And that was a county Trump won by 7 in 2020. And so, you know, I wonder if we're going to see a pretty wild divergence when we look at the swing map of not places that don't have a lot of college-educated voters and college-educated voters. Like, I think there could be a massive divergence here in how like the electorate is shaped, and I wonder if that educational polarization is going to keep accelerating.
Yeah, NC lead is almost up to 4%, by the way, for Bud.
Yeah, I think Bud's got this, unless there's some like ridiculously blue election day vote out. I mean, the only thing for Beasley is there's a lot of votes in Wake, but that's it.
So,
yeah.
So what are we thinking on Kerry Lake? We don't have a lot, but
New York Times implies that she wins by like 0.5, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if Kelly's winning by 3.5, that's within the range where Hobbs could pull it out.
Yeah, so it's going to be close. That race is going to be really, really, really close.
You know what? You know what? I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad. Because maybe it'll actually force it after the absolute luck fest that was 2020. I hope this actively decides to shake up some of these state, like it causes some people to realize that these state parties are being run absolutely fucking awfully, and that there needs to be some fucking shake up done.
Okay, but
it just has to. Come on.
Okay, but Joe, I show you the Florida Democrats.
It's the same thing for Florida. It's the same thing for Florida. Like, this is a show that, like, hey, like you people need to like show the F up, and you know, like it's the same thing. It's the same thing in Pennsylvania. It's the same thing in Arizona. It's the same thing in, I wouldn't even say Ohio. Ohio to this point fucking too. I mean, holy shit. Like, what are you people doing? It doesn't.
Well, I wonder.
You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expect fucking luck to pull you over every single time.
Well, I wonder
people
if part
need
of
to be
this.
fired for this. Ronna McDaniel cannot be RNC chairman.
And you know what's doubly?
She needs to be the first one to go. It's just
Joe. You know what's doubly mind-boggling? Ron DeSantis has taken a former prime swing state. He's winning it by 20. He's helped make Florida red.
He quite literally nearly.
And you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? He's winning by 20 points. He's made Florida red. And you know what's going to happen? The party's going to back Trump over him in the 2024 primary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder, Kraz. Go fuck yourself.
I'm just saying though, but like I think you have a point though.
I know. I'm not saying you're wrong.
State party quality really does matter, and I think we saw this a little bit.
I have been driving this home.
I was rewatching our stream from 2020 to see I did the live maps, and I mentioned during that stream that there was something interesting going on where like Democrats cratered with diverse rural working class voters in North Carolina, but not in Georgia for some reason. And they cratered with working class whites in Ohio, but not Pennsylvania for some reason. And I kind of mentioned this like offhandedly, and I was like, I wonder if there's something to do with state parties here. Like, is there a state party effect here that's making these swings seem a little like stop at the border? And I wonder if the same thing is happening here tonight. Like, I wonder if like the Florida GOP is just so much better in the Florida Democratic Party, but that's not the case in, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I really think it is just the state parties, honestly. Though I do want to.
This would also explain Nevada to a degree, because if Nevada goes the way we're still thinking it probably goes, both state parties there are very, very bad at this point. North Nevada Republicans have been run by basically Ron Paul libertarians for the past 10 years. And have generally been blanked for the last 10 years because of this, with the exception of Sandoval in 2014. That was entirely his own thing. Nevada Democrats are now entirely run by Democratic Socialists of America activists. the gap in the state party quality in Nevada is not nearly as large as it was before, because back before Nevada was a really very big gap. Nevada Democrats are very confident they know what they're doing. They have a great turnout machine. Nevada Republicans are basically having to work on their own because the state party is dumb.
Can I draw everyone's attention to something a little interesting in Georgia? Brian Kemp is might secure a 10-point margin.
Wow. Is that another state? Is that another party quality thing?
That's a
I would
candidate
say that.
quality
I would
thing.
say that, but Democrats have had a lot of success in Georgia, so that's why I'm kind of like.
It's about, and Georgia Senate's going to go to a runoff, probably.
I mean, he's right now he's losing Cobb County by about 5 points. He's losing Gwinnett by about 18. He's at 71%, or he's at 28% in Fulton. Like, he's doing really. I mean, he's performing very well, and he's winning like a lot of counties in like the Black Belt region that would normally have like pretty small margins. Abrams is just doing very poorly.
Yeah, I mean, I am starting to wonder, honestly, if Kemp does pull Walker over the edge, like ever so slightly, like literally 50% and 1 vote. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but if Kemp's winning by 10, it's not implausible.
All right, when is Clark County mail coming in, man? I need
Apparently not for a while.
What?
Yeah, not till later this week.
Ralston says they fucked it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait. Okay, so I have a question. No. It's not all the mail. The only mail. Okay, sorry. The only mail that is coming in later is the mail that was dropped off today. It's potentially very important because apparently the unions told all their members to drop their mail off in the drop boxes, not wait in line in person. So there's a question about how much mail that is.
Mm-hmm.
So exit polls from Nevada. Okay, Ralston didn't link to the exit poll. Okay, he did. He did. Okay. Okay, if that's correct, Laxalt's not doing bad.
Well, where's the
It would be absolutely hilarious if the red wave is like centered around like Florida and Nevada only.
No, it's not. It's not just that. It's not just that. Look at the rest of the Sun Belt. Republicans are doing very, very, very well in these areas. North Carolina, 5 points is what it looks like trending towards right now. Republicans would take that any day of the week in a statewide election. 5 points is pretty dang good. Georgia looking good for Kemp. Florida really good for DeSantis. Tennessee, Virginia even. Kiggins up in Virginia too. Close races in Virginia 7. Hung Cow not getting obliterated in Virginia 10.
Yeah, Hong Kong not getting obliterated is nice. That makes me feel a little bit better.
So the Republicans are doing really well in these Sun Belt diversifying southern region states, and they're doing worse in areas in the Northeast where they nominated horrific candidates. There could be a candidate quality as an explainer here.
So Fetterman is up to a 2.1% victory on the needle.
Jesus Christ.
I'm starting to wonder if the York County bomb that Joe is talking about is even enough.
No, it won't be. It'll be a lot. It'll be a lot.
It'll be a lot.
It will be,
it be
and
enough?
there's probably, I'm trying to see. Oh, he's winning Erie. Oz is winning Erie. That's interesting.
What about Lancaster? Like, shouldn't that have a big?
He's up to 20, so he
But
needs.
shouldn't that have a big election day bomb too?
Yeah, well, Lancaster. I don't think Lancaster has their mail yet, so that's kind of a concern. But there's also probably a bomb in Lebanon, which I think is mostly mail right now. I think Lancaster's mail is all in. Lebanon's mail is all in. Excuse me.
So the House projection is up to 208 to 227.
Yeah.
Very small gains here.
This is awful.
Yeah,
Shabbat might lose.
Yeah, I think Shabbat's lost this one actually.
Who is Shabbat?
Steve Chabot. That's it. He's done. That's cooked.
Democrat, Republican.
Cincinnati is gone.
I'm sorry.
I
am dumb. Democrat or Republican?
No, Shabbat's the Republican that reps Cincinnati.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm dumb.
No, you're good.
Oh boy. Big news,
What's
big
up?
news. Republicans
What
appear to have claimed a supermajority in the state Senate.
In North Carolina?
In North Carolina, yes.
Wow.
This is according to Jeff Tiberi. He is politics reporter in North Carolina, basically. He's taking he is saying North Carolina Republicans have taken a supermajority in the Senate.
2.4% victory for Fetterman on the needle. Man, I didn't. Okay. Look, I am happy that Democrats are doing this well, but the smug replies from resist libs in the election daily predictions feeds were
Holy Christ.
wow. I really didn't think Gonzalez was going to be doing this well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
He
held
did-
up pretty good.
He did not run a good
Surprised by that.
campaign. He ran a very bad campaign.
Do.
Looks like the needle has shifted back to 50-50
DDHQ
Senate
has
from what I'm
predicted
seeing.
that Maggie Hassan has won re-election, unsurprisingly so.
Yeah.
No
Sorry,
shock there.
Eric, what did you say?
I completely forgot what I said. It's getting a bit late.
You said the needle
check that
shifted
out.
back to 50-50 Senate.
Yeah, 50-50 Senate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's going to all come down to Nevada,
Mhm.
I think.
No, it's going to come
Because-
down to Nevada and then the Georgia runoff.
No, I really think it's going to all come down to Nevada because Nevada is going to determine whether or not Democrats have the majority going into the Georgia runoff, right? I think the party is obviously going to be confident given what happened last time, but they obviously would rather have the majority going into that runoff.
Of course. How is Wisconsin looking? 50-50. Ron Johnson expected to win by 3.4.
It stayed pretty constant there.
Yeah, that's
But-
not a bad margin.
No, it's kind of where we expected, to be honest. I think we had him at 4.5 point favorite. So I think that's
Yeah.
right what we expected. The question then, though, right, is Evers is running 4.4% ahead. The gap's like the implied margin for Evers has grown.
Mhm.
And what's interesting about Mitchell's, he's only matching Trump in Waukesha.
That is interesting. And in Indiana first, Frank Mervan is up 51-48 with 85% of the vote in. So very tight there.
Wait, give me 1 second. I'm about to check something.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The pro-life ballot measure in Kentucky is on life support right now.
Mhm.
It's losing by 7% with 75% in. Now, granted, a lot of the counties left are very conservative, so I don't want to. But there is still vote out in a lot of the urban counties. So I don't
Yep.
know. If
So I am curious. Okay, so New Jersey 7. Malinowski is still up with 58% of the vote in, but The final margin is, according to the Needle, 4 points for Keene. So that's the only interesting New Jersey competitive election.
Good news in Tennessee. 79% of voters are voting to remove constitutional language allowing slavery as a punishment. 21%
Only
are
79%?
79?
yes, only 70.
21%. Oh my God. I hate voters sometimes.
That's tough. So
Jared?
in fairness to Tennessee, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do the drill
No.
where I have to hand it to them. I will say I'm just going. Okay. I am just going to say this. What the amendment does, okay, is it does not ban slavery as a practice, which I assume is already banned by Tennessee. What it does,
and the federal government,
I wouldn't assume
Yeah.
that. I would not assume that. This is
No.
Tennessee.
It bans slavery as punishment for a crime.
That's still not great.
No, which some viewers will know is allowed by the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment says slavery shall not exist in the United States except as punishment for a crime.
Yes,
So,
still not great.
Okay, I'm just saying though, this gets rid of that for Tennessee.
Yes.
Yes.
This has been up in this is up in a number of states, by the way. Apparently, there's a number of states with this language up in their ballot.
So I actually wonder if there's been a push. I don't know. I don't know if this is why, but there's been a lot of publicity in recent years about prison labor and the poor conditions of prison labor. And so I wonder if part of this push is that to like get that language written in, because prison labor, it's hard to sue over that because the 13th Amendment is like, well, they could make you be a slave for a punishment, right? Like it's hard to sue over that. So I wonder if this is a push partly because
slavery or involuntary servitude. That's the other one. It's less slavery. It's the involuntary servitude. Like no one's like
Tennessee is overwhelmingly passing right to work. It's passing in Davidson County 58-42.
So on the Needle, Fetterman up to a 2.7% victory.
God, what the fuck?
Wow.
The polls were really wrong here.
No, they were actually pretty right. I actually want to defend the polls here. If the Needle's right,
in PA.
I think if the Needle was right, the polls were almost like within a couple points. I think that I actually would look at this as a success of the polling industry for spending the whole cycle saying Fetterman's ahead, Fetterman's ahead, Fetterman's ahead.
Yes. It only broke at the end.
It only broke at the end. And again, I wonder, were pollsters spiking their polls? Were they hurting their polls?
I'm wondering that now too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a valid. Yeah. Let's see what else. Bart in the chat says that we have results from Maine 2nd, but I don't see those on New York Times.
No, they're there. Golden's up 47-46. 42%.
It's very, very close. It's very close.
Illinois is passing a pro-union ballot measure that every newspaper in the state said to not vote for.
Really?
Yeah.
Basically, what it does is it gives unions complete control over the budget of the state of Illinois.
I love Illinois.
Okay, wait. So it says, okay, it's a little bit complicated. I actually think the explanation in the Reason article I read was pretty good. But like, it basically says that, like no law shall interfere with any like collective bargaining action. And so what the newspapers had pointed out was that like there's a lot of legislation that overrides previously existing collective bargaining agreements, sometimes in very minor ways. And so what the newspapers were saying is like, well, would the state be able to mandate in-person classes during COVID, or would they have to collectively bargain it? And like, that's the question. And so that's why all the state newspapers said, no, don't vote for it, because it can potentially, it could potentially make it so it's impossible for the state to legislate on like anything relevant to labor.
So it looks like we also have results from Minnesota 2nd. Craig plus 19 in Rice County.
So here's a funny thing. We mentioned that slavery ballot initiative in Tennessee. It's only doing 10% worse in Tennessee than it is in Vermont. I don't know what that says about either, but I find it hilarious.
Vermont is so weird.
I wonder, are there any voters in Vermont? Because right now, 24% of voters are against the right to reproductive autonomy. 11% are against the slavery removal. What is the pro-slavery, pro-slavery, pro-choice voter?
The pro-slavery, pro-choice voter, yeah. Seems like an odd combo there.
I would love to meet. I would love to meet such a deranged human.
But this is kind of interesting right now. The 19th district, which we have right now, is leans. We rated that as leans Democratic.
In which state?
New York 19.
Okay.
This is the Josh Riley, Mark Molinaro seat. The Times needle now has Molinaro as a favorite.
Ooh.
They say the race is Republican.
I know we were making fun of the Zeldin thing, and Zeldin is not going to win. Looking at these margins that is going on, I do not think he is losing embarrassingly bad, and I think he's going to overperform relative to another Democrat. It looks like in the Valley, like he's doing pretty good right now. He's winning Orange County. He's winning Rockland County, 8% of the vote. He's winning Dutchess County right now with 90% of the votes in. Columbia, like, he's not doing terribly. Westchester County, he's losing by, like, he's not doing terribly. That wouldn't surprise me if we actually did have an error in the Hudson Valley. So that's all I'm saying here. Is I think that is interesting.
So just a commentary on how things are going. Fetterman's needle has now surpassed Kelly's. Kelly is going to win by 2.5. Fetterman's up to a 3.4% victory.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how things are going.
And see, here's the funny thing. I'm not saying New York is close. What I'm saying is pointing to one area where I don't think everything was entirely wrong. I want to see how this closes. Right now, Zeldin is at 37% in Queens, 62% of the vote in. 29% in Brooklyn, 62% of the votes in. There's not a whole lot of votes from Long Island at all. There's basically none. But like, he's not doing bad. Need to see what it looks like. But like, I can see there being a Republican or two holding it on in the Hudson Valley or winning here, including Molinaro. It just kind of depends on what we're looking at.
Sure. No, I mean, look, we mocked the people who said Zeldin was going to win, but I don't think any of us expected Kathy Hochul to win by 25. No, this was going to be a 10 to 15 point race. I mean, I'm not surprised by these results at all so far. I mean, yeah. And if we had moved it to likely D, I think we could have justified that by the margin. But
I'm not saying we should have. No, I'm not saying we should have it all.
No, I'm not either. It's a pretty inflexible margin that I think she was going to win by.
I will say a pretty telling thing, though, here. Look at the New York Times. Look at the needle. 84% of the vote.
Decision Desk HQ is now called the 9th District of Ohio to Marcy Kaptur.
All right, that's an L for us.
Yep.
Candidate quality matters. The rap video sunk him.
Yeah, Ohio House is going to be a real disappointment. Vance is really dragging down. Tim Ryan's going to lose, but this is a real. He has certainly brought up the tide for House Democrats in this race.
Honestly, that's really all you can ask somebody in a red state running statewide to do. I mean, he basically did what everyone wished Jamie Harrison did.
Okay, not a terrible first performance for Evan McMullen, in fairness to him, even though we kind of shit on him the whole cycle. He's down 6.
Gone.
What?
The needle is gone.
Oh, the needle's gone again?
No, I still see it. I still have the needle.
I don't have the needle. Where's my needle?
So he's losing Beaver County by 62%, right? and Trump won Beaver County, or Biden lost Beaver County by 75%. So that's a 13% overperformance, which is not what he needs because it's a Trump plus 20 state. But New York Times thinks he only wins Salt Lake by 2%. And I think McMullen gets a much bigger win than 2% in Salt Lake, to be honest, even if he loses by a lot.
So Erie has flipped to Fetterman.
Has that happened now?
Yeah.
I was waiting on that.
Let me go find it, see how much it's flipped by. See, I like PA because it has big counties.
We do. That's very true.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Big dude, big counties, big stuff in PA. They say everything's bigger in Texas, but it's not true.
Georgia has been a pain to navigate. They have way too many small counties.
I was shuffling around and like, where are the counties? Like, where are the fully
counties?
They
need to merge some counties.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, Erie has flipped, and yeah, the needle's gone in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
weird.
At least on my screen.
Let me see.
Well, there is the Lebanon County. Oh,
yeah,
what's the? Oh shit! What's that? Oh, fuck.
Yep. You say Lebanon or Lebanon?
Lebanon. Not
Lebanon.
Not Lebanon. It's Lebanon. It's Lebanon. Lebanon County.
Oz plus 20.
Lebanon County. Lebanon County. Lebanon County.
Oz is underrunning Trump by 5%.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the hell, man? How the absolute do you do that? What the hell?
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
What?
Is that Fetterman is actually only doing like marginally better than Biden in Center County where Penn State is.
Yeah.
That's like one of his smallest overperformances of the night so far. That's terrible. That's terrible. Jesus Christ. What the hell? People.
I will say New York Times kind of dropped the ball on doing stuff for the non-federal races.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, sorry. Let me get back to Senate. I need a Nevada ballot drop. Someone is like, it's like I'm an addict.
Yeah. And who's that projection from? Nobody.
I'm shocked about Majewski, by the way.
Really?
Honestly,
I thought for sure he would get carried by fundamentals. That's a Trump plus 3 seat.
I mean,
Republicans knew what they were doing when they dropped out, apparently.
Look, a fundamentals play, I disagreed, but I get it. It was a fair play to make. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I voted the other way, but I get it. It was a fair play. Yeah. A Trump plus 3 district should not go blue in what is ostensibly a red wave.
And this is just a failure. This is a failure of the Northeastern Republican parties. If you just look at it, frankly, look at the state of North Carolina right now. Bud is on pace to win by about 4 to 5 percentage points. Republicans are sweeping every judicial race, which means Republicans will have a 5-2 court majority, 13 to 12 to 3 on the Court of Appeals.
Jesus.
They have a supermajority in the Senate, and they may get one in the House. Florida is absolutely off the charts insane. Nevada is probably looking pretty decent. Arizona's not looking great, but that's candidate quality. Every state where Republicans actually nominated credible people and did credible things, they're doing pretty decently. States like Michigan, states like Ohio, the voters are punishing for just the lack of sanity. That's probably what it's got to be.
Eric, do you know the Laura Budd seat in North Carolina?
Yes, the Laura Budd seat flipped from Brawley. Bud did flip that over Brawley.
Okay. I didn't know like if it was because I don't know if Republicans can win a supermajority in the state house here still, or if
the House seems shakier. The Senate is a done deal. They did flip.
Yeah.
They beat Brian Farkas, which is one.
I'm sorry, I have to talk about this.
Well, go right
Sean
ahead.
Patrick Maloney's down by 10
Oh God.
with
What the-
65% of the vote in.
Yeah, Hudson Valley's kind of interesting right now.
Oh
The
my
Times
God.
needle has moved both the 17th and the 18th back to toss-up, and the 19th they are favoring Mark Molinaro right now.
What is going on?
Like, I'm sorry, but if
Are we getting
if-
2002 again? Are we just getting
if-
random, localized, consistent wave elections?
if Democrats somehow hold the House and Sean Patrick Maloney loses, that might be the best.
You know how
result
you
for
said
me.
about like mathematically possible, buddy?
Yeah, I know it's not mathematically possible, Joe. Let me have the thought.
I'll let you have the thought. I'm just letting you know.
It is highly unlikely.
Yeah, Bradford beat Clark.
Yeah, the
What is
needle.
Echeverria and Cabarrus.
Yeah, the needle says Maloney loses by 1 right now.
Oh,
What
geez.
is?
Okay, Ryan back to leaning Democratic, but what the hell?
Weird.
What a weird time to be alive.
This is a weird midterm.
So
Yeah,
Dallas
I think
Woodhouse.
that's-
Dallas Woodhouse is saying Republicans are falling 1 seat short of a House supermajority
Okay.
in the
In North Carolina.
legislature. Yeah, North Carolina.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
Which effectively means they have a supermajority as long as they can find a day where one Democrat is gone.
Yeah.
Has Nebraska gotten any better for Tony Vargas is still up.
No, he's still in the lead, but it's so close. And I think the issue might be outside of Omaha at this point.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
the needle is favoring Bacon.
And the needle is also favoring
Hey,
Slotkin.
God, have you seen the Ohio margin recently?
What's up?
No.
Vance is up by 8.
New York Times Needle is predicting 5.3 though.
Yeah, so what? I guess something must be out from the blue party.
Because virtually all the remaining votes are Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati.
Yes, that would.
Okay.
That would yes, I was confused. I was confused for a second, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, that
All
would have made
Cleveland
no
now.
sense.
Ohio
Okay,
makes
we
no
got-
sense because it goes from like all Cleveland, Ohio, like Columbus and Cincinnati, to then like the rurals finally start to come in, and then it's very confusing.
So 2 things. 1, Pima County early results. Hobbs is leading 57-43 over Lake. 2nd, New Hampshire is voting to abolish the Register of Probate Office, which is paid $200 to essentially do nothing. So,
Congrats. Fiscal responsibility. You have saved $200.
now if only the legislature here in North Carolina could get rid of the Soil and Water Commissioner office, where you're basically, as far as I can tell, you're basically paid a per diem, like for traveling to the meetings and back. But like,
Dude, I today when I went to go vote for that, I was like, it was the thing I was least excited for because I was like, I can't research this. And then there were only 2 people on the ballot, and it was like select 2, and I was like, great, I can leave this blank. Like,
it does nothing. They manage soil and water standards or something. It's basically limited, like only experts are applying for it. I don't know why it's elected. You're basically paid nothing except for expenses to go to the meetings, and so it's a strange office. It doesn't make a lot of sense to be elected.
So
very strange.
in Arizona, Mark Kelly's margin is up to plus 2.6.
Mm-hmm.
It had dropped a little bit for a while.
It had,
Walker
yeah.
at 1.2, Johnson 3.2, Vance at 5.3, Bud at 4.0. Bud is the one the Needle's the most confident in right now, which is really something.
And Pennsylvania, the Needle's just given up.
Yeah. I don't know what the needle's going to be, but the current shifts that are in point to like a Fetterman +4 win. If you think that he underperforms his current overperformance in the suburbs, which is very possible.
Yeah,
And
which makes you wonder what polls are being spiked if that is the case, because the polls uniformly shifted in the last 2 weeks.
So I was okay. We didn't talk about this because I didn't make it on Elections Weekly when we did our final thing. But I think the one red flag, the one thing that like nagged in the back of my head the whole cycle was Washington, because there was an open primary in Washington. The overall votes were 57% for Democrats, 40% for Republicans. We know the primary results correlate so heavily in Washington to the general election results, right? We know it. We know it. We know it. And we got all these polls late in the cycle that said that Murray was losing. Murray was only up 2. And those polls just weren't right. And that was the one thing that was like, oh, like it was just nagging at me.
And so that's very fair.
And so I wonder if there's going to be an assessment in Pennsylvania, like, okay, what went wrong? Maybe it could be as simple. It could be as simple as just low social trust voters come out for Trump. They don't come out for other Republicans. Like he brings a lot of people into the electorate who just don't come out in midterms. It's very possible.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen the shenanigans going on in North Dakota?
What's happening?
So nothing that modifies the race is happening, but it's very, very strange. So 2 major races in North Dakota, statewide races. U.S. Senate. John Hoeven is so John Hoeven is up 56 to 25. There's a third-party candidate taking 18% of the vote. I don't think anyone saw this coming. Hoeven is still winning by a gigantic margin. Very popular. But and this bleed is mostly apparently coming from like rural counties in the middle of the state. And then in the House at large race, Kelly Armstrong is winning it by 25 points, but that's still a little bit lower than what Trump did, if I recall correctly. So yeah, I don't know what exactly is going on in the North Dakota Senate race, but it's very strange.
NBC has called the Ohio Senate race for J.D. Vance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
To be expected. Can take a victory lap on that one where I'm like, yeah, they every penny they spent, they needed to spend. Like clearly they needed to spend it there.
Oh, we have our first result from Nassau County. Lee Zeldin is up 57-43.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good for Nassau. That's
solid.
Nassau. Not Nassau. Jesus.
Nassau
County,
Nassau.
not Nassau. Nassau.
And then Allegheny, 83% reporting. Fetterman, 65. Oz, 33. Yeah, that's not good.
What do we think? I hate that the needle doesn't give like an actual percentage estimate for like the likelihood a candidate wins. But yeah, Johnson down to 3.2, but still solidly favored.
Yeah. Elaine Luria has conceded, by the way. She's officially conceded defeat.
Yeah.
Even without the early voting, that's interesting.
I mean,
I would agree with that though. That race is covered.
Yeah, her margin is not not big and not narrow enough.
That probably means that they know something about the early in person that it's like far too close to actually really cut into Kiggins' margin at all. That's what I would expect at least. Is probably what's going on right here. So.
Oh, let's go check Kansas because I don't think we've checked in there in a while.
No, we haven't actually. Let's go check Kansas.
Yeah,
Laura Kelly up 51.1 to 45.9.
Wow.
How much is that is in there, Dylan?
81%.
Yep.
And it looks like
EDHQ has projected that Amelia Sykes has won the 13th district in a pretty big upset there.
And it looks like
sure.
No, I shouldn't say big upset, but a surprise for sure.
So this Kelly race is going to be really, really close because, New York Times implies basically a tie. She's up 5% right now. She's outperforming the Democrat in the Senate race by 25%, and they project.
You know what the funny thing is? Remember that Times? What was the margin in that Times Siena poll? Plus 14 for Sharice Davids.
Yeah.
95% of the vote is in, and she's up 12.
I was. Go right ahead.
People doubted the New York Times, which
Okay,
fair.
in fairness, that was a very fair doubt on that one.
I
was a
was
fair doubt.
literally about to say
that was
which
like
fair.
a very fair doubt of like, oh, that seems a bit.
Yeah. Wow, boy, is North Carolina one close. 4.5% separating Don Davis and Sandy Smith. It's almost done counting, so this is going to stay in the Democratic column, certainly. But if Republicans, this is a good sign for Republicans going forward. This is the rural decline they wanted to see here. And on top of that, Sandy Smith is just a very bad candidate, and the fact that she's this close is pretty impressive. This is a Biden +8 district. So, honestly, a pretty impressive showing there. What Republicans should be concerned about more is the 13th. Bo Hines need to make up a little bit of ground on Wiley Nickel here.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it. Someone just did the math, and I think Hines might have a tough spot because
he's in a tough spot right now.
I think the New York Times thinks that he. Let me get to this. There's only vote really from Wake County left, right? And the problem for Hines is that Wake County is super Democratic. It's possible the election day vote, even if it's Republican, is like not super, like it's like might be like more evenly split. And so let me see if I can find their projection for NC 13. Here we go.
Yep, DDH2 has projected Sykes wins.
Sykes wins. Okay. Yeah, because right now he's down 8,000 votes, and New York Times thinks he barely gets it by netting 10,000 out of Wake, but I actually don't know if he's going to net 10,000 out of Wake with the remaining votes. It's going to be really tough.
DDHQ has also called it for Chris Pappas in the 1st district. So there's one right there.
No surprise there.
No surprise there. We'll pat ourselves on the back for that one. Interesting. This is interesting right here. I wonder what's going on. I got to check something in New York here.
I need to go check on Georgia. That has been so stagnant.
Very stagnant. New York Times has Walker by 1.2, but he still wouldn't avoid a runoff.
Yeah, no. This is a runoff.
I don't think he's going to avoid a runoff. The remaining vote is, let me look if I can see the fully reported counties. So
this is like kind of interesting here, is that like Chuck Schumer has Schumer's like bipartisan support has like very clearly dropped. This is very interesting in New York. Like they're matching each other pretty well.
It's not surprising given Schumer's a more nationalized, polarized figure when he's at literally the top Democrat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying it's just interesting to see now. Like we kind of talked about that a little bit this year.
Like right now he's up. Schumer's up 23. Hochul is up about 16 or 17.
So he's outrunning a little bit, but not as much as he otherwise would.
Okay. Okay. I see why the Times has Molinaro as very likely to win now. I think I see why.
What's going on?
So the remaining votes are from Shenago, Cortland, and Sullivan, all of which Molinaro are winning right now. Tompkins, which contains Ithaca, is done. If you remember Ithaca from when we were doing the special election back in August, that was like a ginormous, like, what was it, like 88-12 final result or something like that. Republicans have shown back up in Ithaca for this one. Riley has only won it by 74-26. So I would actually say this is one we're going to get wrong in favor of the Republicans. I would agree with the Times right now. This looks like one we're going to get. It looks like we did underestimate Republicans in the Hudson Valley, I'd say, in our predictions at this point. I would say I'm relatively confident right now that Mark Molinaro is going to come out ahead here of Josh Riley. The remaining, I'm pretty sure Chendago, they expect this to be a Republican vote. Broome County as well has remaining vote, but that's so close. Bingham, it looks like an issue too is that Binghamton has not shown up for Riley here. That seems to be an issue right now. The working class areas around Binghamton have not shown up for Riley like they did back in.
So what were we going to say, Dylan?
Nothing. No, I think it looks like the New York Times has called Ohio 9 for Marcy Kaptur.
We expected that. That's already been called by DDHQ.
Oh, it has? Okay, I missed that.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to look at the House here real quick because this is genuinely interesting. DDHQ has a lot more in the New York Times right now, as expected. Oh, nope. What? Yeah, that map is messed up. Huh.
So, New York Times, the Needle has Republicans taking 226 House seats, Democrats taking 209.
That's incredibly close. Like that's a shockingly close
Yeah, that's
call
incredible.
right now.
Yeah,
This would be a
Fire
wake-up
all
call.
the people. All the people need to be fired.
yeah, that's
so
a
many
caucus
people.
held captive by Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz level bad.
Hooray! True actual gridlock. We're going to get actual gridlock, not just fake gridlock. Where we're putting up shitty bills and expecting the president to veto them.
The display for the New York Times Needle on Pennsylvania is not going right now, but they still have it on their main page, and they think Fetterman's 90% to win at this point.
Wow.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I would take those. Yeah. So it comes down to Nevada.
It is going to very much come down to Nevada, yeah.
Good job, Nevada. You really screwed up those mail-in ballots.
Can you imagine? Holy shit.
We won't know who controls the Senate till later this week.
53.
That certainly won't inspire any complaints from a certain crowd of people, will it?
No, they're already not freaking out about the Arizona stuff. They are having perfectly normal reactions.
Yeah, McMullen is not getting what he needs unless there is just an absolutely massive number of unless he's just going to absolutely destroy Salt Lake, which in fairness, New York Times thinks he only wins Salt Lake by 2. I think he wins Salt Lake by a lot more than that. Like I think looking at what we've seen around the country, he could win Salt Lake by 15.
So
we have Oregon results, by the way.
Oh shit. Okay.
30% has dropped. Tina Kotek leads this number by 10 points, just under 10 points. So
that'd
again,
be the Multnomah drop.
We have been very smart here. Yeah, a lot of it's because 54% of the Portland area Multnomah's in. So that's kind of the big thing.
I love when we're smart.
Oh wait, no, she's up by 10. She's up at 50 to 40.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Interestingly, though, Jackson County Wyden way up. There's definitely a good chunk of ticket splitting here because Wyden.
And in Texas or in Oregon's 5th, 4% of the vote in. Jamie McLeod Skinner is up 78-21. That's
interesting here, though. 31% of the votes in the 4th district. Alec, it's basically tied. It's a tied race right now.
Also, yeah.
What I would say is there. I wouldn't say this is all good for Kotek.
It's leaning toward Toil though because there's no Eugene in.
So look at the results here right now. So Kotek is up 71-21 to 8, and Multnomah 50% in. This is a county that was 79 to 18 in 2020. So Johnson's definitely hurting her there to a degree. Drazen getting 3% better is good. That's probably not enough. The question is where the rest of the state goes and how. So I'm going to check Benton County here. Let's see how Benton County went.
Yeah.
This
it also looks like. Sorry, it looks like the Republican has conceded in Pennsylvania 17.
Oh wow!
Yes, that's the noise right now.
All right, more educational polarization. Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, which is a suburb of Allegheny, suburb of Pittsburgh, was Trump plus 28, Oz plus 19 with all the votes in.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah. Okay, this is done.
Well, that's it. That's it. Good night, everyone. Good night.
If Oz is underperforming in the suburbs by 9 and the rurals by 7, this thing's done.
Well, Westmoreland's interesting because that's like half rurals, half. That's right. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, the needle now has Fetterman projected to win by 5% almost overall. So
I feel like that's a little bullish.
Stunningly, Oz is like
Oh.
actually doing hashtag better in like Lancaster County. He's doing better. He looks like he might actually hit some stuff pretty nicely in some of these kind of
Yeah.
eastern suburban areas, actually. It's
So
kind
I
of
looked at another county here, Benton County. This is a county Biden won 68 to 28. Kotek is at 60%. Drazen is at 33%. So that's better for her. I wouldn't say these are the margins you want to win in Oregon, though.
Right.
Let me check Washington County. Washington's another big one. This is one where Johnson should have been getting more votes. Washington 65 to, ooh, this is a really bad one for Kotek. 54, so 65-31 Biden. This is a big county too. Kotek is up 54 to 36, with Johnson taking 9% of the vote there.
I mean, yeah,
I'm actually not entirely put off by these. These seem within the realm of a competitive race here.
yeah. I mean, this doesn't seem outside the realm of reasonable.
Mm-hmm. We'll need to see how the rest of these goes, how the rest of those ballots go. But this is, Hood River County. This is a smaller county. 67-30 Trump, 56 to 34 Kotek over Drazen. Is that enough? Probably not, but it's enough to be reasonably competitive. Jackson County, 74% of votes in.
Oh, do we have a projection? Oh, the Daniel Biss from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel says GOP sources say Evers is going to win.
And, F.
Wow. Wow. I'm not used to bad nights. I'm not used to Democrats overperforming their polling.
Mm-hmm.
This is very unusual.
Sorry, I'm trying to see. So what are they? Sorry, I just want to review because I was not paying attention to the House at all before tonight. I assumed it was a GOP walk almost.
Yeah,
so
same.
What are we looking at for key races? Right, we've got Nebraska 2.
210, 225 is the new estimate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dems are up to 210 on the needle, apparently.
Yeah, so 8-seat majority.
Gentlemen, we have live maps. Thank you.
Nice.
What maps would you like to see? We can take some suggestions from the panel and from the comments if you want to see a certain race mapped.
North Carolina Senate.
North Carolina Senate? Yeah, okay. You want North Carolina Senate?
Can I get Pennsylvania Senate then?
Yeah, go ahead. Put up Pennsylvania.
All right, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and let's do a third time's the charm. Let's do
Ohio.
Ohio would be a good one, actually. Yeah, good call. All right, let's do it. I'll work on it. You guys can keep talking.
So I was gonna mention I think Drazen's in range to probably lose by 4 or 5. Also, we're getting the first results in from Utah. We're getting the first results in from Utah, and Lee is up 61-36. Oh, hey, Stacey Abrams is actually conceded this time.
Whoa!
She's called Brian Kemp to concede. She's called Brian Kemp to concede the race for governor.
Oh wait, somebody made a good point in the chat. Dems are at 210 right now, but there's a couple GOP held seats in California, particularly the Steele seat, the Kim seat, and the Calvert seat that I would watch very, very closely.
The Calvert seat in particular.
They're all Biden won.
If if the Calvert seat flips, Democrats might hold the House.
Failure.
I wonder. I think that people are going to blame McConnell for this, but I actually think that McConnell tried his best.
This is a Rick Scott failure.
Mm-hmm. I think this is a Rick Scott failure. I think McConnell tried. I think when you look at how the kinds of candidates McConnell has tried to recruit, they are leagues more successful than any of the candidates other parts of the GOP put up. McConnell is actually good at his job. Like he finds good candidates and wins the Senate. When other people get involved, it's a catastrophe.
Yeah, this does not bode well for the post-McConnell GOP future.
No, and it doesn't. But I mean, is Trump honestly going to announce next week after this? Like,
yes.
Good God, this is not what you want to announce after.
Did you guys see that quote that he gave a few hours before? He was doing an interview and he was asked about his thoughts on the midterms, and he said, "Well, if we do well, I want the credit, but if we don't do well, I don't think I deserve any blame." Literally said that. No, actually,
it's the Michael Scott School of Leadership right there.
No, honestly, it's entirely believable.
Wow.
I just don't
New York
understand.
Gov is.
Oh, sorry.
New
Go ahead.
York Gov is tightened a little bit. New York Gov is now within 14. Hochul is only barely winning Erie County. New York's saying 92% of the votes are in, and she's winning it by 1,000 votes.
Okay,
Erie County.
That's roughly what I would expect.
That's Buffalo. Rochester, 63% of votes in. Zeldin's winning that by 2%.
Oh,
Onondaga County.
Results.
Onondaga, Zeldin's winning it by 8%. She is getting obliterated upstate.
We have to be kind of careful because this happened back in 2020 where we thought Biden was getting obliterated upstate, and then he was very much not getting obliterated upstate.
To be fair, the 92% of the vote is in an Erie.
Okay, so that's fair. I'm just saying, like, be like a little bit like careful because, like, yeah, like
we have
I would say no. Erie is absolutely.
Hey, Dylan's trying to get in here, guys. Dylan's trying to get in here, guys.
What?
Sorry, we have results from California 45.
Okay.
Michelle Steele leads 50.2 to 49.8 in the first batch.
But that's well, is that election day included?
That is, I don't.
The Times Needle like that. The Times Needle has it leading R after that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think if the late arriving ballots will be more GOP than in 20.
The Needle like that one. Sorry to disappoint you, Dylan, but the Needle like that one.
So I think.
Hey, I'm not disappointed.
I think Steele is safe there, but I wonder about the other, like Kim and Calvert in particular are the ones I wonder about.
Honestly, we have other drops. California 49, Mike Levin up 58-41. Katie Porter up 57-42. Kim up 52-48. Are there? What's the other district we're looking at?
Is there another one?
The Calvert seat. What's the
Calvert seat?
Calvert doesn't have anything yet. Calvert doesn't
nothing in yet though.
Okay.
Yeah, what I would honestly say is, again, keep in mind New York is kind of iffy. It's down to an 11-point race in New York. Hochul is just getting obliterated. Like, again,
the Times Needle now has Mike Lawler favored over Sean Patrick Maloney.
So here's the thing with upstate. Here's the thing with upstate. Here's the thing with upstate, right? Erie County. This is a county that Democrats won easily in 2014, 2018. They should not be losing this by. This is a county that won by 18 points. Hochul, this is her home county. Hochul is from Buffalo. She is winning it by she's winning by 1,003 votes right now. 0.2%. That is dreadful. That is absolutely abysmal for home territory. Yeah. Zeldin's not good. He's not getting the margins, but Zeldin is actually genuinely putting up a reasonably good fight here for a blue state, at least at the moment. I expect this to even out back closer to that plus 12, plus 13, plus 15 range. As it's going right now, he's doing pretty good. He's winning. He's doing pretty good where you want to be doing pretty good. I mean, the Needle's Nassau County, he's up by 2. That's not enough to win. You need to be winning Nassau County by 10, 20 points.
Yeah.
But that is potentially enough to flip, say, the 3rd Congressional District. Right.
Okay. Good news, people.
For who?
The early vote finally came in Virginia Beach. Jen Kiggins ended up winning Virginia Beach by about half percentage point. So that's it. Elaine Luria has lost.
Yeah.
That's it.
Boy.
By 5.
Boy. Is New York 25 real?
No.
I don't think so. Why?
Look at the New York Times, New York 25.
Well, no, the Needle still says likely D.
Yes.
Yeah, the Needle still likes.
That makes sense. That being said, 2 points. Not good.
Mark Molinaro is also now likely R. He is also taking the lead. So
it looks like
real.
So it looks like
hold on,
we had Republicans in. Oh,
No, because New York 25 has Morell winning by 10.
I'm looking at New York Times. There's New York Times.
Yeah,
Times has 67% in, and
like the New York Times estimate, the Needle plus 9.5.
yeah, the needle's still very. Hey, yeah, this is funny right now. In the 12th district, we talked about this. Summerlee is only up by 12.
Unbelievable.
So in a night where Democrats are pretty massively overperforming in most places,
that is
compared to these people, it's funny right now that fake Mike Doyle is actually about overperforming by about 8 points.
Fake Mike Doyle.
Is fake Mike Doyle the best Republican recruit in the Midwest?
Yeah, should Mike Doyle run for president? I mean,
yeah.
Mike Doyle should be Trump's VP.
Okay, Clackamas County results are in Oregon. Let's see what these are. Some of them, 39% of votes in. This is a Biden plus 11 county. Drazen is winning at
Lori Chavez de Remmer is up. She's now up 53 to 47. The Times is still very much saying this is a toss-up, but the Chavez de Remmer has apparently something came in for her that was nice. They liked it for her.
Which race is this?
Lori Chavez de Remmer.
Who?
The 5th district in Oregon. God, learn names.
Why do they?
Is she the Democrat or the Republican?
She's the Republican. She's the Republican.
Okay.
So what I would say looking at this, these margins underperformances are bad. They're very, very bad for Kotek. Like this is actually a genuine drop off. Drazen's at 44% right now. I don't think this is off the table. I want to see what more is left from Multnomah because right now 54% of the vote is in from there. Washington is pretty solid for Democrats right now. Benton, we have nothing in from Eugene. I think Oregon, I think the Oregon thing could kind of be real. It looks like there's some reasonable stuff going on. But the funny thing is, though, New York, there has been so much shit that was wrong, like the last month of this election, right? Where you had all these here is this left and right, we're going to win New York 25. We're going to win California 26. All this is going on. Oh, Republicans are really sweating. And then it turns out the Hudson Valley was real. Florida was beyond the wildest expectations of any Republican. If you had told Republicans yesterday, hey, Ron DeSantis is going to win by 20. He's going to win Pinellas. He's going to win Hillsborough. He's going to win Osceola. He's going to win Seminole, Duval, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade by double digits. They would say, red wave, amazing, incredible job.
And they would be right 99 times out of 100.
Yeah. I was going to say,
that is an incredibly reasonable assumption for them to make.
Yeah. Ashley Moody is doing better. Ashley Moody is doing better than DeSantis. This is when was the last time we've seen a state just a swing state was so totally divorced, big swing state, so totally divorced from the national environment?
So Maine, Jared Golden is up 3, and the Needle has him winning by 3.6%.
This is before ranked choice, I'm assuming.
Yes, and the Independent is very left-leaning. She's taking about 6%. Or, I'm sorry, 6.8% she's taking. So, I think Golden is going to be... I think Golden's going to win pretty comfortably here, but it would it would be sad and funny if Poliquin, who railed against ranked choice voting for so long, won this election because of ranked choice voting.
Mm-hmm. So I actually kind of want to develop a unified theory for this, right? So we should, after the fact, look at this and kind of determine the party strength here, because I do think this is an underrated mechanic, right? Pennsylvania Democrats are relatively strong. They're able to win statewide in Pennsylvania, 15 to 20 points in wave years. There's no reason a Republican couldn't win a state like Florida or North Carolina, in theory, by pretty large margins, assuming they were incompetent, credible candidates who, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. The GOP underperformance is basically where they nominated delusional nutbags and also where they nominated candidates with blatantly flawed, they're just blatantly flawed in general. It's almost a one-to-one trend. Bud is a generic Republican, Beasley's a generic Democrat. You shift the 5 points or whatever, and it's a decent environment for Republicans. And I don't know. I'm tired. This is just This is a strange
you know what I
election.
think?
This is a very
You know what I
strange.
think? I think it's educational polarization, right? Look, sure, there are some places, educated places, where Republicans are doing pretty well. But by and large, it's the same story we saw in the special elections, right? Look at highly educated places. They're coming out to vote in large margins. Republicans are not getting a suburban reversion. It's not happening. The bad candidates are not underperforming in the rurals and just magically getting overperformance in the suburbs. They are just underperforming in the suburbs. Something happened between 2020 and now, that has made suburban voters sour even more on the GOP from where they were before. Was it January 6th? Was it Dobbs? Was it something else? I don't know. But there was, I think you're looking at a lot of Republicans underperforming Trump in the suburbs. If you had told somebody after 2020, oh yeah, 2022, Republicans are going to do even worse in the suburbs, like nobody would have believed you, right? So I think that it's really educational polarization.
Yeah, I don't think that's the whole story. Also, the lead in Georgia has flipped again. Warnock is back up.
Projection's still the same, though. Walker's going to come out ahead, but not enough to avoid a runoff.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I think the lack of suburban reversion is part of the story, but I think here, at least, just in this cycle, it's also just candidate quality.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Oz is only underperforming in the suburbs. He's underperforming in the rurals too, by 7 or 8 points generally. And Doug is underperforming by even more. In like Elk County, like you said, underperforming by over 20. That does not. I mean, look, is it all candidate quality? No.
We have a major projection from Decision Desk HQ.
Yep.
Decision Desk HQ has projected that Ted Budd will be the winner of the Senate race in North Carolina.
There we go.
All right. And
that
Fox News has projected that Whitmer beats Tudor Dixon to the surprise of nobody. I would like the representation of the needle to come back, please, in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're all like heroin addicts. We need the needle.
Yeah, the live map will be pretty good for whenever. I'm not saying Russia to me. But that'll be a good compliment to this, because I think this is a good timing for the. I would have called it earlier. Again, this is a really bad night for North Carolina Democrats. Beasley losing only by like 4 or 5 is pretty. That's on the lower end of what was expected. So, that's a decent performance from her, but this is basically what we expected from North Carolina.
Yeah. North Carolina might be one of the few bright spots. Hey, for the first time tonight, Republicans have picked up a seat in the House needle projection, 209, 226.
Okay.
Unironically, that comment might be correct. Lee Zeldin might be saving y'all in the House.
Okay. Oh, look, Washington comes in and it's 57-43 Murray.
Oh my God! Who would have guessed?
I wonder. Unbelievable.
Who also put that as safe D while while other places moved it to leans or toss up?
Fundamentals.
Don't doubt the fundamentals. Honestly, I think that might have been our biggest problem. We doubted the fundamentals a little too much.
Did we doubt them, though? I feel like we did not.
We doubted them a little bit. We doubted them specifically in Rhode Island. Do we have more California? So Porter and Levin are both winning independents.
Yeah.
So they're probably both going to win. I know there was some like hesitation internally, like were we too bullish on Katie Porter? I don't think so. Also, good job, Trafalgar, saying that the Washington race was within 1 point.
Mm-hmm. It's just wild to see Schumer within 20 points in a statewide race. Absolutely wild.
Yeah. I mean,
okay, what else has happened? So we think Georgia's going to runoff. Do we know when we're going to get our first batch of Nevada results? Because that's going to be the key.
No clue.
Yeah, I don't know. How is our favorite? How is Joe Kent doing?
It's fine. Apparently, he's trailing the later Republican ballot. Should be fine. New York Times bubble says that he is likely Republican, but he's definitely underrunning to a certain degree.
Pity. Do we have any? Do we have any results from the 25th yet?
From the 25th?
In California.
You mean the 27th?
Yeah, whichever one is
Christy Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, they renumbered it, unfortunately. But yeah, no, nothing from 27, I don't think yet.
Okay. Oh, and Connecticut 5th, I know we had some questions there. Jonna Hayes is currently up 4%, and the needle has that leaning Democratic.
Interesting.
DDHQ just called Ohio 1 for Greg Landsman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shabbat apparently called and conceded.
Yep.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this. This live map is being a little finicky, so I'm trying to figure it out.
You're good.
There we go. Okay, great. Fantastic. Amazing.
Okay, so we have some estimates in from the Calvert seat. Will Rollins is up 57-43, but the New York Times estimates Calvert ends up winning by 10.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're basing that estimate on, but I buy that.
Yeah, I think Hines is toast in North Carolina 13.
All the precincts are reported.
Yeah. I mean, he was also a pretty bad candidate that thought he was gonna that thought that he was going to coast to a win
Who?
because of the year. So just mind-boggling to me.
And how is Wisconsin going? Okay, Ron Johnson is up. Tony
Yeah,
Evers is also up.
Johnson's going to win by 4, according to the New York Times, 3.5, but he wins by 3.5, and he's up 2, and Evers is up 2.6. So I think that implies an Evers victory.
Yeah, that would track.
So, I mean, do you guys think this is all just educational polarization? I mean, like,
it's definitely part of the equation.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, candidate quality clearly matters.
Well, people thought
Clearly.
it didn't. I mean, right? Like, people thought it didn't, right? I mean, there was a lot of punditry about, like, oh, nothing matters, it's not going to make a difference.
Clearly, that is untrue.
And I don't. Think
I can't tell you how many. I can't tell you how many Republicans were telling me the entire cycle that, like, J.R. Majewski is going to win because he's a great fit for the district. He represents the district. He's the median voter, and this is complete nonsense.
He's the median. I don't think he's the median voter in that seat.
They're just dominating morons. That's literally all it boils down to. See, the problem is they liked Majewski. So here's the thing: Majewski's aesthetic might be the median voter in that district. The median voter in that district does not know what a rap video, does not know how to rap, and the median voter in that district did not go to January 6th.
Looks like my Democratic sheriff in my county has lost by a decisive margin, 68-31.
I do think it's interesting that even though there are no more reported votes, Kelly's projected margin keeps going down on the needle.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It must be remaining ballots, maybe. But the needle's fairly bullish on Democrats in general in the Senate. Yeah, because what is he at now? He's at 2.3. Yeah. Did something else come in? Coach Ice came in.
Did Coach Ice?
Yeah, I think early vote and Coach Ice came in.
Oh, okay.
Christy Smith leads Mike Garcia by 8% in the first batch of ballots.
Oh, she's going to lose.
Is that good or bad?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask someone that knows a lot more about it than me.
That feels low. That feels
really low.
That feels low to me as well. But it's a little bit hard because in 2018, late-breaking ballots were super Democratic, and in 2020, they were super Republican. So I don't know.
That's fair. It just seems low. Mastriano is underperforming Oz by 10. I mean, that is an underperformance that I expected. I just don't think I expected Oz to do so poorly.
I am really going to be interested in seeing some of these swing maps because there has been some behind the ballot churn, like especially North Carolina, Ohio, that could be really interesting long term. Whoa, Wilson results are coming in. Or is that even accurate? What?
Wait, Wilson from where?
There's one precinct in from Wilson. I think this is completely iffy. Bud is up pretty big in it, but it's probably just a random precinct. We really don't know where it is. There's apparently like 21 precincts left in the state of North Carolina. 3 of them are in Wake. 23 of them are in Wilson.
Yep. New York Times Needle says Bud wins by 3.5.
Hochul is under 10% now.
What is?
54.7 to 45.3 for Hochul.
Wow. Okay. Sorry. You guys wanted where I'm gonna tweet the North Carolina map in a minute.
Nice. Yeah, at this point, like 76% of votes in. This is a fairly abysmal performance from Hochul. Being within 10 in this environment in particular is just dreadful.
Well, this
Buffalo is
okay. Sorry, I just wanted to say I know we mocked the whole bifurcated wave, but it does seem
we're
to
getting
have
a
limited-
bifurcated wave.
Yeah, it
I mean,
seems
like-
to have limited itself to
so here's the
Florida,
thing.
New York, Oregon, and Nevada.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing I mentioned. My straight, like I kind of described it like you need 3 straights. You need to get 3 really ridiculous things to happen for Zeldin to win. You need to get really good margins in New York City. You need to be winning the suburbs by a huge amount. You need to be winning upstate by a big amount. Zeldin is doing really good in New York City. Like not enough to win. He's still losing Queens 63 to 37. 37 is fucking good for a Republican in Queens. That is really, really good. That is probably better than Silverton. He's at 29% in Brooklyn. My benchmark for Brooklyn was 30. It's like, that's really, really good for Brooklyn. The Bronx, he's at 23%. But the turnout's lower in the Bronx. So that's not too bad, 23%. And then in Kings County, Manhattan, I'm trying to actually specifically highlight it. Hochul's up by 63. That's very, very big. But that's not like Trump level lows. The problem, though, for the rest of it is you look at where the rest of Zeldin is. There's nothing in from Suffolk County. Zeldin is only winning Nassau by 8 points. That's not bad. He's losing Westchester by 16, winning Rockland by 12, winning Orange by 13, winning Putnam by 12. Albany is within 18. Like, he's doing pretty good. He's doing good enough to have like one of the better showings for Republican in the state of New York in a very, very long time.
So,
I am genuinely impressed here.
So a district I think we should watch, California 22nd. Valdado's up by 11, but the New York Times estimate only has him winning by 1.8 in the end. If that shifts, well, also, Kraz, where are you seeing the margin that the New York Times has for like Pennsylvania?
Someone sent it in our chat a while ago, but I haven't seen it in a while.
Okay. Somebody asked about the Arizona gubernatorial race. Have any more results come in there? Katie Hobbs up 57-43.
Isn't that sorry?
That's gonna be real tight.
That's gonna be a tight one because she's underrunning Kelly by 4. I do wonder what the results look like for the Secretary of State's race.
Why is somebody on my feed dooming about Utah? Hold on. Because Evan McMullen's at 43%.
Okay, sorry. So the statewide races here, we've got Secretary of State. I mean, Fontes is winning by almost as much as Kelly is. He's up by 18.4. Kelly's up by. I mean, Democrats might retain the Secretary of State's office there.
Well, that would probably be good.
Oh boy, Henry Olsen has made a particular call. Should we mention what he's saying?
Who's Henry Olsen?
Henry Olsen does projections on. He's an analyst. He's Republican skewing. I'm pretty sure. For
Yeah.
Washington
Oh, he's
Post.
in. Yeah. I know.
He is saying he's saying Republicans are flipping 17, 18, and 19 in New York.
Wow.
18 is still going blue on the New York Times, on the Needle. That's all I'll say. 17 and 19 are going red, but 18 is still going blue.
Wait, I need to verify something. Oh, that's not right. What? Sorry.
Newswire is reporting that Tim Michels is expected to concede soon.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Oof.
At this point, Republicans are going to be relying to some degree on those seats, on maybe, New York 3 and 4 in Long Island, and then potentially in the long. I don't think New York 25 is the thing, but it's probably a better bet for them at this point than what are some of the Katie Porter seat?
So I want to go back to the exit poll from Nevada that NBC did. Once again, voters, 39% say Catherine Cortez Masto is too extreme. 40% say the same of Laxalt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That poll had Laxalt up 5. So
did it? Because I can't find the Laxalt.
They don't
number.
never give you the margin because they don't want to get tied down by giving you a margin. But if you do the gender crosstabs, he's up 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's implied up 5. So I don't know. It's dicey, I think, just because I just think it's very dicey because we're assuming that all that chatter about the vote today is going to pan out. And maybe it does, but we don't know how many whatever. We don't know how many mail ballots were dropped off. There's a lot we don't know. So
I do want to say something interesting is that I've been looking back at New York a little bit or not New York, Ohio. DeWine is putting in a performance for the ages. We were talking shit about Vance. DeWine is ahead. DeWine is ahead in Hamilton County. He's leading by 4. In Franklin, He's only down 14. In Cuyahoga, he's only down 14.
Wow.
In Athens County, he's down 4. He's doing really, really well. He's clearly got this bipartisan coalition working behind him here. Whereas, if you look at these same counties, Vance is down 14 in Hamilton. He's down 32 in Franklin. He's down 34 in Cuyahoga. Down 14 in Summit. He's losing Lorain County. And he's losing Lake Lucas County by 14.
Aaron Goldsmith asks, for Republicans, is this the choke of the century?
No. Only if they lose the Senate.
If they lose the Senate, then yes. This would be pretty close to the choke of the century because they're going to be down 8. They're going to have an 8-seat majority projected.
Yeah.
That's really workable.
The positive for Republicans here, the positive they can look at is very simple. They have a clear path. This election has showed what works, what doesn't work, side by side, what works and what doesn't work. Will they take the lesson? Probably not.
No.
That being said, it's very abundantly clear which candidates did well, which were the ones that Trump pushed over the line, and which ones did not, which is the ones the evil establishment forced on the the evil Republicans forced, the evil Republican establishment forced on the Republican voter base, kicking and screaming, were the ones who won. I mean, who could have predicted this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think this is very funny because there's a side by side of the Trumpy candidates are clearly underperforming. They are accelerating. Educational polarization.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that would be a catastrophe for the GOP if they were to accelerate educational polarization.
Mhm.
And yet the party is probably going to
go further in that direction.
Yeah.
I mean, just look
The
at us
only-
for comparison. You just look at South Carolina for comparison. Tim Scott is winning Charleston County by 4 points. This is a double-digit
Yeah.
Biden county. There's no reason a competent Republican should be able to do a little bit better there.
Look, the only way they don't make that mistake is if Trump doesn't run.
Mhm.
Yep.
And I think he will, so.
I think he will. I think what happened tonight probably confirms the party, if it wants to be serious and win in 2024, should probably go and nominate Ron DeSantis.
Mhm.
Will it actually do that?
No.
Your guess is as good as mine.
I stand. We had this debate in our group chat yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stand by it. This is Trump's party still.
Well, I think, I don't know. It's tough for me to say because I think for me, it's like, on the one hand, yeah, I'm with you, Dylan. Like, the base loves Trump. Like, Trump's not going to go without a fight. He's going to campaign against DeSantis, et cetera. But also at the same time, like, I think if you're looking at the results tonight, there's going to be a big push from a lot of the GOP establishment to be like, we need to get this guy out and get Ron DeSantis in. Given the results
Will
tonight.
there? Okay, but unironically, will there?
I mean, look at tonight, right? Like,
what about tonight? You could easily, I think wrongly, but I think you could easily take the lesson that the problem is Trump wasn't on the ballot. I don't think that's the right conclusion, but if the conclusion you came to, if you saw the results and saw that Oz and others underperformed Trump in the suburbs, then you don't really think Trump would lose if he
guys.
Mhm.
The New York Times Needle has Ron Johnson down to a 0.6% favorite.
Oh, wow.
What?
I don't know if there's a reporting error out there. I'm checking to see if there's a reporting error somewhere.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Big drop in Dane. And
That'd be it.
the Needle thinks that Milwaukee's going to net Barnes another 70,000 votes.
Gotcha.
So that'd be 240,000 votes. Okay. Yeah, this could be really close.
If Mandela Barnes wins, okay, he won't. But if Mandela Barnes wins, then it will be the biggest choke. Also, Maricopa drop, Hobbs 56.4, Lake 43.7.
Yeah, this Georgia election is going to be final in a minute. It's going to go to a runoff.
Mhm.
So it all comes down to Nevada.
Unless Mandela Barnes somehow.
He's not. I don't think he's going to pull it off.
I don't think he will either. But what a meme. Wiley Nickel is also projected to have won.
Mhm. Yep, all the precincts are in there.
Janet Mills, Shreese, Davids, and Kiggins are all as well.
Okay, let's see if we have anything in the House to update on from. Yeah, New York Times thinks it's the same as it's been for a while.
210, 225.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's not great.
Well,
Also, we talked about a potential underperformance from Ryan Zinke
yeah.
in Montana. The Needle has him projected to win by 8. He's currently down 16.
Gotcha.
I don't remember if that's an underperformance. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, holy shit. Right. I'm just at this point, we're just waiting for Nevada, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Mhm.
that's the key to everything now.
Maybe I've been waiting for a while for Nevada.
You know.
Yeah, Nevada needs to get its shit together. So 62% reporting. Mark Kelly up 57.8 to 40 over Blake Masters.
Yeah.
This should not give Kirsten Sinema a ton of confidence. I think her whole theory for winning the primary was, see, I'm the only electable Democrat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, Kelly's not out of the woods yet, but he's back up to 2.6 on the New York Times estimate. And the runway for Masters is going to keep getting smaller as more votes come in. New York Times thinks there's 1.3 million votes out. I actually think that might be high because there were only 220,000 votes in Maricopa today. So there might only be like
What is going on in New York?
there might be mail out. Like I wouldn't.
That has to be it. That has to be it because Hochul's down to 8% lead, 8.2%
the
lead.
same thing happened in 2020 where people were freaking out for a while and there was mail out. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Republicans in New York are doing a lot better, but I'm just saying, like, there's got to be a lot of mail out.
Do we think that mail could boost like Maloney, Riley?
Yeah, I mean that's the point. Like,
well, do they have mail out? Was the question.
They must I just think that like there must be mail out. I think everything remaining is going to be mail. Westchester County is Hochul plus 12. That's a Biden plus 20. That's a Biden plus 36 county. There's mail out in that county for sure. I'm just saying, like,
it would be really funny if the wave was isolated to like
to New York.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think like there aren't any really. I mean, New York Times says Brooklyn's 95% reporting. I don't know if that's correct, but if it is 71-29, what was Brooklyn in 2020? Like,
that's a pretty big shift.
It's a pretty big shift, but it's not like a Westchester big shift. So like,
no,
I just think there has to be mail out. In a lot
On
of
the other
places.
hand, Brooklyn is basically entirely Orthodox Jews and white ethnic voters, whereas like the rest of the area is inelastic Black voters and white hippies,
right?
Or white, Whereas Westchester is that core is. It's not a great area to go to, but it would be more theoretically viable to win over than like Park Slope or something.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Sorry about that. I had to work a bit on a school assignment. I apologize for that.
No, you're good.
God bless political communication saying we have
Kornacki's model has the GOP at 219 House seats.
It's plus or minus 13. Plus or minus 13.
Okay, but that's still like
that's way too close for comfort. 219 would be disastrous.
Very
looks disastrous. Like Don Bacon's going to hold on against Tony Vargas here. It's looking like.
What does the Needle say in Wisconsin?
Got leaning Republican. It looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he'll probably make it. based on so John Samuelson, based on House races, nationally looking maybe like a D+2 environment.
Oof.
Good job, everyone. Well
Stop
done.
nominating crazy people.
I mean, yeah,
I do want to see Nevada because, like,
same.
I want to see. I mean, I wonder though if that mail is going to be a lot more Democratic than we expect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be.
It's not impossible.
I mean, look, what's clearly not happening is Democrats are not getting as cooked with independents as we thought. So
Yes.
who's to say Nevada? Why should we assume that Nevada is going to be unique?
Well, I wonder if that was maybe one of the things that might have been happening in some of these polls where pollsters were like, Biden's unpopular, Democrats must be getting cooked with independents. And so they were getting a representative sample of indies. It's possible. But
oh, wow. Weird result. Tom Miller, the AG in Iowa, has lost.
Shoot, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
GOP flip. Lost by 3.4. Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
So it's interesting that Barnes is now down 3 full percent, but the New York Times thinks he like literally has like almost a 50-50 shot of winning this race because it thinks that virtually the entirety of what's left is a ton of ballots in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Look,
it's 12 o'clock. I have to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you have to go.
No,
I'm fine going.
Yeah. I have to work. I have to work today. I basically spent right now. It's been 6 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm almost out of steam over here.
Ugh. Yeah. So I will leave it to you guys to handle this. I don't know when Nevada's even dropping at this point. Is it even dropping?
Apparently, Rawls does nothing until like 1 a.m. Eastern, so we're probably gonna just.
Oh yeah, fuck that. I'm out.
Yeah, all right, yeah, all right. Thank you for a great stream. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And,
Thank you guys. Very much.
Really appreciate it. Again,
fantastic.
Yeah, be sure to like and subscribe if you like what we're doing. But
we're done.
Yeah, if you like what we're doing, like and subscribe. We've been here for 6 hours. We're all basically ready to go. But we do really appreciate it. You can follow us at elections_daily. We have all our Twitter handles here. You know the drill. We'll be back here probably if Georgia goes to a runoff. We'll be back here in a month, I guess, for the runoff. But until then, have a great night, and we'll see you on the flip side.
See ya.